Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection. And our time for reflection leader today is Paul Rand, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Good afternoon. It's an honour to be invited to give this time for reflection. I have 3 children, and all of them at various points can be guilty of doom scrolling. This is the habit of scrolling through videos or other social media on their phones for inordinate amounts of time. I would love to say that I'm completely innocent of this habit, but I sometimes find myself getting sucked in and losing time to my screen. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. One of the prominent leaders of the church, Dallin H. Oakes, said, quote, "The number of good things we can do far exceeds the time available to accomplish them. Some things are better than good, and these are the things that should command priority in our lives, or priority attention in our lives. As we consider various choices, we should remember that it is not enough that something is good. Other choices are better, and still others are best. So it is with our time. I have a busy life. I'm a husband and a father. I have a full-time job, as well as a time-consuming leadership role as a local church leader. There are not many days when there's not a meal to be made, a lift to be given, a student to speak to, or a meeting to attend. I have a constant juggle of negotiating that struggle of what is the good, better and best uses of my time. However, in amongst that wrestle with calendars and syncing up schedules, I find that I need to start off my day in a quiet, contemplative way, spending some time to study things of my faith that are of the most importance to me. This helps to centre me. This does not always guarantee that my day does not get crazy after that, but it starts me off in the right way. I am aware that many of you will have busy lives. You will have meetings and commitments that take large chunks of your time. If I may give you an invitation, it would be to consider how you use your time and determine what is the good, better and best uses of your time. Whatever your belief, give yourself regular time to quietly contemplate, serve others and spend quality time with the people that you love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rand. The next item of business, I call Jamie Hepburn for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I promise not to detain colleagues for too long. I know we will be busy this evening. Presiding Officer, I thank you for allowing me to make this point of order. And as you are aware, we obviously spoke yesterday and you said it would be okay for me to do so. I rise to refer to my conduct last week, which has precipitated me standing down from ministerial office. I have apologise directly to Mr Ross. I reiterate that apology now. I've apologised to the First Minister, and yesterday, of course, I apologised to you, Presiding Officer. I think it is appropriate, though, that I also apologise to this chamber and to all colleagues. For those of us who love this institution, it is important that we all act in a manner that does not bring it into disrepute. I regret that my normal conduct, and people would recognise I would not normally conduct myself in such a fashion. I regret that lapse last week, and I wish to apologise to all colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Hepburn. I note your remarks, and members know the responsibilities that are placed on all of us, and I expect all members to take those obligations under the Code of Conduct seriously, both within and out with the Chamber. We will move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of Business Motion 19021 in the name of Graeme Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to the business programme. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on Graeme Day to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 19021 be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions. At question number 1, I call Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reports that more than 1,000 Scottish charities are closing every year.
Cabinet Secretary Shirley-Anne Somerville.
The third sector plays a vital role to support communities across Scotland, and we recognise the pressures they are facing. We are committed to fairer funding and have launched a multi-year funding pilot worth £130 million over 25 to 27, building on areas where multi-year funding was already established. All arms of government have responsibility to ensure sustainability of the sector. We continue to work constructively with the SCVO within the Scottish Government, and we will carefully consider their proposals. We also continue to press the UK Government to reconsider their decision to increase employers' national insurance contributions for the third sector and for recompense following these changes.
Alexander Stewart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response. State funding has gone down by 5% since 2021, which has cost about £177 million. The rise in employers' national insurance contribution has cost the sector £78 million. At a time where demand for support for the voluntary sector is rising, it is unsustainable to expect the voluntary sector to find the shortfall. Taking this essential sector for granted will be devastating for families and communities across Scotland. So will the Government commit to providing the funding necessary to support these charities, which are lifelines for families and communities across the whole of Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I would agree with some of the points that Alexander Stewart said there in terms of the important work that the third sector does right across Scotland and indeed in all our communities over a variety of issues. That's exactly why I held a round table with third sector representatives during the summer, so we could talk about the challenges that they face, both in the short, medium and the long term, and work together to devise solutions. Some of those will be in the gift of the Scottish Government, others will lie elsewhere. But as I said at that round table, I'm very committed to working with the SCVO and others from the third sector to find a way through the challenges that they have. Alexander Stewart's quite right to point out to the fact that for many in the third sector, demand is increasing for their services. I think this once again points to the important role that they play, and that's exactly why the Scottish Government is determined to work with them to ensure that we can support the third sector in everything that they do.
Alexander Stewart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the response. In a joint letter from 240 charities, including the Scottish Huntington Association, it does not just highlight why there are so many alarming closures, but it also sets out some solutions: an immediate cash injection, a medium-term recovery plan, and a commitment for multi-year funding with uplifts that reflect inflation. Therefore, will the Cabinet Secretary commit to implementing these measures, or do they accept that these organisations will otherwise face an uncertain future?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, that's exactly why I had one of the many discussions I have, but the most recent one was that round table that I've already mentioned, so that we could talk about what the government could do. Alexander Stewart's also very well aware. I think we met just last week to talk about the importance of the work that I undertake on behalf of the government on child poverty, but also on the third sector, and discussed with him the importance of the process that we're about to embark on very soon on our next Scottish Government budget. He makes a number of asks there for the Scottish Government to deliver higher funding for the third sector, and I look forward to working with him when he brings forward those costed proposals for, I would presume, not just my portfolio but for other portfolios, given the third sector covers every part of government and therefore every portfolio. With that costed proposal, which I'm sure will arrive on my desk during the budgetary discussions, I look forward to getting into that detail with him.
Thank you. Graeme.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, isn't the real story here one of the increase in national insurance contributions for employers? And I declare an interest here because, for example, this will cost the SSPCA £400,000 extra every year simply because of that increase. Isn't that the real story why charities are in such difficulties?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Graeme is absolutely right to point out about the particular challenge that they have when they were, quite frankly, blindsided by the UK Government. Only a matter of days after many from the third sector were invited to Downing Street to discuss a covenant and an agreement with the third sector, they then found out about the increase in employer national insurance contributions, which my understanding is that the impact of that will be around £75 million for the third sector in Scotland, and Graeme mentions the Scottish SPA as part of that. They are also suffering those types of challenges. That's exactly why I said in my first answer, we of course within the Scottish Government will do what we can and work with the third sector. Other arms of government must do the same and must respond to the, I think, quite right criticism they've received for the very, very difficult circumstances that they have placed the third sector under.
Question number 2, Willie Rennie.
To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the recommendation made by the Commission on School Reform report, Behaviour in Schools, that teachers should be able to suspend or exclude pupils who exhibit persistent behaviour issues.
Cabinet Secretary Jenny Gilruth.
We all want our schools to be safe places for children and young people to learn and for our staff to work in. Both our national guidance on preventing and managing exclusions and our recent guidance on consequences are clear that exclusion is an option that is open to schools where that is appropriate. Exclusion should be the last resort, and when used it should be as a proportionate response where there is no appropriate alternative. Exclusion alone is unlikely to lead to behavioural change, and therefore the space provided by exclusions should be used to develop a plan to provide appropriate support to address the child's behaviour.
Willie Rennie.
So I agree with much of that, because it must be clear that schools do have the right to exclude or suspend pupils, but councils also have a responsibility to provide support and education for those pupils when they are out of school. But the big question is the Minister confident that that is actually happening in local authorities and in schools?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the member for his question. He's absolutely correct to say, of course, that schools and teachers in particular have the right and the power to exclude or to suspend children and young people in terms of behaviour. And of course, we've been working very closely with COSLA in relation to our National Action Plan on Behaviour and Relationship. That plan is jointly owned between Scottish Government and local government, and that is imperative because, of course, local government, as the report sets out, hold the statutory responsibility for the delivery of education. I've been really clear in my engagement with local government on this, but not only that, Councillor Tony Buchanan and I have written to all directors of education earlier this year to ensure that action plan is making a difference at the chalk face, and the points that Mr Rennie quite rightly has raised this afternoon are being addressed by local government.
Willie Rennie.
But the Commission for School Reform have been heavily critical of that very guidance that the Minister has just set out. They state in the report that it's not reassured teachers, it's provoked widespread criticism and is fundamentally misguided. Now, the Cabinet Secretary often seeks the advice of the Commission for School Reform. So will she take their advice today and issue new national guidance which clearly asserts the right of every young person to an education which is not disrupted by others and recognises that dealing effectively and quickly with bad behaviour requires sanctions?
Cabinet Secretary.
The member for his question. I do often engage with the Commission on School Reform. I listen to them intently, and I'm more than happy to give a commitment today that I will continue to do that on this particular issue. But in relation to the guidance itself, I just would remind Mr Rennie that this guidance didn't come from me as Cabinet Secretary nor from officials. It came from the teaching profession. It was an ask from the teaching profession on the back of the Behaviour in Scotland Schools research. We responded to that ask with very clear national guidance, and involved in the commissioning of that research that's published, rather the guidance, has been the EIS, the NASUWT, School Leaders Scotland, educational psychologists and local authorities additionally. So I would ask Mr Rennie to reflect on the fact that this guidance has come from the profession. It has been written by the experts in our classrooms, but of course I'm more than happy to listen to the Commission on a range of different educational issues. They cite in their report a number of things. It's a relatively short report, I think 7 or 8 pages in length, but they talk, for example, about support for teachers not being as strong as it has been in the past. That's actually an international trend that we've seen across Europe and across the world post-pandemic, whereby the role of the teaching profession has diminished somewhat, and it's really important that we work with our teaching trade unions and with others, including the Commission, on how we can help to restore that relationship, particularly between school and home. And the report, of course, goes on to talk about some of the challenge in that regard. But I do give that commitment to Mr Rennie that I will engage with the Commission on the substantive points in their report.
George Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Children and young people's behaviour does not become unacceptable overnight. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that things such as wider societal impact, like poverty and deprivation, doesn't help when it comes to behaviour in the classroom and can create many of these challenges? And can the Cabinet Secretary provide further details on the continued work to narrow the poverty-related attainment gap and how this contributes to pupils having a more positive classroom experience?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I thank Mr Adam for his question. I note that the report makes, quite rightly, a number of references to the pandemic in terms of its impact on behaviour and relationships, but there does seem to be an omission in relation to the impact of poverty. And we know that austerity has harmed the outcomes of some of Scotland's most vulnerable families, and that includes children. So I've spoken previously, Presiding Officer, about the normalisation of food banks and clothing banks in our schools, and our teachers are stepping up to meet what is now a societal need, but they should not have to do that, which is one of the reasons I've commissioned independent advice on school funding, which is being led by a very experienced former head teacher, John Wilson, and he's going to look at, for example, what comes next after the Scottish Attainment Challenge and Pupil Equity Fund. So I would encourage all members to engage in Mr Wilson's review and to contribute their ideas accordingly.
Stephen Kerr.
Let me take a different tack with the Cabinet Secretary. Will she now accept the report's call to reassert parental responsibility as set out in the Education Scotland Act 1980, so that schools are not left to carry the burden alone and parents are made to feel accountable for supporting discipline and regular attendance?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Kerr for his question. He and I have debated this issue on many different occasions, and he talks about parental responsibility and accountability, and he's quite right to do that. I don't view Mr Kerr's points to that end as being at odds with our national guidance. I spent the weekend, Presiding Officer, with my 5-year-old niece, so it's not just mums and dads who have a role to play here. Aunties, uncles, the extended family have a role as well in terms of teaching of behaviours. And one of the other points the report makes is that this can't always just be about the school. So we need that wider consideration of support in terms of the types of behaviours that we think are appropriate in our school, and I don't necessarily see that the reassertion of parental responsibility as being at odds with the current national guidance, so I'm happy to engage with the member on the substantive point he's made today.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Care experienced pupils are 6 times more likely to be excluded than others, and that's not counting informal exclusions due to part-time timetabling. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, how does that reconcile with the stated aims of the Behaviour Plan for a calm and consistent education, and what specific interventions will she implement to ensure care experienced young people have access to the education they deserve?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'm conscious there's a read across with my responsibilities as Cabinet Secretary and the fact I'm recused from the promise because my wife sits on the board in terms of care experienced young people. So I will ask the Minister for Children and Young People to write directly to the member if she would be content to answer the substantive point. But more broadly, in terms of the use of those types of timetabling as features in our school, we know from school reports from the Chief Inspector there is an increasing reliance on a differentiated approach to timetabling. Now, that might be in place for lots of good reasons, but it is important that the educational needs of all children and young people, including those who are care experienced, are met. I will ask the Minister to write on the specifics of the member's question.
Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary has stated that these findings come from the profession, and I agree. And one of the most concerning aspects of the findings is that the current, and this is what teachers say, current national guidance disempowers teachers. Does the Cabinet Secretary accept that and the association between falling standards, poor attendance and poor behaviour? And does she actually think that the plans the Scottish Government have set out are going to turn this around?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, look, I accept in education there will always be a range of different views on what the Government of the day undertakes. But I just give the member an alternative view from Mike Corbett from the NASUWT, who has said that the guidance has the potential to support positive improvement in managing pupil behaviour in schools. We've been actively engaged in working with Government to produce this guidance, and its publication is an important step forward in our continued focus on driving down levels of disruption. So, look, we have to work as a with our teaching trade unions in partnership. I accept there are a range of views on this issue, but I do think more broadly the teaching unions have welcomed the guidance, and it's now imperative, to the point that Mike Corbett has consistently raised with me, that the guidance informs better practice in our schools, and I'll continue to work with COSLA to that end.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a debate on motion 19015 in the name of John Swinney on appointment of a junior Scottish minister. And can I remind members that under Rule 11.3.1 of Standing Orders, the question on this motion will be put immediately after the debate. And I call on the First Minister to speak to and move the motion.
Presiding Officer, the ministerial changes I am making today arise from the resignation on Friday of Jamie Hepburn as the Minister for Parliamentary Business. Jamie Hepburn did not behave as he believed he should have in Parliament last Wednesday and tendered his resignation to me. A few moments ago, Jamie Hepburn offered an apology to Parliament, which, along with his decision to resign, demonstrates the strength of character that Jamie Hepburn brings to his parliamentary service. I would like to thank him for his service in government in a number of different portfolios, and especially for the way he has worked with other parties in taking forward the Parliamentary Business Programme in a collaborative and consultative way throughout his time in office as Minister for Parliamentary Business. I am pleased that Graeme Day, who is widely respected across this parliamentary chamber, will now take up this role as Minister for Parliamentary Business. His formidable experience in working with others to create common ground will be invaluable to us all as we complete the business of this parliamentary session. I have also asked Graeme Day to continue with his excellent work as Minister for Veterans. I am pleased to welcome Ben Macpherson to the role of Minister for Higher and Further Education, subject to the approval of Parliament this afternoon, to build on the work taken forward by Graeme Day. Ben Macpherson was a valued minister between 2018 and 2023, where he served under my predecessors in a variety of positions, including as Minister for Europe, Public Finance, Social Security and Local Government. To each role, he brought a constructive approach, building coalitions to deliver the Government's ambitious and shared agenda. As a backbencher, Ben Macpherson has brought a collaborative approach to Parliament, most recently serving as a member of the Criminal Justice Committee, indeed taking my own place on that committee, and as convener of the SPCB's supported bodies Landscape Review Committee and leading the committee debate on this topic last week. The role of Minister for Higher and Further Education is crucial in ensuring that our education institutions are able to play a full part in delivering an agenda of dynamic economic growth that will benefit all of the people of Scotland, and in ensuring that individuals in Scotland, especially our young people, are able to have access to higher and further education opportunities that will meet their needs and will provide the foundations for their later life. I know that Ben Macpherson will give energetic commitment to advancing this important work and also in taking forward the Government's skills agenda, where we must ensure that we have all of the skills and talent within our economy to support the developments that the Government wishes to see in place. So it is with pleasure, Presiding Officer, that I move that the Parliament agrees that Ben Macpherson be appointed as a junior Scottish Minister.
Thank you. And I now call on Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives to the appointment of Ben Macpherson as Minister for Higher and Further Education. For many people in Edinburgh, Ben first came to our attention in the summer of 2004 when he walked from Edinburgh to London to raise awareness of the annual International Day of Peace. And, Presiding Officer, perhaps after the events of the last week, government could indeed do with the qualities of trying to spread peace and love, which I know Mr Macpherson will bring to this role. For those who follow politics, there were two notable ministers who decided to leave the Scottish Government under Humza Yousaf in March 2023, Ben Macpherson being one, and also the First Minister, so both returned to government is not surprising. I was elected beside and alongside Ben to represent constituents in Edinburgh in 2016. I know members across the chamber have always recognised Ben Macpherson as a good friend and MSP who is both respected and rated by all in this chamber. As a proud George Heriot's boy, I'm also sure that Ben will be at the forefront of making the case for continued support for our independent schools here in Edinburgh within the Scottish Government. Ben is a keen supporter of apprentices, and in fact, members may not know this, but Ben served his own apprenticeship in his youth, involved in the Edinburgh Labour Party, doing work experience with the local MSP for Edinburgh North and Leith, Malcolm Chisholm. And like all good apprentices, he then decided to do what many do and went on to take his job in 2016. Presiding Officer, as the First Minister has stated, Ben Macpherson returns to government with significant ministerial experience. On a personal note, I hope this will indeed be his last junior ministerial apprenticeship, and we on these benches wish him well in the role in government.
Thank you. I now call on Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'd like to warmly congratulate Ben Macpherson on his appointment as Minister for Further and Higher Education and welcome him to this vital role. I look forward to working with him again and to enjoying lively discussion as we did previously when he and I were both serving in the Social Security briefs. I'd also like to put on record my thanks to his predecessor, Graeme for his service and engagement, and in particular for recently meeting with disabled people to discuss access to apprenticeships, an endeavour that I hope Mr Macpherson will continue to pursue. Presiding Officer, this ministerial role is a role that is crucial to Scotland's future and one which needs focus and leadership. Challenges that I hope the new Minister will rise to. And where he does this, and the right thing for students, staff and institutions, I assure him that he will find constructive common ground and partners on these benches. Because the challenges faced are urgent. Colleges have seen reductions of 17% in real terms between 21 and 25, with some closing campuses and student and staff numbers in some reducing. And universities face a perfect storm, according to University Scotland, receiving 19% less per Scottish student than they were a decade ago, seeing them shed staff while students are faced with fewer options and in some cases less support. The pressures on institutional sustainability are unprecedented at this time. And on this, I'd ask for the new Minister's early commitment to ongoing discussions with University Scotland and the sector, working to develop a more sustainable long-term financial model and to involving institutions, trade unions, staff and students in this for the greater good of Scotland and a brighter and more prosperous future for the sector. Presiding Officer, we on these benches look forward to engaging with Mr Macpherson in good faith because Scotland's learners and education providers deserve no less. I congratulate him once again on his appointment and I look forward to working with him in due course. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call on Lorna Slater.
On behalf of the Scottish Green Party, I welcome Ben Macpherson's appointment as Minister for Higher and Further Education. This is a critical appointment at a time when Scotland's tertiary education system stands on the cusp of significant reform. I want to recognise Minister Graeme Day's power of work and leadership in this area, which has gotten us up to this point. The Tertiary Education and Training Bill presents an opportunity to reshape how we support learners, educators and institutions. We welcome the bill's intention to simplify the funding landscape and strengthen the role of the Scottish Funding Council. The proposed statutory framework for apprenticeships and work-based learning is a step forward, but must be matched by a commitment to fair work, inclusive access and climate-conscious skills development. We are particularly focused on ensuring that the bill delivers for learners who have been historically underserved, those in rural communities, disabled students and those from low-income backgrounds. The Scottish Green Party will continue to advocate for robust student support mechanisms and for a system that prioritises public good over market forces. We note the bill's provisions on governance reform, including the creation of an apprenticeship committee and new expectations for council membership. These changes must embed transparency and ensure that learners, staff and communities have a meaningful voice in decision-making. Ben Macpherson brings experience and a thoughtful approach to this role. We look forward to working constructively with him to ensure that this legislation delivers a tertiary education system that is fairer, greener and more resilient.
Thank you. I now call Liam MacArthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by acknowledging and thanking Jamie Hepburn for the apology he made to the Chamber earlier this afternoon, but also join others in congratulating Ben Macpherson on his appointment. I've known Ben Macpherson his entire time here in Parliament, and he has always been somebody committed to working across parties and across the Chamber, an approach that he took into government during his previous time as a Minister, and something I'm sure he will take forward in this role. I think, as others have observed, the college and university sector are not without their significant, some may say existential challenges at the moment, and that approach, I think, was all the more important in taking forward that work. So, again, I congratulate him and wish him well in this crucial role. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on appointment of a junior Scottish Minister. There's one question to be put. The question is that motion 19015 in the name of John Swinney on appointment of a junior Scottish Minister be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is an urgent question, and I call Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will clarify its position regarding whether local authorities will be given powers to introduce a visitor levy on a flat charge basis as an alternative to a percentage.
Mr Ivan McKee.
The existing legislation enables councils to introduce a levy based on a percentage of the cost of overnight accommodation, and there is no barrier to local authorities who wish to proceed on this basis from doing so, and there is already flexibility within the system to tailor the charge to local circumstances. There are some councils who would like the option to instead apply a different basis of charge, and we have no in principle objection to having that added layer of flexibility, so we are giving the matter active consideration. A change of this nature would require an amendment to primary legislation, and as such would be appropriate, subject to appropriate consultation, parliamentary scrutiny and identification of an appropriate legislative vehicle, all of which of course would take time to work through.
Murdo Fraser.
Well, I thank the Minister for his response, but this is an absolute shambles from this government. On Friday, Ivan McKee wrote to the Economy and Fair Work Committee of this Parliament and said this: "We are now actively extending powers to local authorities, including the option to introduce a single flat rate or tiered rate model alongside the existing percentage-based approach." That's entirely clear. Presiding Officer, was warmly welcomed by the Scottish Conservatives, who have been campaigning on this issue for many months, and indeed warmly welcomed by industry representatives. But yesterday, we had a U-turn on the U-turn, because yesterday afternoon, we found out in another letter from Mr McKee that he'd missed out a vital word, it seems, from his original communication, and that word was considering. So, can we at last get some clarity on what exactly is going to change, and crucially, when is it going to change, given that we have local authorities presently actively consulting on a visitor levy, and they don't even know what powers they're going to have and when?
Minister.
Well, of course, as Murdo Fraser fine well knows, there was an error in that letter, and it wasn't consistent. No, it's the reality of it. And it wasn't, of course, consistent with the letter that had been sent.
Let's hear one another.
The letter that had been sent to industry and other stakeholders at the same time. So our position is that we absolutely recognise that, given there is a request for more flexibility from the sector and indeed from some local authorities, we've long recognised that. We are minded to bring forward forward changes to enable that to take place. But of course we need to identify a suitable legislative vehicle to enable that to happen. And the member will be as well aware as anyone else that the legislative programme in the run-up to next March is extremely busy, and finding a slot for this is very difficult. But
Let's
we
hear
have
the
committed
Minister.
To consider taking that forward should we be in government as early in the next session. But I think it's also important to recognise that Murdo Fraser and the Conservatives making a lot of noise about this, but when this bill went through, none of them brought forward any amendments or proposals that would have allowed that flexibility for local authorities, for them now to be complaining about it when they had the option to do so. They didn't bring forward that option as something that they should reflect on.
Murdo Fraser.
Well, Presiding Officer, the Minister says it was an error. It took him 3 days to notice the error and correct it. In the meantime, there was press coverage at the weekend saying the government had changed his mind, and no correction from the Scottish Government at the time. But councils across Scotland are currently actively considering the introduction of a visitor levy. Some have gone, like Edinburgh, for example, are quite far down that track. Others have consulted and are still to take a decision. Others are currently still consulting with open consultations. None can take a final decision on what they're going to do if they don't know when they're going to be given these powers, or if at all. So would he agree with me that what we now need is a moratorium on any councils introducing a visitor levy until this shambles is sorted out?
Minister.
I know that Murdo Fraser and the Conservative benches find this something that they're getting very excited about, but the reality is, if you talk to the sector or you talk to local authorities, it's exactly what we've done, and that's why we're making this change.
Minister, if I might just stop you a second. I have several requests for questions. I will not be able to take any more if we have constant interruptions. Please continue.
The legislation that's in front of us at the moment, as I've made very clear, allows authorities like Edinburgh that want to proceed on a percentage basis to continue to do so. The legislation also allows considerable flexibility for local authorities to bring forward other proposals already. The changes we are looking to do is to enable a tiered flat rate system to be brought in addition to the existing system. So that's our clear position. We've been very clear for quite a period of time that we are very interested to listen to the sector and to introduce that flexibility and indeed enable local authorities to do so as well. And this is something that we are taking forward when a legislative vehicle allows us to do so.
Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Minister, the visitor levy is a local tax, so it's appropriate that local authorities can set a rate that meets the needs of their area and their residents. Can the Minister please confirm that any local authority who wishes to bring forward a levy under the system would be supported to do so?
Minister.
That's absolutely indeed the case. The visitor levy is a local tax. It's right that local authorities are empowered to set a rate that reflects the needs and priorities of their area and its residents. And as I can confirm again, any local authority wishing to bring forward a visitor levy under the existing system will be fully supported to do so. The Scottish Government, through Visit Scotland, has published statutory guidance and is working closely with local authorities to ensure that the tools and support required to design and implement a levy that works for their communities. And we are committed to ensuring that the introduction of any visitor levy is locally driven, transparent and delivers real benefits for residents and visitors alike.
Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. May I draw members to my register of interests? Presiding Officer, this is an embarrassing omni-shambles by the SNP. They're once again punishing businesses who have already been punished by them not passing on business rates relief, and now we see them delivering a botched visitor levy scheme. My colleague Murdo Fraser is absolutely right. Minister, will you admit that you got it wrong, that it is unworkable and that you will call a moratorium on this ridiculous scheme?
Always through the chair, please, Minister.
Yeah, I mean, the legislation that's in place, which of course was passed by this Parliament, and I'll remind the members on the Conservative bench again, they did not, nobody brought forward an amendment at that point in time to offer the flexibility that we are now proposing to offer, and the industry and local authorities are now calling for. So they need to answer the question as to why they didn't think it was such a good idea at the time to make this change that we are now considering
point of order,
making.
Minister, point of order, Miles Briggs.
So during the passage of that bill, I brought forward 2 amendments, SP22 and SP26, to bring forward a package of amendments to allow local authorities to set a flat rate to the visitor levy. I believe the Minister is misinforming Parliament.
Thank you. While that is not a debating point, Mr Briggs, Minister.
To the contrary, Presiding Officer, Miles Briggs has been very clear. He brought forward an amendment to change the basis of charge from percentage to flat rate and to not allow a percentage rate or nor indeed to allow a tiered flat rate, which is what the industry is largely calling for now. What we are talking about is allowing all those options to be available to allow that flexibility. So my point remains, at no point did anyone bring forward an amendment that allowed the flexibility of all of those options to be allowed to be implemented.
Daniel Johnson.
The move from the government to simplify this scheme is welcome. However, the Minister has stated that the government's position has been clear for a period of time. Unfortunately, that period of time is just a matter of days, and local authorities are proceeding to implement within the coming weeks. So can I just ask for the following points of clarification? The legislative change that he sets out will be in addition to the existing legislation, therefore current schemes will be able to proceed. Secondly, that this will be legislative change in the coming parliamentary session. Could you clarify that remark? But there was also some discussion of regulatory change through secondary legislation. Is that now ruled out?
Minister.
I thank Daniel Johnson for his question. In terms of the regulatory change, that's a separate issue. It's in relation to the percentage scheme, and it's to put in place regulations that allow that to be taken forward. And those are listed out in the response I sent back to the committee. But I'm very happy, myself and officials, to engage further with Daniel Johnson to go through more details of that, which can be quite a complicated technical area. With regards to current schemes, yes, absolutely. They can, of course, continue and been very clear about that in Edinburgh, or indeed anyone else that's bringing forward a proposed scheme on the percentage basis is absolutely able to continue to do that to the current timescales. What we are proposing is to make changes that broaden out the scope so that the tiered flat rate scheme can also be introduced. And with regards to the timing of that, as I made clear, we are looking for a legislative vehicle that allows that. He'll be very well aware of the number of bills that are finding their way through Parliament over the coming weeks and months. Indeed, we're staying very late tonight to take a stage 3 through. So finding the slot for that is indeed the challenge. We would like to do that earlier, but realistically, I think that will happen after May next year.
Liam MacArthur.
Thank you. I'm afraid the shambles has created greater uncertainty for local authorities. Perhaps no surprise there for the Orkney Islands Council, following the same approach as Shetland Islands Council last week, today voted not to take forward a visitor levy, and I understand Western Isles Council have similarly paused their plans as well. In Orkney, the local tourism sector has put forward proposals for a point of entry levy, and I wonder whether the Minister might be able to update Parliament on when the government plans to take a view on such a levy.
Minister.
Well, first of all, in terms of the legislation, all we are doing is responding to asks from industry and local authorities to give them more flexibility on the type of visitor levy they want to take forward. So I think that's very clear. We have indicated over a period of time that we would seek ways of bringing forward more flexibility if that is what industry and local authorities want. And I think that that's absolutely the right thing to do. It's government listening to industry and to local authorities and giving them more flexibility, not stopping them doing anything that they're already empowered to do. With regards to the specific point that is raised by the member, if he's talking about a levy that is charged when someone enters a local authority area, then that has got some other specific challenges around about it. It's not something we are actively pursuing at the moment, but I'm very keen to have conversations with members and others that have proposals in that space so we can understand more around the specifics of what they're talking about.
It's extremely important that I protect time for next item of business, so if members can be concise, that would be helpful. I call Fergus Ewing.
Presiding Officer, the Minister has said that he is considering taking measures to allow the flaw in the bill to be changed, to allow local authorities to choose a flat rate tax should they so wish. But is it not the case, as I've heard, that the Minister has in fact already taken steps to try, by way of lodging an amendment to the housing bill, to have this measure dealt with in that bill, but that, not surprisingly perhaps, presiding officer, to those of us who have studied the housing bill, that request was actually declared incompetent by yourself. And if that is the case, why has this not been explained to the House in the interests of transparency? And moreover, surely tourism is important enough to merit time for amendment by way of primary legislation, which surely must be done.
Minister.
Well, I just again reflect on the fact that this chamber passed this legislation as it was, and again reiterate no one brought forward any amendments at that point to broaden out the basis of charge. As I've said already, I've been quite clear, we are seeking a legislative vehicle to enable this change to be taken forward. The member can make the point about how we do that, and I'm very open to suggestions how we do that, but the whole chamber is aware of the situation with regards to legislative challenges over the next coming weeks and months. But as I've said, I've been quite clear, we are actively exploring mechanisms whereby we can deliver that change, responding, this government, listening to what industry and local authorities have asked for and delivering what they want to see.
Stephen Kerr.
The Minister can dead bat these questions all the day long if he wishes, and he can do that because he's very capable of that. But the reality is that Murdo Fraser's right. This is a complete shambles, and the whole reason we're having an urgent question is because he issued 2 contradictory letters within the space of 4 days. Now, how on earth does that happen in a government office, the office of the Minister? So I think he should take the time and explain to this chamber how such contradictory statements were issued in his name. Who precisely proofread those letters? Who proofread those letters? And who signed off those letters? Because if it's the Minister, then I'm afraid the charge of incompetence rests in front of him.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I mean, it's already explained. Unfortunately, there was a typographical error in one of those letters that was sent out, and that was reissued in order to give clarification. But if the Conservative bench are getting so excited about one typographical error and one misplaced word, then it's a shame they've not got more important things to worry about. I've been very, very clear.
Let's hear one
anyone
another.
That's engaged with me and the industry should listen to the industry and their perspective on this. They are very comfortable that we are seeking to make this change. We listen to them, we listen to local authorities, and as I said, the legislation that was passed, we recognise that some additional flexibility within that by making this change is important, and that is why we are taking it forward at this time.
Thank you. That concludes the urgent question. The next item of business is consideration of business motion 19014 in the name of Graeme Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a timetable for the Stage 3 consideration of the Housing Scotland Bill. I have a point of order from Fergus Ewing.
Presiding Officer, I seek your guidance, please. A moment ago, I asked the Minister if it was the case that instead of attempts being made in future to tackle the problem with the legislation, that it has been brought to my attention that possibly there may already have been steps, namely by attempts to amend the housing bill with an amendment which would have altered the provision in the visitor levy legislation. Can you share with the Chamber the information about whether such a move was proposed, whether it was made, whether it was submitted, and if so, whether it was the case, Presiding Officer, that your judgment was that that amendment attempt was irrelevant? I think this is very important because if it was the case that the government did try to do this, it's clear that they think it must be done. And if they're now saying they can't do it because there's not enough time, although we're here for about 2/3 of a year, then what does it say about the importance of tourism to this government?
Thank you, Mr Ewing. I do not generally share information with regards to admissibility and selection decisions. So we will now move on to the next item of business. which is consideration of Business Motion 19014 in the name of Graeme Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a timetable for the Stage 3 consideration of the Housing Scotland Bill. I ask any member who wishes to speak to the motion to press their request to speak button, and I call on Graeme Day to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 19014 be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings for the Housing Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is Scottish Parliament Bill 45A, the marshalled list, and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds, and thereafter I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press their request to speak buttons or enter RTS in the chat as soon as possible after the group is called. And members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. So we move to Group 1, Student Tenancies and Accommodation. And I call Amendment 123 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to begin Stage 3 consideration of the Housing Scotland Bill, and to do so, as you say, with Group 1. And taking first Amendment 105 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy. This seeks to provide tenants in student residential tenancies to offer notice to quit their tenancy in specified circumstances, and the circumstances to be laid out in regulation. Amendment 372 in the name of Ross Greer also seeks to provide for tenants to be able to quit their student residential tenancy, but with the category of tenant to be specified by regulations. Now, I agree that there will be very good reason for a student to seek to give notice to leave their tenancy, but I'm also aware that allowing this in all circumstances could have a significant impact on the management of, the investment in and the supply of student accommodation in Scotland. By specifying the circumstances in which a student can end their tenancy, as would be in the case in 105, it would assure that this could occur only where it's appropriate to do so. Because, as we can imagine, vacancies in purpose-built student accommodation can only be filled by students, something which is difficult mid-academic year. Enabling the termination of all student residential tenancies mid-year could have a substantial impact on the operation of student accommodation, potentially with the risk of higher costs and a worsening in affordability issues. We can imagine how the situation could very quickly become completely unmanageable. Amendments 372 and 388, which are consequential, while also providing for students to end their tenancy, do not provide for specific circumstances, but rather allow the ministers to specify the category of tenant. I don't think it's appropriate. I'll just finish this part, then I'll be glad to. I don't think it's appropriate to specify that certain groups of students can end a tenancy when others, who may be in similar circumstances, are unable to do so. And I can't therefore support Ross Greer's amendment, but I will certainly take his intervention.
Ross Greer. I'm
very grateful, and just for the sake of time and to clarify to the Cabinet Secretary, given that we all agree on the outcome here, I'm happy not to press my amendments and for the Green Group to support 105.
Thanks, and I thank Ross Greer for that intervention, because I too believe that Amendment 105 and the consequential 116 by Pam Duncan-Glancy present the best, most balanced approach to the issue of ending student tenancies with that duty to consult, and I therefore support 105 and 116. Amendments 123, 124 and 137 in my name. These seek to reverse amendments that were agreed at Stage 2 in relation to rent control and student tenancies. I believe it was a significant error to have agreed this in the first place. We have always been clear that student tenancies, they are not part of the mainstream private rented sector and should not be included within rent controls within this bill. The Stage 2 amendments that were brought forward have caused significant confusion and concern in the sector, and this has been reflected clearly in our engagement with student housing providers since Stage 2. I absolutely will.
Megan Gallagher.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. Does the Cabinet Secretary understand that by introducing rent controls in the way that the SNP government have done in recent years, that has left the PBSA sector as the only fruitful market for investment, and that's why the SNP government should be extremely cautious in how they proceed with rent control legislation?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, first I would say the amendment that I'm moving just now is seeking to remove an erroneous Conservative amendment from stage 2, which immediately caused considerable upset and concern in the sector. So a little bit of humility there would go a long way. But I would also say that the rent controls that we're seeking to pass in legislation in this bill are evidence-led, they are locally led, they will give sufficient protection to tenants, but I've also been clear on exemptions, which I know are critical for investment. But the amendments in my name will remove reference to student tenancies from Part 1 of the bill, and I would urge members to support them. Amendment 150 in the name of Maggie Chapman is very similar to Amendment 59 lodged at Stage 2 by Graeme in that it seeks to allow for student tenancies to be covered by rent control, and I simply reiterate that I don't consider these to be appropriate. Student tenancies should not be covered by rent control, and I can't support these amendments. Amendments 179 to 191 and 258 in the name of Edward Mountain are similar to his amendments brought forward at Stage 2 on this topic, and they seek to replicate the regulatory requirements in relation to rent increases in the private rental sector for student tenancies. They ultimately appear to create a rent increase process and a means by which rent increase could be challenged. The student accommodation sector, as I've already said, operates very differently from the mainstream private rented sector, and rent increases in student tenancies do not generally take place mid-tenancy, and instead they are for a fixed term duration, which is aligned to the academic year. This amendment seeks to treat student tenancies the same as the PRS in relation to restrictions on in-tenancy rent increases and doesn't take account of the inherent differences. There's also been no consultation with the sector as far as I understand it, and therefore I can't support these amendments. Amendment 220 in the name of Maggie Chapman is identical to an amendment that was considered and disagreed at Stage 2. The amendment seeks to gather additional information about non-UK students and tenancy deposits, which would, I understand, support the use of a proposed regulatory power also provided for in the amendment. As we have set out previously, there are significant practical issues with obtaining this data in the way that's proposed, and I would add that it does that without a clear remit or purpose. The tenancy deposit schemes do not currently collect information from tenants, which would enable them to establish whether the tenancy deposit is for a non-UK domiciled student, and placing a requirement on the schemes to do this would be a significant change with resource and cost implications, and therefore I can't support that amendment. Moving to Amendment 221 in the name of Edward Mountain, this would increase the maximum limit for tenancy deposits from 2 months to 3 months for international students where they are not required to provide a guarantor. Now, I understand that there can be barriers for international students to accessing the private rented sector, such as difficulty in providing a UK-based guarantor. However, I don't think that the introduction of increased deposit amount in place of the guarantor requirement will be sufficient to address some of the concerns of landlords. Indeed, you can envisage a scenario where it could arguably make matters worse for international students by requiring even larger deposits of them in order to satisfy landlords. In addition, I must flag that treating different groups of people differently on account of their national origin could amount to discrimination for the purposes of the Equality Act 2010 and Article 14 of the ECHR. I am absolutely committed to further work on guarantor support, but I can't support the formulation of these amendments. Amendment 222 in the name of Maggie Chapman was also submitted at Stage 2 and was not agreed. It would require ministers to establish a public body through regulations to act as that guarantor for non-UK domiciled students. I can't support this amendment given the financial ongoing implications that it would necessarily create. Now, we did commit to considering how existing avenues of support could be strengthened as a more cost-effective alternative, and I would like to provide an update on this to the Chamber. My officials are carrying out a mapping exercise to increase our understanding of guarantor support, and this will help us to identify gaps in provision, the barriers to access and any possible solutions. Once completed, I'd like this to form the basis of more detailed work with local authorities, with student providers in particular, and on members of the Chamber about how we can formulate a more consistent approach, be it a national framework or guidance. And for that reason, I would ask the member not to press the amendments, but to work with me on a comprehensive, detailed piece of work. Moving to Amendments 239 in the name of Graeme Simpson and Amendment 370 in Pam Duncan-Glancy's name, these seek to amend current legislation in respect of local housing strategies by making specific reference to students when local authorities are assessing housing provision and related services in their area. Amendment 370 also requires the Ministers to bring forward specific guidance on purpose-built student accommodation and for local authorities to have regard to this. Now, I understand the intent of these amendments, but I do not believe that there is need to specify this in primary legislation, because existing legislative requirements on local authorities are clear that they relate to the housing needs of all people in their area. And I can't support the introduction of legislation which would target support for one specific group over another, recognising that in meeting local housing needs, local authorities will require to balance the needs of a much fuller range of priority groups, as informed by its housing need and demand assessment. Therefore, whilst I understand the intent, I can't support these amendments. Yes, I will.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Minister for taking that intervention, and I appreciate the point she's making. But I'd maybe just ask then if the Minister could comment on the fact that, for example, in Glasgow since 2015, 28% of approvals for accommodation in Glasgow have been purpose-built student accommodation, yet only 18.5% of the city's population are students.
Cabinet Secretary.
I take absolute note of the points and the statistics that Pam Duncan-Glancy puts to me, and I don't doubt for a second that there are pressures to be worked through, but I remain committed to ensuring that all groups, including students, are appropriately reflected in local housing strategy guidance, and to supporting local authorities to consider their demographics and how they change on an ongoing and flexible basis. And I think the work that's already ongoing allows us to do that. Moving, however, to Amendment 371 in Ms Duncan-Glancy's name, this would require the publication of a purpose-built student accommodation charter. Again, I understand the intent, but can't support it. This charter covers matters including complaints which are already included in the Unipol codes, which the majority of PBSA providers are members of. These codes are regularly reviewed, enjoy the support of the sector, including NUS, and will cover issues such as standards, the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants, and the process for dispute resolution. Along with Unipol and review group members, the Scottish Government has reviewed the codes to ensure that they apply equally to Scotland and can be further amended as required. And our PBSA review recommendations are currently being progressed by the Scottish Government and review group members. So given this work is already underway, well progressed, I would ask that Ms Duncan-Glancy not to press her amendments, but to work with me and with officials and with those review group members to finalise this work, which has been a number of years in the making. And I'm trying to move as swiftly as I can through these items, Presiding Officer. I don't have long to go. But turning now to Amendments 373 and 374, and the consequential amendments in the name of Ross Greer, these would require Scottish Government to publish model terms and conditions for students and a model complaints procedure. Again, I appreciate their intention. I want to ensure that students have full information on both the terms and conditions of their accommodation contracts and details of how to make a complaint. However, similarly, I can't support these amendments. In respect of 373 and the work on terms and conditions, to ensure consistency between providers, well, this work is ongoing. Guidance on tenancy agreements, similar to the guidance provided in the private rented sector, has been drafted and is currently with all stakeholders for comment by the end of October. And following this, an information pack, including information relating to tenancy agreements and tenants' rights, will be drafted. Student representatives are currently involved in this process, and I'll take the intervention.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. I'm glad that she mentioned that much of the work in drafting a model terms and conditions is already underway. That's why this amendment is clear that the ongoing work can be the model terms and conditions referenced by the amendment as putting the compulsion on ministers to produce. The key thing about this is that it would give ministers the power to, if they so choose at a later date, put that model terms and conditions and the model complaints procedure in the subsequent amendment on a statutory footing. Given that the work is already underway to produce these documents, why would ministers not want the power to put them on a statutory footing in the future, given that, as the minister's already acknowledged, only a majority, not all PBSA providers are signed up to the Unipol standards as they currently stand?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, twofold really. Firstly, it's not necessary. The work is well underway, it's well progressed. We have a range of experts who've been involved in the formulation of it, and the work will progress to its conclusion without a statutory underpinning. But also I would suggest, perhaps in a secondary basis, that there is a degree of flexibility that comes with guidance and a degree of rigidity that comes with primary legislation, and therefore, because it's not necessary, I wouldn't suggest that it would be right to go down that road. If I may just cover some of the concerns that I know have been raised about affordability. This is a complex issue. Affordability is very difficult to define. It will arise very differently for different students across the board. Moreover, rental costs in the PBSA, they include more than just rent. And therefore, I have, as I've made clear previously, I'm open to working with members of the Chamber, representatives from the sector and students to look at solutions on affordability for the long term. And I would particularly commit to Ross Greer and Pan Duncan Glancy, as having raised these matters with me, to work on them with that. Moving to the final amendments in this group, Presiding Officer, before allowing others to come in. 374 relates to complaints procedures for student tenants. There are, as far as I can see, having looked at the provision, already robust processes in place. However, I do accept that, as the review group did, these processes can be complicated to navigate, particularly with different processes in place for private PBSA and university halls of residence. Detailed guidance on which process to follow, who to contact and what to expect if a complaint is made is being developed and will be included in the information provided to students. And again, given the collaborative and well-developed work that's ongoing with the sector and with students, I'd ask Mr Greer not to press these amendments. So, to conclude, Presiding Officer, for these reasons, in respect of this group as a whole, I'd urge members to support my amendments 123, 124 and 137 and Pam Duncan Glancy's amendments 105 and 116, and to reject the others, and I move Amendment 123.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Just to point out that if Amendment 136 in the group rent conditions and designation of rent control areas is agreed, I won't be able to call Amendment 137 as a result of a preemption. With that, I call Maggie Chapman to speak to Amendment 150 and other amendments in the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I take just a wee moment at the start to thank the legislation team for all their meticulous work over many months of this bill. I thank the Cabinet Secretary and her predecessors for engagement on various issues in this. But most of all, I thank the organisations, the campaigners and activists who have got us to this point. It has, at various points over the last 4 years, felt like this day would never come. But we are here discussing the final amendments of the Housing Scotland Bill, introduced by Patrick Harvey as part of the Scottish Greens' commitment to a new deal for tenants. That's the point of this legislation, to shift the balance of power from what is a system rigged against renters to one that sees homes being for living in, not for profiteering. We have the chance to make living more affordable, healthier and happier for renters, to make renting safe and secure for those who choose to rent, as well as those who have to rent, to ensure renting is viable, non-stigmatising and a genuinely valued part of our housing system. It's for these renters that this bill exists, to tackle unchecked, soaring rents that they've been subjected to for far too long, to give them the rights that make their homes really feel like their home, to provide protections against homelessness and to give specific groups of tenants protections against rip-off rents and make housing fairer for them. And so it is with these renters in mind that the amendments I've lodged today and I speak to. My amendments 150, 220 and 222 in this group are all about better support for students. 150 gives ministers the power to subject student residential accommodation to rent controls. It doesn't mandate that there shall be those controls, but it doesn't define the terms of such rent controls, nor does it constrain the government in terms of timescale. But it sets out the important principle that students deserve the same protections as anyone else renting the roof over their head. Because we know the purpose-built student accommodation sector is getting out of control. Students in Vita Fountain Bridge in Edinburgh are being charged £554, not a month, a week. That just lines the pockets of private developers and property owners at the expense of students at a time when we know student homelessness is on the rise. 220 and 222 are both direct asks from NUS Scotland and others, and they address a different set of issues. International students who come to Scotland to study are crucial to our HE sector. They are also important and valued members of our communities. And yet they are often the targets of unfair practices, like demands for several months' rent deposit in advance, or the requirement for a guarantor, which, given many won't have a network of support or family in Scotland, places many suitable properties way, way beyond their reach. 220 simply asks for a review of the deposits that international students are required to pay. Nothing more. Yes.
Fergus Ewing.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. I wonder what the member would say to my constituent who wrote to me this week, saying that she has one flat, a tenant who hasn't paid rent for 6 months of £3,150. She's incurred mortgage and maintenance payments of nearly £2,000. She's proceeded to the first tribunal process, and by the time that is settled, with a backlog of over 3 months, the arrears are likely to be £4,800. This is not a rich person, this is an ordinary person. What advice would the Green Party give to people like that? And how can they be expected to continue to rent out properties if this is the treatment that they must suffer in Scotland?
Maggie Chapman.
Can I thank the member for that intervention, maybe? But I think what's quite clear is, and we will come on to later on in the bill, probably not today, but tomorrow or next week, specific comments about how to deal with such situations. What I'm talking about today is international student renters, and the fact that the member seeks to derail what I'm talking about, and the group of international students who are, quite frankly, left to the wolves of the private rented sector, I think speaks to his concern or lack thereof for their well-being and welfare. My amendment 220 simply asks for a review of the deposits that international students are asked for. Nothing more. I would like to have gone further, and I did go further at stage 2, to restrict the deposit demand possible. But this is, I thought, a middle ground, and I would hope that the Scottish Government recognises the value of having the information that such a review would provide. Amendment 222 requires the establishment of a guarantor for international students. We know that the vast majority of students pay their rents on time. It is not fair that a section of the student population has limited access to guarantors simply because they are not from here. We can and should be doing better to support our international students in Scotland. Presiding Officer, I'll let Ross Greer and others speak to their amendments in this group, but my final comment will be that we will not support amendments that remove students from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Edward Mountain to speak to Amendment 179 and other amendments in the group. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And before I start this debate, and I will remind the Chamber every time that we discuss this, of my declaration of interest, and to be perfectly clear, and so there's no dubiety, I do let houses under PRTs, they're long-term lets. I also give houses to employees as part of their employment contract. And I've been in the industry of letting houses for over 30 years. I've let houses under the 98 legislation, 2006, 2010, 2014. I'm a qualified surveyor, and I've let houses prior to coming into the Parliament on behalf of clients. So I believe I come here with some experience. So my amendments, I'm going to talk to start with amendments 179 to 191 and 258, which is a technical amendment, is to enable students to query their rents. We all know, and for those of us that have had children that go through university, the rent for the accommodation that they pay is a huge burden on them, and one that they will take through to later life. And therefore my amendment, on the request of various student bodies who approach me, was to try and give some checks and controls on these rents that are set in set student accommodation, which is why I wanted to bring them back. And I know, and the Cabinet Secretary was right, I did try and push these, or these were pushed on my behalf at stage 2, but I wanted to bring them back because I wanted to make sure that students understood, that this Parliament understood the pressure that they face with the rents they are charged as a result of being at university. So these amendments are attempting to do that. Probing amendments, maybe, but I do have the support of the students regarding this. Now, I'd also like to talk about Amendment 221, which is about deposits for non-domiciled students. Now, I don't take the point that Cabinet Secretary made that it was discriminatory. I mean, the fact that they're charged greater fees than anyone else, that may be viewed as discriminatory. But this is a way to try and help those students get accommodation for the simple reason that being a guarantor for somebody is a very difficult and onerous condition to take on. And it's very difficult for landlords to accept guarantors if they're out with the country. My aim of this amendment was to try and make it easier for non-domiciled students to get a flat by putting more of the rent up front. It would give the landlord more confidence, and it would mean that they wouldn't have to rely on trying to find a guarantor. So I would ask the Cabinet Secretary to consider that carefully, because it's meant to work in the favour of students, not work against them. Now, I have to say, when it comes to Maggie Chapman's amendment, having been in the industry for 30 years, I take grave exception to the characterisation that she makes as a generality of landlords. That's not my view of landlords. Maybe it's just that I work in the Highlands of Scotland and in more rural areas, but landlords are not out to make life difficult for tenants. In fact, long-term tenants for landlords are much better than short-term tenants. And I think that her characterisation does the industry a vast injustice. I would point out to Maggie Chapman that I think there are some 300,000 let properties across Scotland. And if you demonise all the landlords and you get rid of all that accommodation, it will just exasperate the housing crisis that we face in Scotland. I would, of course, take an intervention, Presiding Officer, from Ms Chapman.
Maggie Chapman.
I thank Edward Mountain for taking my intervention. Can I ask Edward Mountain what he thinks happens to properties if a landlord sells a property because they no longer wish to continue being a landlord? Does he not accept that that property is then available for other people to live in?
Well, it's a wonderful idea, Ms Chapman. Just come up to the Highlands and have a look round. I'm sure other members in this chamber, like Ms Forbes, would tell you that what happens to a lot of these houses that become available is they bought up as second homes, which doesn't help anyone in the local community find housing. So I don't take that as an argument. So, just moving on, I would just like to say that I'm not sure Amendment 222 of setting up a public body to act as a guarantor will be helpful. I think it may saddle that public body with a huge amount of debt. And bizarrely, I find myself in a position, without going through all the amendments, of agreeing with much of what Ross Greer suggests regarding tenants and the power to bring tenancies to an end, and model terms, and also regulations for the landlords to apply when it comes to student lets. And I look forward to him talking about those, because I think we're both, in a different way perhaps, trying to protect students and make sure they find getting accommodation easy in Scotland. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 105 and other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'd like to start by thanking the Cabinet Secretary for her indication that the Government will support amendments in my name 105 and 116, which create regulation to set out the circumstances in which students in residential tenancies can terminate their lease. Amendment 105, for the benefit of the Chamber, would add a new section to the bill, giving a power to Scottish ministers to set out in regulations a process for tenants in student residential tenancies to terminate their tenancy in specific circumstances and subject to specific requirements. It would require ministers to consult stakeholders before laying draft regulations, and that those regulations would be subject to the affirmative procedure. I brought these amendments because students have spoken of significant challenges with notice periods in certain circumstances, and in some cases they encounter substantial barriers to ending their tenancy early. For example, students who are on an interruption of study do not have the choice to end their lease without incurring costs or being required to find a replacement student. The same is the case for students who withdraw from their studies. For this reason, I'd welcome Parliament's support for Amendment 105 and Amendment 116, which is a consequential amendment to 105, which would amend Section 52 of the Bill to provide that regulations under the power conferred by Amendment 105 on termination of student tenancies would be subject to affirmative procedure, and I'd welcome Parliament's support for both of those amendments. Turning now to my amendments on a strategy for purpose-built student accommodation, Amendment 370. Amendment 370 would require local authorities to take account of the needs of students when preparing their local strategies. It would also place a duty on Scottish ministers to issue guidance to local authorities on the development of strategies for purpose-built student accommodation, a call supported by NUS Scotland in a motion to their conference in as far back as 2021. The guidance may include aims for the ratio of student residential tenancies to other types of tenancy, views on the role of purpose-built student accommodation within the available housing stock, approaches to engaging with landlords and tenants of student residential tenancies in decision-making, and advice on how to collect data on student residential tenancies to support decision-making. In preparing the guidance, the amendment would require ministers to consult higher education institutions, local authorities, those who represent the interests of residents who are not students, and also students' associations. Since 2015, I said earlier to the Cabinet Secretary that purpose-built student accommodations have made up 28% of approvals for accommodation across Glasgow alone. That is in spite of the fact that students make up only 18.5% of the city's population. Students and residents across all areas, cities and regions in Scotland need accommodation. However, not all students want purpose-built student accommodation, and residents need a wide range of affordable housing options available to them. The purpose of this amendment is to ensure that a more strategic approach is taken to the provision of different housing tenures in local authority areas. I'm disappointed, I have to say, to hear that the Cabinet Secretary doesn't think intervention is necessary in this space. NUS believe a strategy is needed, and local residents believe it is necessary. Without one, we could do students and others in our communities out of the service of government to provide appropriate housing for the needs of all of Scotland's people, and to take a strategic approach to doing so at a local level. So I'd ask members to support this amendment in my name, and ask the government to kindly reconsider their position when it comes to making a decision on that amendment. I turn now to my final amendment in this group, Amendment 371. Amendment 371 would require Scottish ministers to prepare a purpose-built student accommodation charter within 12 months of this Act coming into force. The charter would set out a summary of the purpose of purpose-built student accommodation, the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants under a student residential tenancy, and the process for dispute resolution between landlords and tenants under the student residential tenancy. The charter may also include, it says, standards and outcomes which landlords should aim to achieve. In preparing the charter, Scottish ministers must consult higher education institutions, local authorities, those who represent the interests of residents who are not students, and, of course, student associations. Presiding Officer, the need for this has been made clear to me and others across the Chamber, including from students and NUS Scotland, who argue, and I agree, that students can find it difficult at times to address damage, mould, pests, etc., and to get support when they need to address these issues. Many students find it difficult to individually challenge them. It's crucial, therefore, that the Government recognise the importance of all students having access to the best level of support to ensure that they have somewhere safe, comfortable, affordable and accessible to live whilst they study. And, Presiding Officer, this is why I brought these amendments. At stage 2, the Cabinet Secretary said that the Purpose-Built Student Accommodation Review Group was making specific recommendations on the development of a model, terms and conditions for the sector to support improvements in consistency of the rights that students can expect all providers to have, and that work is underway in the sector to implement that recommendation by developing tenancy agreements alongside a model complaints procedure I welcome all of this work, and I'd be grateful for the government if they could involve us and include us in the development as it goes forth, as the Cabinet Secretary has set out. I also welcome the work that the Cabinet Secretary set out on the code, which of course NUS and others support. However, I have to say I disagree with the comments that action is not needed. Indeed, not all accommodation providers adhere to the code. That alone implies that action is in fact needed. And I've often wondered about the view when ministers say it's already happening, so we don't need to legislate. Well, surely this simply means that it is indeed implementable, and that putting it on a statutory footing can do nothing other than reassure. And so I'd ask the Government to again rethink its position on this particular amendment, to reassure students and indeed the developers and providers, most of whom are doing the right thing, that the Government is on their side. My amendment would build on this ongoing work, would provide in legislation a statutory responsibility for the Charter to reaffirm these protections that good practice providers already do, and that students who are not lucky enough to live in those places have need, and I hope that members can support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Graeme Simpson to speak to Amendment 239 and other amendments in the group. Mr Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've just got one amendment in this group, and that's 239. At the moment, councils don't have to factor in the needs of students when producing local housing strategies. They don't have to mention student housing at all, and I think that's a rather bizarre situation. I propose that we rectify that at stage 2, but agree to hold off from pressing an amendment then. The then Cabinet Secretary said she would work with me on this issue, and I've discussed it with the current Cabinet Secretary, and she sympathises, but that's not translated into out-and-out support, because she sympathises with a number of my other amendments, but can't quite bring herself to back them. This amendment is an easy fix that means councils can't overlook the needs of students when writing their housing strategies, and I will be pressing it. And Pam Duncan-Glancy, as we've heard, builds on this in her Amendment 370 with a call for guidance on those strategies, and she has my support on that, as she often does, and I'll also be supporting her other amendments in this group. So can I turn to some of the other amendments in the group? Maggie Chapman raised the issue of deposits for foreign students and calls for a review. Now, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me. This was an issue that we debated at some length at stage 2. It's definitely an issue that needs to be tackled. Now, she also calls for the Scottish Government to set up a guarantors scheme. I just wonder about the cost of that. I did have sympathy with it, but one of the advantages of being in my current position is that I can change my mind during debates, and as I have already, so I'll probably not be supporting that one. I was struck by the comments of Mr Mountain, Edward Mountain. He also raised the issue of guarantors and proposed a scheme where landlords could sort of increase the level of deposit. That seems to me to be a neat solution, one that shouldn't be dismissed out of hand, so I'll be supporting that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. I now call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 372 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As mentioned already, Amendments 372 and 388 have been covered, so I won't press those. Amendment 373 and the consequential 389 mandate that ministers simply publish a model terms and conditions document for student tenancies covering both private and institutional providers. It also empowers ministers to make this model T's and C's binding at a later date via regulation if they think that's necessary. Because let's be honest, there's little point in a very good quality document being produced and then disappearing onto gov.scot/publications because it's not enforceable, and those who want to forget it simply decide to do so. Voluntary guidance will be followed by the providers who are already providing a good service. The Cabinet Secretary referred to Unipol guidance. That is a voluntary accreditation scheme for PBSA providers. By definition, if a provider is not interested in good practice, they won't get accreditation and they're not bound by that guidance. Those those who don't will need to be compelled to meet the standards that we expect of them. So ministers should retain the option of doing so. My amendment doesn't require ministers to do that. It simply gives them a regulation-making power, because if for no other reason, that in and of itself, the threat of a potential regulation being made would be an incentive for providers to comply now on a voluntary basis. The Cabinet Secretary hasn't given Parliament a reason to vote against this amendment. She's argued that work is already underway. I'm glad about that. This amendment would ensure that that work has its desired effect. It does three things. It ensures that the work must be completed and the document published. It specifies that it should address affordability, and it gives ministers the power to put that model on a statutory basis in the future if they believe that is necessary. It would make that model comparable to the existing model tenancy agreement that we already have, that Parliament agreed to years ago for the private rental sector. If nothing else, retaining that option, as I said, should push these providers to accept these standards on a voluntary basis. And the Cabinet Secretary has not explained yet why the Government believes a voluntary code is sufficient. Indeed, she acknowledged that many PBSA providers don't sign up to the existing voluntary standards. A majority do, but far from all. So writing guidance for those who are already providing accommodation at a high standard seems to me like a bit of a pointless exercise. Some of the biggest providers, Vita, Student Roost, IQ, they're not signed up to Unipol, at least as far as Unipol's own website goes. So my question then is, why does a Vita tenant deserve less protection than a Unite Students tenant? Recognising that the biggest issue for student tenants is the cost, as evidenced by the campaigning on this by the NUS and student unions across Scotland, the amendment, as I said, mandates that affordability be reflected in this model terms and conditions. It doesn't specify how. Doing that in primary legislation would be too restrictive. This is an ongoing exercise. It simply says that that is one of the points that needs to be covered. I think we can all acknowledge that the likely outcome of these Stage 3 proceedings will be that PBSAs are not covered by the general rent control provisions. This is an alternative way to tackle the issue of extortionate costs in this sector, something that all parties have already acknowledged. And it comes from a frustration about the pace of delivery on reform for student tenancies. But crucially, it also delivers on a recommendation of the PBSA review group. This amendment is the best of both. It lets that ongoing work continue while retaining the power to go further in future if that is required. So I'm disappointed that the Cabinet Secretary is opposing it without specifying why she believes voluntary guidance is sufficient when we already have voluntary guidance and it has proven insufficient. That's why we're engaged in this exercise right now. So I would urge Parliament to support 373. It doesn't mandate anything beyond what's already happening. It just gives us the option of returning to it and enforcing the guidance that's going to be produced anyway if providers don't adhere to it on a voluntary basis. Amendment 374 and its consequential 390 deliver on another recommendation of the PBSA review group, recognising that a lot of student tenants feel unable to have their concerns and issues reliably addressed by their providers. They're often just simply ignored or left in limbo for months on end with little option for redress or resolution. So in a similar approach to the model terms and conditions, this amendment would require ministers to publish a model complaints procedure, i.e. the one that is already being progressed, as the Cabinet Secretary acknowledged, and it would give ministers the optional power to make compliance binding at a later date. All these amendments would require ministers to do is what they've already committed to. It would simply then give them the option of taking further action at a later point if that is necessary. A model terms and conditions and a model complaints procedure are being produced. So let's give ourselves the option of ensuring that they are actually enforced in future. That's why I'll be pressing those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Now call briefly Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I want to discuss the issue of drawing purpose-built student accommodation into the rent control measures. I was a member of, I attended the committee when this was being discussed, and it was an example of how importantly clear communications from government ministers is absolutely essential to have confidence of the committee to avoid frustration that leads to decisions that are made that have a knock-on effect not only on the purpose-built student accommodation sector but also on the wider housing sector. And I'm glad that the Minister today has given absolute clarity, as did her predecessor, about what the government policy is on purpose-built student accommodation, because the trust in the government on housing was slowly being restored after quite a few rocky years. And this did knock the confidence of the sector, not just PBSA sector, but also the wider housing sector, in the direction of travel of not only the government, but also the Parliament. And having clarity and trust is essential if people who are planning to invest follow through on those investment decisions. And we saw overnight a decision by investors to put projects on hold as a result of that one vote in the committee that very day. So I'm pleased we've got clarity today that we shouldn't put purpose-built student accommodation within rent controls, because that sector is very different. It's institutionally managed, it's purpose-built, it's got wraparound services, enhanced safety and security. It's all very different. And the one thing that I've been very clear on throughout this discussion of the housing bill is that we can have the best standards in the world, but if we don't have people to build the houses, we won't have houses for people to live in. And that, not just now, just when we finish this point, because we just have to cast our mind back a couple of years ago when there was a crisis in student accommodation. I had people in St Andrews who were living in Dundee. People in Glasgow were unable to get a home near the university institution. We cannot afford to go back there. We cannot do this by ourselves. We must have the support of the private sector as well as the state providers of accommodation if we're going to deal with this housing emergency. And that's why I am in favour of having a regime that builds confidence in investors but has good standards as well for those tenants, whether they're students or private tenants as well. I'll take the intervention.
I'm grateful to Mr Rennie for taking the intervention. As I've acknowledged already, clearly Graeme Simpson's Stage 2 amendment is going to be undone by majority today. But given Mr Rennie's last point there, can I ask him, how do the Liberal Democrats believe we can address affordability in the PBSA sector? And does he believe, like the Cabinet Secretary seems to, that we can do it on a voluntary basis, despite the fact that that's the approach we've been taking up until now that's led us to this point of unaffordability?
Willie Rennie.
I don't think the voluntary scheme has been scrutinised effectively, and actually I think the one thing that the Graeme Simpson's amendment has done is brought greater focus from the government to try and get the sector into a better position. But the one thing we must do is increase supply to deal with the price, because fundamentally we've seen with rent controls the adverse effect that that can have on the supply of housing in the wider sector, not just within students. So I'm not in favour of having a rent control regime for purpose-built student accommodation, because we know the very side effects that I've just set out today. So we'll be supporting the government amendments. We'll also be supporting Pam Duncan-Glancy in 105 and 116, but we're not in favour of the other amendments.
Thank you. Now call on the Cabinet Secretary to wind up.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In the interest of time, I will be brief. I would firstly just associate myself with Willie Rennie's contribution, and in particular the balance that he is seeking to strike between investment and actions to support tenants and affordability. I agree with him entirely on that. I'm pleased to hear that members across the chamber are also going to support Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments. These are a big step forward to facilitate the opportunity to end a tenancy in certain circumstances. Edward Mountain asked me to comment again on his 221. I'm afraid that if we extend or increase the maximum deposit, it could just make it more difficult for those who are seeking to satisfy a landlord's deposit requirements, despite the fact that I understand his intention was to make it easier. And in respect of Ross Greer's comments, I have spoken to the fact that there is expert-led work that is well advanced, and I don't require the rigidity of primary legislation to make this work. I just invite him and others to work with me on it. So I would just urge members to support my amendments, which are absolutely essential to take a very flawed amendment from Stage 2 out of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 123 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division, and There will be a brief pause to allow members to a 5-minute pause to allow members to log in to the digital voting. Okay, and we will resume. The question is that Amendment 123 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Jenny Goldruth.
My app would not connect, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Goldruth. I'll make sure that is recorded. Point of order, First Minister.
I'd just like to check, President Officer, that I voted yes, but my app does not seem to be recording that. Right, that's okay. Sorry, there's no. Thank you.
I can confirm that your vote was recorded. And the result of the vote on Amendment 123 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 101, no 9. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Call Amendment 124 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Already debated with Amendment 123. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
The question is that Amendment 124 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Jackie Bailey.
My app didn't refresh. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote, Amendment 124 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 103, no 8. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. We move to Group 2, rent conditions and designation of rent control areas. Call Amendment 125 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, group with other amendments shown in the groupings. I would point out that if Amendment 136 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 62 and Amendment 137 in the group student tenancies and accommodation as a result of a preemption. And also if Amendment 64 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 270 similarly for preemption reasons. I call the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 125 and speak to the other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move 125, which in my name addresses concerns about amendments that were agreed at stage 2, which require that where a local authority recommends that an area be designated as a rent control area, that area must be specified by reference to the street or ward, in addition to the existing requirement to delineate the boundary of the area on a plan. Now, I note the committee's support for that amendment, and I recognise the importance of the intention behind it, being to ensure that rent control areas are clearly defined. However, I am concerned that the current wording limits local authorities' flexibility to set boundaries in a way that best reflects local circumstances. So to address this, I have brought forward Amendment 125, which enables a local authority, where it considers appropriate, to specify the area by reference to a street, ward or appropriate boundary. I believe this approach retains the intent of stage 2 while providing essential flexibility to councils. Amendments 126 and 127 in the name of Edward Mountain would require local authorities to submit a report where they have voluntarily undertaken an interim assessment under Section 3.2 and to do that within 3 months. Where Scottish Ministers have directed the local authority to carry out an interim assessment, this would require it to be submitted as soon as reasonably practicable, but no later than 3 months after the direction. Carrying out an assessment under Section 3.2 is entirely at the discretion of the local authority, and there is no timescale provided for completion. In terms of interim assessment carried out after directed by ministers, I think it would be very unhelpful to add such a restricted timeframe to local authorities, as it's likely to severely hinder their ability to carry out a thorough and robust process, something which I think we would all agree is essential to the proper functioning of the rent control process. As such, I can't support these amendments because I think they undermine robust assessment and reporting. Likewise, Amendment 128 in Edward Mountain's name would require ministers to consider a report from local authorities within 3 months of receipt. Whilst I agree for the need to avoid unnecessary delays in reporting, it's likely that the reporting by local authorities, which will happen on a cyclical basis, will result in the bulk of reports being received simultaneously. And it's essential that each report is scrutinised carefully to ensure that any decision to implement rent controls is clearly evidenced as being necessary and based on local data. So imposing a time limit of 3 months, particularly if all reports are received at the same time, is not a measured approach and one that I would wish to see. And as such, I can't support this amendment. Amendments 129 and 130, again by Edward Mountain, would remove the ability of ministers to specify the timing for the assessment and report when directing a local authority to carry out further assessment. Instead, they would have to submit this within 3 months. This will create, again, an unnecessary restriction, because if assessment reports contain insufficient detail for ministers to make that important, informed decision about the need for rent controls, or if we're given insufficient time to scrutinise reports, this could impact on our ability to conduct rent controls and to conduct them well. So that must be rejected. Amendment 131 in my name addresses concerns around amendments agreed at stage 2, which modified the requirement on ministers to consult before issuing guidance to local authorities on carrying out assessments of rental conditions in their area. This required ministers to consult, and I quote, persons who appear to them to understand the impact of rent increases on rural areas. Now, as a rural MSP, I recognise that circumstances in rural areas often are very different from other parts of Scotland. However, I do have concerns about this wording, because as currently drafted, the provision would be interpreted as requiring ministers to consult every person who understands the impact of rent increases on rural interests, which is clearly completely impractical. It's also not clear how these persons would be identified. It would be more extensive than, for example, the consultation that's required with other groups, such as landlords and tenants, where the requirement is to consult those who we consider to represent the interests of the group. I've therefore brought Amendment 131, which makes it clear that consultation is required with those who represent the interests of rural stakeholders. Amendment 132 in my name relates to an amendment we supported in principle at stage 2, requiring ministers to issue guidance to local authorities about reports to be prepared following their assessment of local rent conditions. This was on the basis that we would seek to amend this duty at stage 3 to allow time for consultation before any such guidance is issued. And for that reason, I've brought forward Amendment 132, which sets a deadline of 9 months for issuing this guidance, beginning with the date on which the relevant provision comes into force. I'm content that this meets the intention of the Stage 2 amendment, whilst allowing that crucial time for consultation and engagement with local authorities. Moving to Amendment 133 in my name, this addresses concerns around amendments at Stage 2 that would require Scottish ministers to include in guidance to local authorities eligible reasons for recommending rent control when reporting on their conditions. Now, I agree that there is a need for clear guidance for local authorities to make their assessments and recommendations, not least to ensure a consistent approach across Scotland. And I do recognise why the committee voted in support of this at Stage 2. However, local authorities may be reluctant to recommend rent control where their reasons for doing so don't align with the eligible reasons that we would have to set out in guidance under this amendment. There is therefore a risk that this could inadvertently impact on the ability to impose rent control well where it is needed to protect tenants. It would unnecessarily fetter the discretion of the local authority, who are ultimately best placed to determine these matters. So, as we set out at stage 2, an exhaustive list would be restrictive and would not support consideration of vital local factors. And I've therefore brought Amendment 133. Moving to Amendment 134, this will provide that guidance issued under Section 7(1) may include provision about the reasons for recommending the designation of an area for rent control. And again, as compared with before, this is quite different from requiring the eligible criteria, which could be restrictive. Amendment 135 from Edward Mountain would require reports by ministers on proposals for rent control to include detailed reasons for their decisions, rather than just reasons. This doesn't create any meaningful duty on ministers beyond what's already in the bill. Oh, sorry. Apologies, Presiding Officer. I thought Mr Mountain was making an intervention.
Officer, would you take I wonder if the Minister would take an intervention.
Well, that's what was happening before.
Edward Mountain.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It does actually mean something detailed. It certainly means something to people outside the Parliament. So I'm not quite sure why the Government would object to the word detailed instead of having nothing in there at all. Maybe if I'd put in it flimsy beforehand, you'd object to that as well.
Always through the Chair. Cabinet Secretary.
Sorry.
I certainly would reject flimsy as well as detailed. It doesn't have any legal application. All reasons specified in law have to be detailed, and therefore it needs to be rejected on that basis. My amendments 60 to 62, they address concerns with amendments agreed at stage 2, which removed ministers' discretion to designate rent control areas, instead requiring designation where that is what's recommended by a local authority. Now, this change could lead to unintended consequences, as it would oblige ministers to lay regulations to designate rent control areas, even where evidence does not support the need for this, or where it may be disproportionate. I don't think that this fits well with the evidence-led approach in the bill at introduction. These amendments are, I believe, necessary to ensure that rent control is only introduced where it's necessary and proportionate to do so. And I'll take Ms Chapman.
Maggie Chapman.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking my intervention. The changes that were made at stage 2 don't require ministers to make regulations for rent control without any other checks. They are quite clearly stipulated in Section 1A, checks to allow the ministers to say, actually, no, these aren't proportionate, these aren't appropriate. The protections are there. I don't understand, given the protections are there, to give ministers that power, why the Cabinet Secretary is trying to overrule the will of the committee at stage 2 in this way.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I can absolutely assure Ms Chapman I am in no way trying to overrule the committee's intentions. All I am trying to do is reinstate ministerial discretion as it applies in the normal way in these circumstances, just to assure Ms Chapman that the formulation of the amendment as it stands would require that ministers were obliged to implement the recommendation from the local authorities, rather than receiving the recommendation from local authorities and applying our discretion on the application of it or not. So it's for these reasons that I brought Amendment 60 to 62 to reinstate that discretion, which is simply bringing us into line with the normal way and the appropriate checks and balances that normally operate. Amendment 136, in the name of Maggie Chapman, would remove the requirement that rent control can only be designated where it's necessary and proportionate to do so. And I'm clear that we really must only designate an area for rent control if the evidence shows that it's necessary, if the evidence shows that it's proportionate, and crucially in those local circumstances. So I'm not sure on what other basis we could make a decision, and I therefore can't support this amendment. Amendment 63 in my name addresses concerns around an amendment which was agreed at stage 2 that provides that an amount specified, quote, under regulations in section 9(1), which was related to the setting of the rent cap, must be calculated by reference to the quality, state of repair and energy efficiency of a property. And I acknowledge the concerns around these factors which were raised by a number of members during discussion. I firstly want to be clear that we are committed to tackling disrepair in housing, and we are continuing to drive a culture in which good maintenance is non-negotiable. A number of measures to tackle poor quality properties in the private rented sector, including through the requirements set out in the repairing standard, are already in place under separate legislation. However, I strongly believe that those in the private rented sector should be afforded the protection of Awab's law. That's why I committed to bringing Awab's law into force across the whole of the rented sector from March next year, starting with damp and mould, subject of course to Parliament's agreement. Returning to the powers in Section 9 of the Bill, the Committee agreed our suite of Stage 2 amendments which set out a uniform fixed rent cap to apply to all rent control areas. This was brought forward in response to calls for greater certainty on how rent controls will be implemented. As part of this suite of amendments, the references to, I quote, an amount specified in regulations were removed from Section 9. For the avoidance of confusion, I have therefore brought forward Amendment 63 to remove this obsolete reference which resulted from the Stage 2 process. Getting there, Presiding Officer. Turning to Amendment 270 in Mark Griffin's name, an amendment was agreed at Stage 2 which provides a definition of, quote, rent payable that excludes utility charges from being considered as part of the rent in relation to some of the rent control provisions in the bill. Amendment 270 in Mr Griffin's name would now expand the list of exclusions in this definition to include amounts payable for broadband or district heating. Now, I do appreciate the concerns that were raised at Stage 2 about the collection of accurate data and what may be included as part of the rent for a property in order to facilitate that fair comparison of rents across the PRS. And I think this is what led members to support this amendment. However, firstly, the committee agreed our Stage 2 amendments to Section 15, which as amended now allows local authorities or the ministers to collect specific information on whether the rent payable for a property includes any costs associated with the property, what these costs are, and do all of that as part of their data gathering on rents. Secondly, the effect of, and I think this is the point that I expect will resonate with Mark Griffin because I'm sure this wasn't his intention, but the effect of excluding utilities from the definition in this part of the bill, it has the potential to create confusion in the sector because the definition inserted at Stage 2 would create a distinction between the definition of rent payable for the purposes of designating rent control on the one hand and for the definition for the operation of rent control on the other. And importantly, this would also allow any unscrupulous landlord to increase such costs for those utilities at any time and to any level out with the protections that would otherwise be afforded if it was part of the definition of rent. And I'm sure that's not what he would intend, and I'll take Megan Gallagher's intervention.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. In many rural properties, landlords supply these services via private infrastructure with no alternative provider within the area, so utility costs are often included as part of the rental charge. I think there needs to be fairness when we're looking at geography, so can the Cabinet Secretary understand that not every area will be the same, and this is why these issues have been brought to Parliament in order to create that fairness within the sector?
Cabinet Secretary.
I absolutely understand the point that Megan Gallagher puts to me, and it's something that I discussed with Scottish Land and Estates before Stage 3. And despite agreeing and understanding the different nature of the situation in rural and urban Scotland, I can't have a situation where we have a differing definition between rent payable for the designation of rent control and operation of rent control on the other hand, and I can't have a situation where utilities are taken out with the definition of rent payable and therefore can be increased out with the protections that would otherwise be afforded to the tenants. But I do commit to continuing to work with Scottish Lands and Estates and others on the nuances there. But for all the reasons I've set out, I have brought Amendment 64 to remove this confusing definition at Stage 2 so that the operation is seamless and there is continuity between definitions. And for all these reasons, I would urge members to support my amendments in this group, which I move, and to reject the amendments in the name of Edward Mountain, Maggie Chapman and Mark Griffin. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Edward Mountain to speak to Amendment 126 and other amendments in the group. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I'm just going to state on the record at the outset, and I'm sure it won't surprise anyone, that I don't like rent control areas. I think they're a blunt instrument to achieving an aim. Now, my amendments 126 to 130 were to try and get people to get a move on when they were detailing out and making reports. I don't believe 3 months is too tight a timescale. In the real world, people provide reports in much quicker period than that. and therefore I think it's unfair just to say 3 months is too quick as a reason and excuse councils and the government from making decisions in that period. Now, the reason why I say that is that every month there is some dubiety. It causes problems within the rented sector and causes problems with tenants and landlords and could cause disagreement. That's why I wanted the process to be done in 3 months. I would also just maybe draw attention to the Cabinet Secretary. There may be no legal definition of detailed that she's prepared to accept, but it says in the Oxford Dictionary, which I think is always a good place to start, having many details or facts and showing attention to detail. That's what I was asking for in the report, not a big ask. I'm slightly disappointed that the Cabinet Secretary doesn't think that's a useful addition to the points that she'd made. Now, I have to say Amendments 60, 61 and 62 from the Cabinet Secretary are of concern to me, because it takes away the power from local authorities and invests it into the government. I mean, I'm not sure that that's democracy at a local level. I'm disappointed with the Cabinet Secretary moving Amendment 63. Amendment 63, let's be clear, removed an amendment that I moved at stage 2 and was accepted by the government at the committee when it was discussed. And that was to take into account the quality and state of repair of energy efficiency of a property. There is no doubt in my mind that properties that have very high standards of insulation have the highest quality furnishings, and within that property would demand a different rent to a property that did not. And therefore, it seems entirely appropriate that Amendment 63 was agreed by the committee that considered this in great detail, and it's disappointing that the government now seems to be thinks it's appropriate to wade in. Amendment 64, I'm disappointed again with the Cabinet Secretary on this, which removes the definition of rent. And I take it for the point that Megan Gallagher, presiding officer, made the point about district heating and heating infrastructure. It's not just that, of course, Cabinet Secretary. A lot of private rental properties in the rural communities have private water supplies, which are incredibly onerous to make sure that they're checked each year and maintained. And they may also have private sewage supplies. Now, if you are on those, Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure you'll know that they don't appear on your council tax bill. So therefore it seems right and proper that the landlord should charge the equivalent amount, should they so choose, as Scottish Water do, for maintaining those adequate and wholesome supplies that we're all after them providing. And I was disappointed that by removing what was defined as rent, could mean that the rent for a property which included those would be considered to be too high. I think that's a mistake, Cabinet Secretary, and I would urge you to reflect on that. And I also have looked carefully, for the same reason, at Mark Griffin's Amendment 270, which extends exclusions for rent payable to include broadband and district heating, which I think is a sensible amendment, Cabinet Secretary, for a lot of reasons that I've just given, and I hope you'll support his and mine and leave my amendment in and not move your amendment, because it seeks to squash the committee's considered decision at stage 2. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I now call Maggie Chapman to speak to Amendment 136 and other amendments in the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And Edward Mountain will be quite surprised to hear that I actually agree with virtually everything he said. Not quite all, but nearly everything, and we'll be supporting his amendments in this group. At stage 2, I was very pleased to get the committee's support to strengthen local democratic decision-making on rent controls. As a result, Section 9, as it currently stands, obliges Scottish Government to introduce rent controls where a local authority has submitted a valid application for one. Before, they could simply refuse to produce the secondary legislation to introduce a rent control area. My Amendment 136 in this group does some tidying up after this welcome change. It removes the ability of the Scottish Government to veto a rent control area application on the grounds that it's neither necessary or proportionate. But let me be clear, this does not prevent an inappropriate rent control area application from being stopped. If the Parliament is not convinced an application is necessary or proportionate, or that it is inappropriate for any other reason, then the Section 1A I amended in at stage 2 allows it to refuse. But crucially, it takes it out of the hands of a minister. It respects the rights of local authorities and respects the rights of the Scottish Parliament to oversee crucial policy decisions. The Scottish Government's Amendment 60 to 62 to remove my amendments at stage 2 is deeply troubling. Firstly, it goes back on a fairly well-established principle, I think, that the Scottish Government accepts the will of committees and of Parliament in this way. This new approach was voted through at stage 2. The legislation team has certified that the amendment then and remains technically competent. There is absolutely no reason to reverse this other than the Scottish Government does not want to give that power to local authorities. Secondly, an absolute right of veto violates the Verity House Agreement the Scottish Government is a signatory to. This agreement says the powers held by local authorities shall normally be full and exclusive. They may not be undermined or limited by another central or regional authority. Why should local councils think the agreement is worth the paper it's written on if the Scottish Government wishes to give itself a veto over one of the most important new powers for local governments in many years? I urge the Cabinet Secretary to reconsider, and I ask her to reflect on the words she used in her own remarks in Group 1 earlier this afternoon, when she talked about rent control areas needing to be locally led. Let local authorities lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. And I now call Mark Griffin to speak to Amendment 270 and other amendments in the group. Mr Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm speaking here in support of my Amendment 270, which will allow broadband and district heating schemes to be included in the list of services that may be supplied privately where there is no publicly available infrastructure. Now, recognising these essential services in legislation will encourage the development of more district heating networks, supporting our energy efficiency and decarbonisation goals. Future-proof the legislation for a time where heat networks become commonplace, ensuring that any charges are clearly identified and kept separate from rent, bring clarity and consistency to how privately provided essential services are treated, especially and crucially in rural and off-grid areas where public provision is often lacking, and provide greater transparency for tenants in both service provision and in costs. Now, I'm supportive of the principle of rent control, especially given the background of ever-increasing rents and the urgent need to protect tenants. But for those rent controls to be effective and workable, it's absolutely vital that we say rent is clearly defined as rent only, with essential utilities and services like broadband and district heating identified and charged separately where appropriate. Now, this approach ensures that tenants are not paying for hidden or bundled costs, and that the system is transparent and fair for everyone. Attempts to repeal the amendment that clarified this definition risk undermining the clarity and fairness that tenants deserve. We also can't afford to lose much-needed homes from the sector, particularly in rural Scotland at this time of a housing emergency, and that's why I've tabled this to ensure that the amendment passed at stage 2 is now future-proofed to include the wider definitions of district heating and broadband, and ask members to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Griffin. And I call Megan Gallagher.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. If I may speak to a couple of amendments in this grouping. Similar to my colleague Edward Mountain, I am concerned about Amendments 60 and 61 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, and that falls in relation to the need for scrutiny, given the unpredictable nature of rent controls and what we have seen happen right across the country in relation to the loss of investment when rent controls have been placed in certain areas. I absolutely understand the point that Maggie Chapman is trying to make about local authorities and localism, local authorities being able to make decisions what's right in their own area. However, this is a decision that's going to impact whether more homes are built right across the country, and I think that's something that we as MSPs should be kept up to date on and will be able to scrutinise. However, it seems that the Government is going to attempt to remove that from the bill this afternoon. Amendment 136 in the name of Maggie Chapman. I was reassured to hear that the Cabinet Secretary Secretary would not be supporting this particular amendment. Again, I think that it is appropriate to have the definition for the requirement for rent controls to be necessary and proportionate. I do believe that that is the right terminology when we're looking at this particular area of the bill. We do need to look at the full picture when it comes to rent controls and make sure that decisions are fully evidence-based so that there are no unintended consequences on the rental market. And I do believe that if Maggie Chapman's amendment was passed today, the aims that she's trying to achieve, the opposite would actually be implemented on the back of this amendment. So I do think that we need to look at everything as a whole. Amendment 63 in the name of Mary McCallan. Again, I have raised the issue of fairness in terms of rent controls, looking at this bill and making sure that it is proportionate. Parliament has been waiting, of course, for the Heating Buildings Bill, and should extensive costs be associated with this bill, I do believe that landlords will find it harder to keep pace with rising costs, as rent increases would no longer be directly linked to improvements or specific features of their property. I have raised with the Cabinet Secretary, when we have met, the need to incentivise landlords to keep them in the housing market to ensure that we do have homes available for people to live in. I do believe that landlords have faced significant financial losses, and many, of course, as we know, have left the market due to temporary rent controls. So increased regulation and hostility towards landlords will not result in ensuring supply of homes meets demand. And when referencing this as an example, the report by the Scottish Association of Landlords revealed concerns that increasing regulation have led to a loss of more than 50,000 homes in the private rented sector. So the decisions that we make on this bill will have a direct impact on our housing market in the private rented sector. And if I may pick up on Amendment 64, and it was the intervention that the Cabinet Secretary took from me just moments ago. But again, when we're looking at Amendment 64, and going back to the argument that we've made in relation to rural properties and the comments that Edward Mountain have also made, I do believe that if we don't back the Amendment 270 in the name of Mark Griffin this evening, that we will be creating huge disparity between urban areas and rural areas when we're looking at the differences in terms of how rent is collated. And I think that would be again showing that this government is not standing up for these rural areas. So I do urge members this evening to back Amendment 270 in the name of Mark Griffin and not to support Amendment 64 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gallagher. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary to wind up.
Presiding Officer, despite the time constraints, I am going to take a bit of time to wind up on this, because there's some really important provisions in this section, and I really want to appeal to members to think very carefully about these, which I know they will. There have been decisions taken in this bill in the past which have proven to be the wrong decisions to take, and I would ask them to think very carefully, firstly in respect of 60, 61 and 62 in respect of rent control. This is an absolutely critical provision about when rent control will or will not come into play in Scotland. I first of all have to say that the application of rent control is not a power for local authorities, it's a power for Scottish ministers with parliamentary scrutiny. So Maggie Chapman's formulation of ministers having a veto over local authorities' powers, that is completely wrong. The effect of Ms Chapman's amendment would be that ministers were forced to designate a rent control area, not a small action, but forced to designate a rent control area even where we considered it to be disproportionate. And we would be in that position because a very unusual constitutional approach had been taken to the formulation of the power that was passed by Maggie Chapman at stage 2. And I would ask Maggie Chapman to consider the situation, perhaps, where a local authority is ideologically or politically against rent controls. That would prevent ministers having any say on whether rent controls were in place in that local authority. Similarly, I might ask those more sceptical about rent control to consider the effect if a council was disproportionately seeking to apply a rent control. Members who don't vote for 60, 61 and 62 will be completely taking out the Scottish Government's role in assessing the proportionality of that, and I would ask them to think extremely carefully about doing so. Yeah, I absolutely will.
Megan Gallagher.
Does this not highlight the problems with rent controls in its entirety? The fact that we're arguing whether or not it should lay with the Scottish Government, it should lay with local councils and the political make-up and political ideologies. This is showing that rent controls are going to have an impact on the sector, and regardless of which way members vote this evening, there's going to be problems with rent controls.
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm afraid there's no way of backing out of this about regardless of the way members vote. The way that members vote on this particular issue will have a considerable impact to the operation of rent controls in Scotland. They are being taken forward. They are the right thing to do where the evidence suggests it's the case in the local area, where the local authority has gathered that information and referred it to the ministers, and where ministers have made our assessment that it is proportionate to accept it. So I have to stress again the vital importance of 60, 61 and 62 being considered very carefully by members across the chamber. Similarly, with rent payable and the definition there, I have to stress again to members that the effect of not voting for 64 will be that in a rent control area, utility payments will be able to be raised, perhaps exorbitantly, by landlords out with the controls that would otherwise apply to rent. And again, members have to think very carefully about that. I will take the intervention.
Edward Mountain.
I may have jumped the gun a bit, and the Cabinet Secretary may be about to tell me that she believes that things such as private water supplies and also private drainage ought to be considered. But by taking out the definition, is she not creating more problems? Should she have not taken a sensible approach to this and defined what rent could be, what could be included in rent, rather than just saying what can't be?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think the definitions of rent are clear, and what was done at stage 2 was that they were separated. What I'm saying is we need to undo that separation, because one of the effects of that is that in a rent control area, a tenant will not be afforded protections for utilities that they would otherwise be afforded to rent. And I just ask members to think very carefully about how they vote on that question as well as 61, 60 and 62.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The question is therefore that Amendment 125 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I now call amendments 126, 127, 128, 129 and 130, all in the name of Edward Mountain and all previously debated with Amendment 125. I would invite Edward Mountain to move amendments 126 to 130 en bloc.
Sorry, I was confused by the red light coming on before you'd finished speaking, Presiding Officer. I'm sure you weren't enticing me to do that. Yes, moved en bloc, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 126 to 130? No member objects. The question is therefore that amendments 126 to 130 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. So you would vote, actually,
they're voting on all of them.
All of them. But what if you agreed to one?
Well, if they
you should have. They should have asked.
Yeah, so if you
they should. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Angus Robertson.
My apologies, I couldn't connect to the app. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 126 to 130 en bloc in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 32, no 77. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call amendments 131, 132, 133 and 134, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary and all previously debated with Amendment 125. I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move amendments 131 to 134 en bloc.
En bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 131 to 134? No member objects. The question is therefore that amendments 131 to 134 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call amendment 135 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with amendment 125. Edward Mountain, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 135 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't think I connected there. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 135 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 51, no 59. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call amendment 60 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 125. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 60 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 60 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 78, no 32. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment 61 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 125. Cabinet Secretary to move formally. Thank you. The question is that amendment 61 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 61 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 77, no 33. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment 136 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 125. I remind members that if amendment 136 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 62 and 137 by way of preemption. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 136 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. I therefore call a division, and members should cast their vote now. So if it's agreed to move, so we have to do the division on it first. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Sarah Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I tried to vote no, but it went as a yes. I just want to check my vote is recorded properly.
Ms Boyack, what I can say is that the vote will be as you vote. The record will show how you voted.
Can I clarify? I initially did that and double-checked and then did vote no, and it would not let me go from yes to no within the time of the vote. So I think that's important to log. I did actually try and vote no.
All I can say at this point, Ms Boyack, is the vote is recorded as a yes, and that is the process. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 136 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 8, no 101. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 62 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 125. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 62 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Sarah Boyack.
Thank you. I refreshed the app and it wouldn't let me vote, and I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Moya. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 62 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 78, no 32. There are no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 137 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 123. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 137 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The Parliament is agreed. No, a late no there. I would ask members to try and follow the process as we do it, or speak perhaps more loudly because I didn't hear the member to say that. The Parliament is not agreed and there will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 137 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 103. No, 0. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment 63 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 125. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 63 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Katie Clark.
I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Clark. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 63 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 58, no 51. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment 64 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 125. I remind members that if Amendment 64 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 270 by way of preemption. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 64 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 64 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 59, no 52. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. And as I had previously indicated, on the basis that that amendment has been agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 270 by way of preemption. I therefore turn to the next group, which is Group 3 on exempt properties. I call Amendment 138 in the name of Maggie Chapman, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I draw members' attention to the procedural notes on amendments in this group, as set out in the groupings. And I call on Maggie Chapman to move Amendment 138 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 138 in my name. Greens oppose exemptions from rent control. To work for renters and to work for landlords, the system needs to be simple and transparent. Adding various exemptions for different types of landlords or different types of properties will make the system excessively complicated. Many renters are already not familiar with their rights. Bringing in a system of rent controls but taking it away again for significant numbers of tenants will only add to the confusion and the problem. We do not believe that there should be wide-ranging scope for exemptions. Renters need clarity. Landlords should not be able to weasel their way out of rent controls. My amendments in this group remove exemption provisions. But if I can say just a little bit about two specific areas that I know are much talked about. Specifically, we cannot... Yes.
Willie Rennie.
I just regret some of the language that's been used in this debate about landlords and investors in properties. To use the word weasel out of a control, I think is unfortunate, because we cannot solve this housing crisis without everybody being involved, whether it's the state through councils, RSLs, charities, but also the private sector. So to describe them as weaselling out, I think is exactly the kind of problem that we've got ourselves into by deterring investment. So let's please tone down the language and respect everybody who's got a role to play in investing in properties.
Michael Chapman.
I thank Willie Rennie for his intervention. He will not be surprised to know that I disagree, and I think that the hundreds of tenants and renters and activists who were gathered outside Parliament last night would echo the concerns. Rogue landlords have got away with really poor practice for far too long. And that is why, Presiding Officer, if I can say specifically on two areas, we cannot support exemptions for build to rent. This is seen by many as a way to increase private investment in housing supply, and it's attractive to investors if they can be sure of high rental yields. However, because of that requirement for high rental yields, it tends to be high-end luxury housing, or at least priced at the higher end of the private renter sector. Such developments do not sit well with the desire for mixed communities or for an affordable element of large-scale housing developments. From a Green point of view, there is no reason, in principle, why a build-to-rent landlord should be given an exemption from rent controls. Yes.
Kevin Stewart.
I would suggest that Ms Chapman and colleagues may wish to visit some of the build-to-rent developments in the likes of Liverpool, which have been built by very socially aware companies and are mixed housing, including semi-detached and detached homes. Again, I don't think we should be painting everyone with the same brush here, and that's the kind of investment that I would welcome in Scotland.
Maggie Chapman.
I thank Kevin Stewart for that intervention. And again, we disagree. The experience that renters tell us when they are looking to rent in properties that have been supported by build-to-rent schemes, they are high-end, they are expensive, they do not sit well with that desire for mixed community living. So, from our point of view, there's no reason, in principle, why a build-to-rent landlord should be given exemption from rent control area controls. No reason, in principle, why a build-to-rent tenant should not have the same package of tenancy protections as any other tenant. This is about consistency for tenants, regardless of the type of property they live in. The argument for the exemption only holds if build-to-rent is seen as a positive form of housing development compared with other types. We do not contend that it has such a positive view across the board. We also cannot support exemptions for mid-market rent. Even so-called mid-market levels are unaffordable to many. The Scottish Government's own housing strategy identifies inconsistency with how mid-market rents actually reflect affordability. We remain concerned that investment in mid-market rent would cause it to grow at the expense of genuinely affordable homes, like in the social rented sector. This won't help us tackle the housing emergency or our homelessness crisis. Exempting mid-market rent from rent controls would only exacerbate these crises we face. We need clarity. Tenants, renters need clarity. A no exemption principle provides that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. I now call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 65 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My amendments 65 to 70 and 122 would provide the Scottish Ministers with the power to set a process by which a property is confirmed as an exempt property. The intent of this is to enable tenants to be notified about the exempt status of a property and to verify that a property is exempt from rent control. This is important to ensuring tenants are protected from attempts to circumvent any rent control measures in the bill, and it's also important for landlords to have absolute assurance on their status. Now, as part of our consultation, we asked questions about what this process might look like. My amendment would give ministers the power to set out this process in regulations once we've had the opportunity to fully consider the responses to our consultation from across the sector, and I would ask members to support these amendments. Turning to Maggie Chapman's amendments 138, 153, 154, 156, 157, 163, 164, 172, 267, 268 and 269. These amendments would together remove any possibility of properties being exempted from rent control measures in the bill, and I think Maggie Chapman has been quite clear that that was her intention. She doesn't support exemptions. To move through them, Amendment 157 would remove the power of the Scottish Ministers to define by regulations properties which are exempt, and others would variously remove references to exempt properties. Now, the removal of this property would make it impossible to exempt any private rental property from rent control, something considered key to ensuring that there can be a balanced regime of controls. Removing this power would impact on the ability of the Scottish Ministers to impose rent control at all, because we must be able to demonstrate that it can be done in a necessary and a proportionate manner that balances the property rights of landlords with protections for tenants. Amendment 164 removes references to exempt properties from modifications to the 2016 Act, determining the application of rent controls to private residential tenancies. And this substantially alters the application of rent controls so as to capture every private residential tenancy in a rent control area without exception. Now, I fully acknowledge Maggie Chapman's opposition to rent controls, but I simply cannot support these amendments. It is crucial that we carefully define the scope of our exemptions that we bring forward so that they can serve their intended purpose, balancing those rights of landlord and tenants, And this work is exactly what we will continue to do with stakeholders, refining definitions over the coming month with a view to introducing regulations, subject of course to parliamentary approval, after royal assent. At stage 2, a number of amendments have been brought forward seeking to stipulate that regulations include specific exemptions from rent control. Before I turn to other amendments in this group, I just want to confirm something which I've already set out, that it is my intention that, where appropriate, mid-market rent properties and build-to-rent properties will be exempt from rent control measures in the bill. In light of the housing emergency, it is absolutely vital that we prioritise expanding housing stock in Scotland, and exempting certain categories of properties will support supply in these areas. Our recent consultation included questions on how mid-market rent and new properties built for rent should be defined in any exemption. These are not straightforward matters. We are still considering these issues and the responses that we have received from across the sector. Yes, I will.
John Mason.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. I have quite a lot of mid-market rent in my sector and in my constituency. And constituents are contacting me about the huge amount of increase that they're facing. It's not just inflation, it's a lot more than that. How can she deal with that?
Cabinet Secretary.
I understand that within the affordable sector we have social homes, we have mid-market homes, and that rents may increase in mid-market rent. But let's remember that to a large extent this is about the social landlord using rent to drive improvements in the existing stock and expansion of stock. And I have to say that we need only look at the statistics on homelessness and the strain in supply and demand in housing in Scotland just now to know that we can't take action which is going to stifle investment in all tenures of housing across Scotland. Turning to Amendment 158 in the name of Graeme Simpson, this would require any regulations to define an exempt property to include a specific exemption for build-to-rent property as defined in the amendment. Likewise, Graeme Simpson's Amendment 159 would require any regulations to define an exempt property to include a specific exemption for properties where the rent payable is less than half the open market rent and where the landlord has incurred significant costs to improve and repair the property. Now, the drafting of this amendment would not function so as to provide a power on the Scottish Ministers to define, I quote, open market rent or, quote, significant costs for the purposes of the regulations, and it's not clear how this amendment would operate without these definitions being clearly set out. Graeme Simpson's Amendment 160 would require any regulations to define an exempt property to include a specific exemption for property which the landlord is a registered social landlord or a subsidiary of a registered social landlord. Amendment 161 in the name of Edward Mountain would require any regulations to define an exempt property to include a specific exemption for any property where there is an employee of the landlord and the rent is below the market rate. Now, there's no definition included of what's meant by market rate or how it would be determined what the market rate is, so it's unclear how this exemption would operate. It's also not clear how or why a tenant who happens to be an employee ought not to be afforded protections. However, I want to be clear, I am keen to ensure that the circumstances of individual landlords be taken into account. And as part of delivering a system of rent controls that's capable of balancing interests of tenants with landlords, the bill includes regulation-making powers to allow for rent increases above the cap where that's necessary to achieve such balance. However, like in other exemptions, it's essential that the decisions in relation to this are informed by full and open consultation, allowing all of those who may be affected by rent control to have their say. And for this reason, our recent consultation included specific questions about where landlords have consistently charged a rent that's below the market rates or has made significant improvements to the let property, as well as other questions on when a rent increase above the cap may be appropriate. Analysis of the consultation response is still ongoing. However, my view is, in principle, that I am minded to take forward the possibility of regulations that would allow for such increases where the rent has been consistently held below market rent, or where there has been investment in improvements to the quality of the rented property where this is appropriate. Further work and engagement with stakeholders will be necessary to consider the detail of where and in what circumstances such exceptions may be appropriate and how they could define, and I look forward to working with stakeholders on that. However, as I've said, it's crucial that we consider those responses and always seek to take a balanced and informed approach. Megan Gallagher's Amendment 278 would require any regulations to define an exempt property to include specific exemptions for any property for as long as works are being undertaken by the landlord to eliminate or mitigate risks connected with building materials, including cladding and rack. Now, it's not clear from this amendment as to how direct or indirect the risks to human life, as it's put, are to be measured. And I suppose it's concerning that this amendment would allow rent increases to open market rates in buildings where there's a risk to the tenant's life. It's also not clear that this would necessarily offer benefit to landlords, as the exemption would only appear to apply for the duration of any works which may not align with the point at which rent can be increased. And for these reasons, I can't support this amendment. Presiding Officer, moving on as quickly as I can, Megan Gallagher's Amendment 279 would require any regulations to define an exempt property to include specific exemptions for the duration of time the landlord is taking steps to improve the EPC rating from less than C to C or above. This would exempt from rent control properties where the landlord is taking action to improve the EPC rating. And the amendment does not specify what would constitute action to improve that rating or why it would be reasonable to exempt the property from controls for the entire duration of that action, which does not appear to be limited in any way. So it's not clear that this would necessarily offer benefit to tenant or landlord, and I can't support it. As I've set out, I believe that any exemptions should be in regulation. They should have been consulted on, and I can't support anything which does not pursue that. Finally, Edward Mountain's Amendment 162 would require Scottish ministers to lay draft regulations setting properties exempt from rent control within 6 months of the Housing Scotland Act 25 receiving royal assent. As I've said, I agree that it's vital to give certainty, and I intend to do that as soon as possible. I have already committed to bringing forward secondary legislation on these matters at the earliest opportunity following royal assent. But I'm sure all members would agree that it's critical we get this absolutely right and that those affected have a chance to have their say. Allowing time to consult on the regulations is necessary, and I don't consider that setting a legislative timetable is the best way to achieve this. And I'll leave it there, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I would advise the Chamber that as we are nearing the agreed time limit, under Rule 9.8.4a, open brackets, small c, close brackets, I consider it necessary to allow the debate on this group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unreasonably curtailed. And with that, I call Graeme Simpson to speak to Amendment 158 and other amendments in the group. Mr Simpson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, we've already heard that at stage 2 I moved an amendment which would have included purpose-built student accommodation in rent control arrangements. Now, for anyone that was at the committee meeting and anyone who was watching, it would have been perfectly obvious that I did that merely as a tactic to get the government to the table. And to some degree, that has worked. But it did cause quite a hullabaloo. The Cabinet Secretary has successfully reversed that position. But that now leaves us in the position where PBSA is exempt from rent controls, but build-to-rent and mid-market rent properties are not. And that was the government's original position. That's what they wanted. But it would just mean that investment would go, if it stays like that, investment will go into student flats and not the other sectors. So that, to me, is a completely incoherent position. Now, the new Cabinet Secretary has said she agrees that build-to-rent and mid-market rent properties should be exempt. That's good. My amendments 158 and 160 should therefore make her very happy indeed. But she's already argued that we don't, after all, need anything in primary legislation. She can consult instead. The government loves to consult, and who knows, maybe there'll be a pilot or a task force if we're lucky. And I can't help thinking that if she laid the amendments ahead of me, her thinking might have been different. The sector is strongly in favour of Amendment 160. Here's what the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations had to say. I'm going to quote them. "We have consistently called for mid-market rent homes to be excluded from private sector rent controls under the Housing Bill. We're therefore pleased that the Scottish Government announced their intention to do so in the Housing Emergency Action Plan. This mirrors what the Local Government Housing and Planning Committee have already called for, as well as the Housing Investment Task Force. However, to provide certainty as soon as practically possible, we would like to see an exemption for MMR on the face of the bill." Certainty, that's a word that the Cabinet Secretary has used several times already today. They go on, "We're already seeing less MMR development among our members due to the uncertainty caused by the potential introduction of further regulation and its impact on investor confidence. MMR rents rise slower than typical PRS rents, and our sector does not raise rents above the levels required for business planning and viability. We are therefore strongly in favour of Amendment 160. And that's a position backed by the Glasgow and West Scotland Forum of Housing Associations. They want to see this on the face of the bill, quotes, "in case there is a change of approach, for example, from a new government next year." So Amendment 160 has the backing of the people in the sector, the people on the ground. And I know that nobody's actually listening to this, but they should listen to the people in the sector. And actually urge Mr Rennie, I know Mr Rennie will be listening to this, I'm sure. I'm sure he will back these amendments. Now, Amendment 159 deals with another issue that I raised at stage 2, and that is where a landlord has been charging below market rent or where they've incurred significant costs to improve a property. And in both those cases, I think they should be able to have exemption from rent controls. So it's news to me that the Cabinet Secretary thinks there is a drafting issue with that amendment. She had time to raise that with me, but that's the first I've heard of it, and that is a disappointment. Now, Megan Gallagher's amendments 278 on cladding and 279 on meeting EPC regulations deal with broadly similar themes, and she'll have my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. I now call Edward Mountain to speak to Amendment 161 and other amendments in the group. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And just to disprove something that Maggie Chapman said to the Chamber earlier about weaselling out as a landlord by exempting properties, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it through cunning and deceit. I'm doing it quite openly, and that's what Amendment 161 is doing. That means that tenants who are employees of the landlord, whose rent are below the market rent, would be exempt from rent controls. Now, the reason why I'm making this point, and I'm interested to hear the Cabinet Secretary's response to this, is she'll be aware of the Agricultural Wages Board order and how much you can charge for properties that are supplied to people who are agricultural workers. And it is a very low market rent. And there may be times when the shift of their employment goes from one property to another, and therefore it might be appropriate to increase the rent because they're no longer in one place, i.e. they were given a reduced rent for working full-time on a farm. So that's the aim of that objective, and also the aim is also to ensure that other people who are given properties that require them, and the only reason they can get exemption from getting benefits in kind, their work requires them to be in location, will probably end up with a property with a very low market rent. Should that position change and they were within a rent control area, there would be restrictions on how much the rent could be increased. And I'm just asking the Cabinet Secretary to consider that and maybe talk to that when she comes to summing up. As far as Amendment 162 is concerned, listen, I have throughout this, Presiding Officer, made the point that when there is uncertainty in the market, the market reacts to it. So I'm trying to get the Cabinet Secretary, by this amendment, to make draft regulations within 6 months, purely because the Cabinet Secretary is seeing this legislation through, and it might not be the Cabinet Secretary who's in a position to lay those draft regulations. Or you think it will be, Cabinet Secretary? Let's wait till the election. Let's wait till the people of Scotland decide. We'll then can make comments. Sorry, I'll give way to Mr Day if he wants to, Presiding Officer.
I don't think Mr Day seeks to intervene, but could I ask members, please, to let the member who's got the floor carry on? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So all I'm trying to do in this is get the draft regulations laid early. I agree with the Cabinet Secretary amendment about if 155, where if a property is advertised, that it should be declared if it's exempt. There are a couple of things that I would just say in here, and I think Megan Gallagher, Presiding Officer, still got to speak to her amendments, but I think the point that I'd be interested to hear is often when properties are taken on where there are substantial works required, i.e. works for EPCs and removing of rocky concrete, that the rent will be at a reduced level. And if they were in a rent control area, once that work had been completed, and also the property brought up to a much higher standard, there would be limits on how much the rent could be increased. And that causes me concern, because it is this government and it is this Parliament that is saying to people and landlords across Scotland that you must improve the condition of your rental properties, and therefore not to allow them to put the rent up once they've completed the work, if it was at a low rent while the work was being taken out, would actually be self-defeating. Those are the points, Presiding Officer, and I look forward to hearing from the Cabinet Secretary and from Megan Gallagher when she makes her points on her amendments.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I now call Megan Gallagher to speak to Amendment 278 and other amendments in the group. Ms Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And on the point where Edward Mountain left off, my amendments 278 and 278 and 279, although probing amendments, I think raise incredibly important points, because I have brought forward this amendment today. I did bring the amendment forward at stage 2. However, there are still a lot of landlords right up and down the country who are facing a great deal of uncertainty in relation to the properties that they own that have combustible cladding or rack. And like many homeowners, but many of which that we have discussed in this very chamber, are in limbo whether or not the government is going to be able to provide any support, whether that be financial support, remuneration, because, again, there's a lot of people left in limbo in terms of what they can do in order to remediate or fix the properties that they own. So with that, I brought forward the amendment because Edward Mountain is absolutely correct. Usually when works are being undertaken, rent is lowered should there be a tenant living within the property, and again, should that rent control be brought into the area, there will be limited ways in which the landlord could therefore bring that rent back up to market value. So my amendment was seeking to probe the government into how they seek to look into this issue further, should it arise if this bill passes as a whole at stage 3. And similarly, when we're looking at the energy efficiency of a property, again, we are waiting a heat and buildings bill to this Parliament. We don't know what that heat and buildings bill is going to contain. I am concerned that there's going to be costs associated to landlords in relation to bring their properties up to a certain standard. I'm assuming that standard will be set out in that piece of legislation. However, again, the government's got to understand the costs that are associated with that, particularly for landlords within rural areas, because as it stands, and if you look at APC ratings just now, for landlords particularly in rural areas with more complex properties, if we can describe the properties as such, it is more expensive for them to bring their properties up to EPC or above. So again, it's something that absolutely should be considered. If I can touch upon Amendments 156 and 157 in the name of Maggie Chapman, removing exemptions would be a disaster for the housing industry, and that's especially for future investment opportunities. We are in a housing emergency. This is something that the full Parliament has agreed upon in terms of what we need to do, and the solution to getting us out of the housing emergency is to build more homes. But if we bring forward legislation and vote through legislation in this chamber that stops those investment opportunities coming through, more homes being built, then we are not going to address the problems that we've all agreed are taking place right up and down the country. I think clarity over exemptions to rent controls is essential to make sure that we are protecting the rental supply of housing, and that's given the diverse nature of the private rented sector. I think when we look at landlords, of course, you have just 2 seconds till I finish this point. Landlords, of course, are not as often characterised, and again, as we've heard this afternoon, some unfortunate language surrounding landlords. Sometimes you have accidental landlords, you have landlords with a single property that are not often, with the intent of letting to self-employed individuals or holding a property as part of a pension. So this gives you the full landscape in terms of what forms, what creates a landlord, and that's why we need to look at these exemptions carefully. But on that point, I will give way to John Mason.
John Mason.
Yeah, thank you, Member. And I thank you for giving way, and I agree with her that we need more housing, but would she accept there's not much point having new housing if people can't afford to rent it?
Megan Gallagher. I hope John Mason would agree with me that in order to lower rents, we need to build more homes so we have more supply that meets the demand that we have in the country. This is the only way we are going to get out of the housing emergency, and we've got to seriously learn what we need in terms of different housing tenures in order to match the stock that we need for houses right up and down the area. And I know how diverse all these communities are, but OK, we'll have a debate. One more point.
John Mason.
I thank her for being generous. I don't want to extend it too long, but I mean, if her aim is to lower rent, that implies that rent is too high at the moment. And it may be too high because there's not enough housing, I accept that. But she seems to be saying that the rent's too high at the moment.
Megan Gallagher.
Well, John Mason has not pointed out what he determines as high rent. What I'm simply saying, if we want to drive rent down, we've got to make sure that there's more ample supply of mixed housing tenure right up and down the country. I think that's a very sensible point. It's a pragmatic point, and it's also a point that explains the housing economy more generally. And I hope that would be something that John Mason would look at in terms of within his own area, in terms of his own housing demands, in terms of how many people are perhaps looking for mid-market rent property or looking for social housing, which we also know are, in terms of housing waiting lists, are incredibly high. So I hope that explains the position that I'm trying to lay out to John Mason. I have got more amendments, Mr Greer. I hope that we can have a future debate when it comes to other sections. If I can come back to the point of removing exemptions just now, I have got no idea how we are going to get out of this housing emergency if we don't build more homes. And I do welcome the announcement of MMR and BTR being confirmed as rent control exemptions. And I would hope that Maggie Chapman would also welcome this, even if it is just from the sole point of we need those homes to tackle the housing emergency. However, I do understand that the Greens have quite defined stances on exemptions and rent controls as a whole. If I can touch upon amendments 158 and to 160 in the name of Graeme Simpson. Graeme Simpson will of course be aware that the Scottish Conservatives support these exemptions to rent controls, and we would of course prefer to see them on the face of the bill. However, I think given that the Scottish Government have announced that MMR BTR will be exempt from rent controls once secondary legislation has been approved, I would hope that through the debate this afternoon and going into future days, as this bill has been planned over several days, I hope that we can try and tease out of the Government perhaps what further exemptions could be included as part of the consultation process, because it's hugely important that we provide that certainty and that clarity. And if I can, Presiding Officer, finish on a point, I think we've got to be incredibly careful in terms of what we are putting on the face of the bill this evening. I think it's important that we have debates surrounding exemptions. I think it's also important to note that if we put some in and we don't put others in, we could be harming investment opportunities and we could be harming the people that we're trying to help as part of this bill as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Willie Rennie.
I get really depressed when I meet my constituents who are desperate for a home, and I'm fed up with this Parliament not being able to deliver an environment which incentivises investment and encourages the construction of more homes. And that's why I think it's really important that we get the exemptions criteria right, because I want more homes built. And to do that, we need everyone. We need RSLs, we need councils, we need charities, we need those in the private rented sector, institutional investors, we need everyone. And we must consider them as partners and not the enemy. We must work together to make this work. Now, we saw that what happened with the emergency rent cap, with mid-market rent was not exempt as the social landlords went with the social homes. And the result was there was a massive decline in investment from housing associations in mid-market rents. And not everybody can get into a social home because they won't have enough points, they won't be of sufficient housing need in order to get into those properties. So we need to have others that are of an affordable rent within their community. So we need housing associations to use the opportunity to invest. So we do agree, I think, we should agree, that there needs to be exemptions for mid-market rent for those properties in housing associations. And if we agree that as an exemption, we need to consider what other type of exemptions would be appropriate as well. So it's not whether we have exemptions, because we saw what happens if we don't have an exemption for mid-market rent in housing associations. The issue is what types and how do we do it? Now, I brought forward amendments at stage 2 at committee. I wanted it on the face of the bill. I wanted it for build-to-rent, for mid-market rent, and for those landlords that invest significantly in their properties, for them to have an exemption for a certain period of time so they can recoup that investment. And I thought that was quite reasonable. But I was persuaded by the Minister at the time, the Cabinet Secretary, when she was before the committee, that the best way of doing this was through consultation leading to regulation. And the reason for that was that we wanted it to be legally robust, because this is an area that could be legally challenged. So we need to have it as robust as we possibly can. And secondly, we need flexibility, because we will need to learn as we progress with this. We'll need to understand what exemptions work in which particular ways. And putting in regulation allows us to have flexibility to put in different types of exemptions, or maybe take certain ones out as we progress and as we learn. So I'm persuaded by the need to have consultation and regulation rather than putting on the face of the bill. Now, I agree with Graeme Simpson. I agree with everything that he said, other than the process for doing it. If we proceed with his method of doing so, I think there is a danger we'll have a rigid system that is perhaps not legally robust. I'll take an intervention.
Graeme Simpson.
Can I thank Willie Rennie for taking the intervention? And I hear what he's saying, but he was arguing for this to be on the face of the bill at stage 2. And I actually think he agrees with me that it should be on the face of the bill. My question to Willie Rennie would be, I read out words from the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations, and they want, particularly Amendment 160, to be on the face of the bill. Because as they point out, things can change, governments can change. We might have a change of government next year. Some of us hope there will be. The other point I would make to Willie Rennie and the Chamber, and Willie Rennie knows this fine well, if we leave things to regulations, there is less scrutiny. Parliament just doesn't have a chance to shape things as it can at this point. Thank you.
Willie Rennie.
As always, these are very fair points that Graeme Simpson's making. This is about a balancing act between the different ways of doing this. And I would love to have had it on the face of the bill. I would love to be absolutely certain that this would last forever, that we'd had a consultation well in advance, so it was the stage 1 report by the committee could fully look at this. But we know that this policy has evolved over time, that the government has changed its approach midstream, and I think that's welcomed. But the result of that is that we're ending up having to play a bit of catch-up. We're having to do a consultation in order to consider regulation. Regulation does have that advantage of having flexibility over time as we learn, but I fully accept what he says. I was doing probing amendments at stage 2 to try and get the government to tell us a little bit more, which the Minister now has when she gave her statement to the Parliament at the start of this session. And she made it very clear that min-market rents and build-to-rent will be excluded. And I take her word at that. This area is complicated, though. We'll need to consider how this runs in the long term and what particular areas of investment I would like to see would work in practice, for how long, how much, what types of investment would be required to meet the qualifications. So I think it's appropriate that that's done through consultation and then brought through regulation. So I would urge the Chamber to support the Government's approach on this, to go through consultation and then regulation in order to get this right for the longer term.
Thank you. Mark Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. But I'll be brief since I don't have an amendment in this group. I did want to talk to the principle of exemptions. At stage one, we had two big concerns around clarity within the bill. One was on how rent controls would operate, and that was settled at stage two. And the second was on exemptions, particularly when we have a housing bill in the middle of the context of a housing emergency. You know, I had a real concern that we had a housing bill that didn't contribute to the building of a single house. But actually, if we didn't develop this work around exemptions, what we could have had would have been a housing bill which actually led to fewer houses being built in a housing emergency than ordinarily would have done. So I just want to speak briefly on this subject to say I support the work that the Government's done and others, stakeholders, have done when it comes to exemptions on MMR particularly, but also build-to-rent and other areas of construction and expansion in the housing stock that we could see that we otherwise wouldn't if there wasn't the work done on exemptions in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Maggie Chapman to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 138.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We believe that all renters should have the same rights, protections and securities, regardless of the type of property they live in. That is the principle which underpins our position on exemptions. I've spoken already about the specific types of properties, especially build-to-rent and mid-market rent. But I also want to stress that exempting properties from rent controls that do not meet basic standards for healthy living really sends out the wrong message. Landlords who don't maintain their properties or take far too long to remedy serious issues should not be rewarded with the ability to hike rents. Now, I appreciate the Scottish Green view as a minority view in this chamber, even if it is the same as the view of Living Rent and other tenant campaign groups. So I don't expect my amendments to pass this afternoon, but I will engage closely on the forthcoming discussions about exemption regulations. We must make sure that renters, their rights and their ability to live safely and securely are at the heart of these regulations. Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move that amendment in my name.
Thank you. I remind members that if Amendment 138 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 65 due to a preemption. The question is that Amendment 138 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 138 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes, 8, no, 103. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 65 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 138. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 65 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Richard Leonard for a point of order.
Thank you. My yes button wouldn't work, but I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 65 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes, 103, no, 1. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I am now going to suggest that we have a comfort break, colleagues, for 15 minutes. And I'd be grateful if members could be back into the chamber just before 17:40. Thank you. Thank you. We move to Group 4, Information Gathering and Reporting in relation to rent control areas. I call Amendment 139 in the name of Maggie Chapman. Grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, Maggie Chapman to move Amendment 139 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 139 in my name. I have a number of amendments in this group on different issues. Amendments 139, 275 and 140, along with amendments in other groups, address a technical but important issue. Current challenges to rent increases are based on open market rent, as understood largely through advertised rent, not the actual rents being paid. Since the majority of advertised rents are set at the maximum the market will bear, open market comparison always drags rent upwards. Real rent comparison would ensure that rental data collected can be used for determining the open market rent and slow that ever upward creep of the open market rent if it doesn't use that real value. Amendments 30, 31, 32 and 33 increase the currently £1,000 fines for non-provision of information and provision of false information to a minimum of £2,000 and allow them to be increased with rising rents. These amendments underline the importance of getting the necessary and correct information, the issue which made rent pressure zones unworkable. At the moment, the bill's £1,000 fine, which may not even be 1 month's rent, is not a sufficient disincentive, and the incentive will become weaker over time if the fines are not updated. It is also clear that rents continue to rise, and therefore the penalties that landlords face for providing incorrect information or not providing information should also rise. I support the principle of Edward Mountain's amendments 141 and 142 and Graeme Simpson's 151. These require the publication of the information gathered and will help improve transparency. However, I note that there are concerns about the resources, the implication for resourcing this at local government level, and I would ask that they provide assurances on that in their contributions. I'll leave it there, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Megan Gallagher to speak to Amendment 271 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. If I may speak to Amendments 271 to 277 and 393 in my name firstly. These amendments introduce a clear and consistent definition of relevant landlord across all housing-related legislation, including the Housing Bill. Its aim is to ensure clarity over responsibilities for compliance, particularly where residential tenancies exist within agricultural holdings or other arm's-length ownership arrangements. This proposal addresses an issue repeatedly raised by Scottish Land and Estates since the introduction of the landlord registration regulations. The Housing Bill is a vital opportunity to fix a long-standing problem to the benefit of all parties. Under current housing law, such as the Antisocial Behaviour Scotland Act 2004, does not recognise landlord-tenant relationships created under agricultural holdings legislation. This causes confusion, especially when tenant farmers sublet housing under private residential tenancy (PRT) arrangements. Workarounds set out in government guidance is flawed. Tenant farmers are currently advised to register as agents on the landlord register. However, I do believe that this is inappropriate. As such, agents are meant to act on behalf of the owner, whereas tenant farmers are not required to do so under agricultural holdings law. This ambiguity creates uncertainty over who is responsible for compliance with data collection, rent control, energy efficiency and housing standards. Whilst the Housing Bill has already been amended to address some areas in relation to data collection, and I do believe we'll be having further discussions on that, it does not resolve compliance and enforcement for other regulations. There are benefits to the amendment that I'm submitting at stage 3 for all sectors involved. For local authorities, it allows accurate landlord registration and enforcement, ensuring the correct person is held responsible without penalising owners for actions beyond their control. For tenant farmers, it provides clarity on the responsibilities and rights without compromising the entitlement to compensation payable to them by the owner for any improvements made to enable subletting. For residential tenants, this amendment will provide clearer information on who is responsible for compliance and a straightforward route to any remedies required. For owners, this will increase confidence to allow subletting, knowing their compliance status is protected. If I may therefore address amendments 144, 145, 146, 147 and 148. These, of course, are consequential amendments to 271 to 277 to remove the potential confusion from the bill. If I may speak to amendments 275 and 140 in the name of Maggie Chapman. I do understand what Maggie Chapman is trying to achieve through these amendments, but there still are unanswered questions in relation to any potential consequences. For example, the amendments state that the Council may ask for data on a landlord's property to allow an order marker to determine an open market rent of a property. But I suppose the big question is, what happens if the landlord doesn't respond to that request, because the amendment does say may. So I think it's still very open to interpretation, and I don't believe that the amendments clearly set out what the intent is behind the amendments that Maggie Chapman is bringing forward. Amendment 149 in the name of Emma Roddick, the Scottish Conservatives, we will support Amendment 149 as it gives the Government the ability to look at legislation which would give councils and the government the requirement for landlords to provide information. Of course, I do believe that there will be further consultation in relation to these details which will need to be set out in regulation. However, it does seem reasonable and something which should be explored. Amendment 151 in the name of Graeme Simpson. I do believe that data collection is vital as part of the bill. However, there was a roundtable opportunity with the Cabinet Secretary. I was pleased to have had correspondence in relation to data from the Cabinet Secretary in relation to what measures the Government will be undertaking in relation to data, and I do believe that we should continue to engage with the Government to make sure that we do get data collection in terms of this piece of legislation right, because if we don't get the data collection right, that will obviously have negative consequences on rent controls and, of course, negative consequences on our housing stock in general. I will leave my comments for now, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gallagher. I call Edward Mountain to speak to Amendment 141 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I'll speak to my amendments first. 141 would require the information requested by a local authority and supplied by the landlord to be entered onto the landlord's register. It is absolutely vital in my mind that we don't continue to ask the same information time after time. It is an easy way and a slovenly way, in my opinion, of failing to keep a register that would happen. So I'd like to see local authorities entering that information on the roll and for landlords having the ability to update it as and when they see it appropriate. I also don't think if we are asking landlords to provide information that there should be any cost for the landlords providing that information to the local authority. If we're going to fine them for not doing it, it seems odd that we would charge them for doing it in the first place. I have no problems with Amendment 139 from Maggie Chapman and Megan Gallagher's amendments. My slight concern is Amendment 275 and 140 from Maggie Chapman, the way she spoke to them. I'm not convinced, Presiding Officer, that Maggie Chapman understands the definition of open market. Now, it is quite clearly laid out that open market, when it comes to rent or prices, is the price achieved with a willing renter and a willing tenant without any obligations on any half. That would be my definition of open market rent, not open market rent as Maggie Chapman, presiding officer, is suggesting is the highest rent that the landlord can achieve. They are two very different things. And I think if we're technically talking open market rent for property is as I've described it. I also think that Maggie Chapman's suggestions in Amendments 30, 31, 32 and 33 of increasing the fine for landlords for providing data from £1,000 to £2,000 is absolutely unnecessary. And does that mean that every time that a landlord fails to provide any information, there's another £2,000 added on? Where does it stop? The amendment isn't clear. I'm looking forward to hearing Emma Roddick's definition and an explanation of 149.262. My gut thoughts on this is that we should be supporting it, but I'd just like to make sure there's nothing more in there than what's said in the amendment. And I guess the only other thing is I will be looking forward to hearing Graeme Simpson's explanation of Amendment 151, whereas I'm probably more comfortable with his Amendment 263. And I'll leave it at that, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 143 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 139, beginning here in the name of Maggie Chapman, this would amend Section 15 of the Bill to oblige a local authority to request the information included in Section 15(2). This would remove the authority's discretion to ask for the information in the manner and at the times as it considers necessary, and for that reason I cannot support it. Amendments 271 to 274 in the name of Megan Gallagher appear to amend Section 15 of the Bill to change reference to the person from whom information can be sought, so that there are instead references to the relevant person. In addition, Amendment 276 would add a definition of relevant person to Section 15. Relevant person as a term is to be construed in accordance with Section 83(8) of the Anti-Social Behaviour Scotland Act 2004. The intention behind this amendment, and I listened carefully to what Megan Gallagher was saying, appears to be that information should only be requested from a person who is registered in the Landlord Register. And I had some discussion to that effect with Scottish Lands and Estates, but I have to say that's not the effect of this amendment. The effect is that it would provide that information could be requested from anyone who is not a local authority, registered social landlord or Scottish Homes. So I'm afraid an unnecessary change, perhaps the wrong framing of the amendment, and it would only serve to confuse Section 15, so I can't support it. I will.
Megan Gallagher.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. Does the Cabinet Secretary recognise that there is an issue with the legislation as it currently stands in relation to some small dwellings holders who are being put out because of the way that the legislation is currently enforced? And does the Cabinet Secretary have any intention to rectify the issues in the bill, either through looking at this issue further or through secondary legislation?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thanks, Presiding Officer, and thanks to Megan Gallagher. So, as I said, I had a conversation with Scottish Lands and Estates about this and about the implications for agricultural holdings in particular. I understand their concerns. Taking this broad brush change to a definition I don't think is the way to address a nuanced position for agricultural holdings, but that's not to undermine the importance of it. And of course I'm committed to continuing to discuss that with Megan Gallagher and with Scottish Lands and Estates and others, and perhaps also with the Rural Affairs Secretary, who I'm sure will have an interest here. Turning to Amendment 140 and related Amendment 275 in the name of Maggie Chapman, I have concerns, Presiding Officer, about using the powers to collect information which are designed to assist in the implementation of rent controls for a completely separate purpose, as is proposed. There has been no consultation with landlords, tenants, local authorities or rent officers about this proposal, and no opportunity to consider the rationale, impacts and consequences of the change, so I'm afraid I can't support it. Amendment 141 in Edward Mountain's name would require the information requested on a private rented property to be added to the local authority landlord register. Now, just from the outset, I'm afraid this amendment has a slight drafting defect, as it presumably means the information received following a request by a local authority or the Scottish Ministers. It does not specifically apply the terms of Part 8 of the Antisocial Behaviour Act to this information. So, for that reason, it's not clear what status it would have on the landlord register and what the local authority's duties in relation to it would be. However, our intention is that the landlord register has a key role to play in facilitating the long-term collection of data on rent levels, acknowledging, as I do, that this gives us the capacity to build on an existing platform already familiar to landlords. This would involve using the Landlord Register's digital platform as a vehicle to collate the data. Now, it's important that I put on the record that the intention of the Government is not to change the purpose of the landlord registration requirements, but rather to use the IT infrastructure that supports registration. And while I believe this presents the optimum approach, it will require significant upgrade of the IT infrastructure to build necessary functionality. So I can't support Edward Mountain's amendments, but I do want to reassure him on my intentions here in relation to data handling, namely that I agree the Landlord Register, with upgrades, would appear to be the appropriate repository for information. Amendment 142, also in Edward Mountain's name, would add that a person must not be charged any fees, as he has explained. Given that the terms of the 2004 Act do not apply to this information, it's not clear how a local authority would be able to charge a fee, and as a result, I don't think this amendment is necessary and ought not to be taken forward. Amendment 277 in Megan Gallagher's name would require ministers to provide... yes, I shall.
Edward Mountain.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. My concern is that if you're suggesting in one breath that the local authorities can enter it in the landlord register, every time you put an entry in there, there's another charge applied to you by the council, which seems to go up exponentially. So the principle of charging for putting stuff on the landlord register seems to be there. My concern is if you're now going to design a whole new system to bolt onto that, there'll be charges. Can you not just agree that no one should be charged for providing information to allow you to do your job, Cabinet Secretary?
Always through the Chair, please. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the principle of charging will vary from issue to issue, and I'm not going to say definitively how I think local authorities ought to handle what will ultimately be their job in respect of data collection. However, what I want to be very clear to Mr Mountain about is that his amendment responds to the 2004 Act, but given that the 2004 Act doesn't apply here, it wouldn't be possible to charge a fee, and therefore we can't accept the amendment which would reverse that. Amendment 277 in the name of Megan Gallagher would be requiring the Scottish Ministers to provide for the information gathered by local authorities to be published in a single data system. Again, whilst I agree with the principle of making data available, we have not been able to give consideration to how this would be delivered, and more importantly, whether there's any data protection considerations to be made around sharing such information. I would want us, as I'm sure Megan Gallagher would, I would want us to understand the relevant issues, not least in respect of GDPR and the landlord's privacy, and therefore at this stage I couldn't support an amendment which was about publicising that data. Yes, I will.
Megan Gallagher.
Secretary for giving way. The reason that I brought forward this amendment at stage 3 was through discussions with the Chartered Institute for Housing, who said the following: if the Scottish Government decides that a rent cap system should be introduced, it must ensure that the rent system is viable and adequately resourced. This includes provision for robust data collection. I do believe that that's perhaps what the Cabinet Secretary is alluding to into the work that she's going to undertake as part of creating a good data system where information can be collected. But does she agree that this needs to be streamlined? It's got to be contained within that single data system, and it's got to be easy for landlords to be able to feed into that, and as Edward Mountain said, without extravagant costs attached to landlords for doing their job.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I would agree with that, and that's why I consider that the Landlord Register might be the suitable repository for the information. I have gone into the decision-making in respect of this with the thought in mind that if I were a landlord, I would want to, and had rent controls imposed in the area where I was letting, I would want to know that it was based on the most accurate and up-to-date data. But at the same time, I shouldn't want an unduly onerous process to have given rise to that. So at stage 2, we did bring forward an amendment that was agreed to allow for the publication of statistics and other information in relation to the information ministers will obtain. This will allow us to publicise information about rent levels, which does not involve the publication of a landlord's personal information. And I would hope that Megan Gallagher would agree that that is the best way to proceed. Amendments 144 to 148, also in Megan Gallagher's name, would change the reference to relevant persons in 16A of the bill to relevant applicants. Again, I think this is similar to the discussion we had before in respect of the agricultural holdings provisions, but I'm afraid once again these amendments are confusing and they would make section 16A unworkable, and I can't support them. Amendments 30, 31 and 39 in the name of Maggie Chapman replace the maximum £1,000 penalty where a landlord fails to provide information in response to a request for under section 15 with a fixed penalty to be defined in regulations. Now, this fixed penalty can be set at no less than £2,000 and must be adjusted annually with reference to average rent levels. Ms Chapman did lodge a similar amendment at stage 2, but fixing a higher penalty of £10,000. So whilst amendments 30, 31 and 39 would impose a lower penalty, and I do welcome that, it would still be a fixed sum rather than a sliding scale. And this a maximum sum of £1,000, which is as it is at present. The maximum sum is aligned with financial penalties for similar non-compliance in other regimes, and I remain convinced that it represents a proportionate maximum penalty, and I am not prepared to abandon uniformity across the penalty system, and I'm seeking proportionality here. I will take an intervention and then I ought to make some progress.
Maggie Chapman.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking my intervention. I just wonder, I hear what she says about consistency across the board, but is it not slightly odd that landlords can benefit from increasing rents, rents going up regularly if the government's position stands, but above RPI in a rent control area, but that the penalties they face for not providing correct information or providing incorrect information is just flat. Surely that makes it increasingly better for the landlord, if you like, to break the rules.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I certainly agree that nobody ought to flout or break the rules in respect of law or public policy, and that's exactly why we have provision for a penalty to be in place. So I don't dispute the principle of that whatsoever. I think Maggie Chapman and I's disagreement is just simply on whether it ought to be that fixed sum or that sliding scale with the Tribunal's discretion able to be applied. And I have to look across the piece at other penalties within the system and make sure that we retain proportionality, and that's why I can't accept that. And similarly, amendments 32, 33 and 40 make the same changes to 17A, enabling a tribunal to impose a maximum £1,000 penalty where a landlord provides false information. And I believe that a penalty on a sliding scale up to £1,000 represents a proportionate response. Moving to amendments 149 and 262 in Emma Roddick's name, these would add a new section to the bill empowering Scottish ministers via regulations to prescribe a process whereby a landlord can be required to provide relevant information about their property or tenancy to the Scottish ministers or a local authority, but not both. I'd like to thank Emma for her engagement on this following stage 2. Whilst the measures already set out in the bill allow for the collection of data that's needed to support implementation of rent controls, having the flexibility to mandate automatic provision of that data, I think is appropriate. And it goes back to something I said to Megan Gallagher earlier about, if we were landlords and we were to have rent control imposed on us, we would want it to be part of a predictable system, and actually an annual requirement to provide that data, I think, could provide that predictability. Nearly there, Presiding Officer. Amendments 151 and 263 in the name of Graeme Simpson. They would require ministers to make provision requiring each local authority to publish information on the amount of rent payable under relevant tenancies, broken down by each postcode sector for each period of 12 months. Whilst I understand the principle of making data available, there has not been any consideration of how this would be delivered, and I would want us to understand the relevant issues, including the potential administrative burden that this would place on local authorities. Certainly to understand that before I could support an amendment on this. So I can't support that one, but as I've said, at stage 2 we did bring forward an amendment that was agreed that will allow for the publication of statistics and other information that is not personal data. Amendment 393 in the name of Megan Gallagher would amend section 81(3) of the Antisocial Behaviour Scotland Act to provide that an application for landlord registration must specify the name and address of the owner and the name and address of the relevant person. The amendment, I think, is attempting to require sub-landlords to apply for registration in the Landlord Register. However, I'm afraid the drafting is slightly defective and, taken literally, would require the application to include the address of each house in the local authority area that is subject to a lease or occupancy agreement, whether or not the applicant owns it. I suspect that wasn't Ms Gallagher's intention, but it means I can't support the amendment. Amendment 143 in my name is a minor amendment correcting a cross-reference in section 15.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Emma Roddick to speak to Amendment 149 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As anybody who took part in Stage 2 knows, I have been really keen to see data collection strengthened. So often we find ourselves in this Parliament, and similar situations take place in councils across Scotland as well, debating private rented sector policy using data that's been scraped from Zoopla or estimated by people on either side of the debate, meaning that data naturally differs wildly. This serves nobody, and we end up taking positions based on anecdotes and guesses when the information is out there to be captured. What are people charging tenants, and for what kind of property? I strongly believe that an accurate picture of this will lead to better policy and greater confidence in decisions that are taken, whether you agree with them or not. There are examples in the debates around this very bill. I know that from Scottish Land and Estates there are concerns out there about the system of rent caps not taking into account these private landlords in rural areas who've protected their tenants over many years and are now renting below market rate. I don't know how common that is, and we will never know if we don't ask and require answers to be given. We also don't know the full scale of exorbitant rent rates that do exist. We usually only know of them once they're challenged. My Amendment 149 would allow Scottish ministers to set up a process through regulations requiring landlords to provide information about their property or tenancy, either to ministers or to the local authority. Unlike the existing powers in the bill, this would make it an ongoing duty for landlords, rather than being instigated by a request by Scottish ministers or the Council. Now, this requirement to provide the same information could not be imposed more than once a year, regardless of who is asking. The amendment outlines what the regulations could cover, such as when and how information is provided, how it is used and shared, and how the process is enforced, including an appeals process. This approach would give clarity about what is expected of landlords and reduce the need for repeated requests from government and therefore repeated answers from landlords. However, I recognise that this would be a significant new responsibility for landlords and could require more resources from government to manage the returns, which is why my more specific amendments at Stage 2 were rejected. That is why I've brought this forward as a regulation-making power, which could be used if considered necessary and after engagement with those affected. My consequential Amendment 262 would ensure that any regulations made under this section are subject to the affirmative procedure, so Parliament has the opportunity to scrutinise them fully. Now, I suspect Edward Mountain would have disagreed with my initial proposals, just as Government did, but I hope that provides him with the reassurance that he was looking for, and I'm happy to take an intervention.
Graeme Simpson.
I thank Emma Roddick for taking the intervention. I've just got one question. I wasn't sure about this amendment, but I'm quite taken by it now. As I said, I can change my mind. My question is, has Emma Roddick liaised with the Scottish Association of Landlords on this, and what's their view?
Emma Roddick.
I don't believe I've had correspondence with them specifically, but certainly during stage 2 on much more forceful amendments that I had lodged at that point. There were landlord and tenant roundtables taking place in the Parliament, and there was widespread support from both sides. Even back then, with very different amendments on data collection, pretty much everyone was agreed that the current system where we are guessing and people are having to put forward views, and it's difficult for government to uphold the decisions it's made. It's also difficult for people to challenge them when there isn't the data out there to back up either side of the argument. So I am grateful to... Certainly.
Edward Mountain. Presiding Officer, I'd like to thank the member for taking the intervention, and of course the member is right and has correctly construed that I would not have supported her amendment when it was at committee stage. I just want to get an indication from you where you're going with this. Are you expecting it's something that, or is the member, sorry, Presiding Officer, I'll correct myself before you do, is the member looking to do this on an annual basis? Is it on every few years? Is there a standard form? I'm looking for some guidance which she would be expecting the government to follow when they were collecting this data. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Emma Roddick. It's a tough question because I'm not the government and I don't know what government's going to do with this. But my hope would certainly be that we look at situations and localities where we can get a good picture of what is going on across the country by collecting this data. I imagine that depending on the purpose and the reason for needing that data, that it would be best to have it as an annual, at least for a few years, to get that body of evidence. But like I say, it would depend, and I think the important part here is that this is going to be open for consultation, engagement and, importantly, parliamentary scrutiny. So I am grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for discussing this over the summer and reaching this position that gives ministers the power to, in future, design a process to collect better data. And I would encourage members across the chamber to support my amendments and then to please do what they can to ensure that this results down the line in real positive change in the data that we, government, landlords, lobby groups can rely on when making better law and policy in future. Because regardless of policy disagreements, we can surely agree that we need to have solid data and evidence backing up the decisions that we make. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Roddick. I call Graeme Simpson to speak to Amendment 151 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much indeed. Edward Mountain said he's looking forward to getting an explanation of 151. Now, it says that ministers must, by regulations, make provisions for councils to publish rent data, and 263 is a linked amendment. Data is a good thing, but when I lodged these amendments, in response to Megan Gallagher, I hadn't been invited to the round table that she was invited to, and which didn't actually take place due to lack of interest, I understand. I also hadn't had sight of the Cabinet Secretary's letter on data. I only saw that after I'd lodged my amendment. Had that been sent to me, I wouldn't have lodged this amendment. So I won't be pressing it because I have subsequently seen that letter. I'm reassured by it. And in relation to Emma Roddick's 149, I am persuaded. Ms Roddick often manages to persuade me on things, and she has done today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. And I call Maggie Chapman to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 139.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Fines should be a genuine disincentive to landlords to behave inappropriately. They cannot just be brushed off as an acceptable cost of doing business. Provision of accurate information is vital for renters. They should have access to clear, accurate and up-to-date information. To address the Cabinet Secretary's specific point about my amendments on fines, my amendments do not fix the fine level at £2,000. It quite clearly says in the amendment itself no less than £2,000 fines. So it too could be the sliding scale that she seems determined to maintain. We should also, Presiding Officer, be using this bill to rebalance that ever upward creep of open market rent, ensuring we collect and use real rental data to present a much more honest and reliable picture of the rental levels that tenants are exposed to. And this ask comes directly from tenants and tenants' organisations themselves. It is their experience and their analysis of open market rent to counter Edward Mountain's points earlier, that mean that there is this ever upward drag of that open market rent, because adverts will push as high as they possibly can. So with that, Presiding Officer, I move that amendment in my name.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. The question is that Amendment 139 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Neil Gray for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I couldn't connect to the app. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Gray. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 139 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 48, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendments 271, 272, 273 and 274, all in the name of Megan Gallagher and all previously debated with amendment 139, and I invite Megan Gallagher to move amendments 271 to 274 en bloc.
Moved en bloc, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Gallagher. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 271 to 274? No member objects. The question is that amendments 271 to 274 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we will move to a vote, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendments number 271 to 274 in the name of Megan Gallagher is yes 43, no 67. There were no abstentions. The amendments are therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 275 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with Amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 275 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Keith Brown for a point of order.
For my vote, Presiding Officer, I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Brown. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 275 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 48, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 140 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 140 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 140 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 46, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 141 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated, with amendment 139. Edward Mountain, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 141 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 141 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 42, no 60. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 142 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated, with amendment 139. Edward Mountain to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 142 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 142 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 26, no 77. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 276 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated, with amendment 139. Megan Gallagher to move or not move? The amendment is moved. The question is that amendment 276 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 276 in the name of Megan Gallagher is yes 41, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 143 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with amendment 139. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 143 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 277 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated, with amendment 139. Megan Gallagher to move or not move? Not moved. Okay. The amendment is not moved. I call amendments 144, 145, 146 and 147, all in the name of Megan Gallagher and all previously debated, with amendment 139. And I invite Megan Gallagher to move amendments 144 to 147 on block.
Moved on block, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 144 to 147? No member objects. The question is that amendments 144 to 147 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Co-Cap Stewart for a point of order.
Wouldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Stewart. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendments numbers 144 to 147 in the name of Megan Gallagher is yes 43, no 67. There were no abstentions. The amendments are therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 30 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 30 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 24, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 31 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 148 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with amendment 139. Megan Gallagher, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 32 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call Amendment 33 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move? Thank you. I call Amendment 149 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with Amendment 139. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 149 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The amendment is agreed. I call Amendment 150 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 123. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 150 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 150 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 8, no 101. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 151 in the name of Graeme Simpson, already debated with amendment 139. Graeme Simpson, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. Members will note that we will shortly reach the next time limit, and we have 2 further groups still to debate under Rule 9.8.5a. I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the time limit be extended by 30 minutes, and I invite the Minister for Parliamentary Business to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. And the question is that the time limit for debate on amendments be extended by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. We move to Group 5, Special and Transitionary Rent Control Provisions, and I call Amendment 1 in the name of Maggie Chapman, grouped with Amendments 2, 6, 22, 118, 23, 24 and 120. Maggie Chapman to move Amendment 1 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 1 in my name. Amendments 1, 2 and 22 introduce special rent control areas. These work much the same way as rent control areas, but would allow rents to increase by a lower amount than specified in the central formula, to be frozen or to be cut. This is absolutely crucial. Rents have increased by grotesque amounts in some areas of Scotland, over 100% in some cases since 2010, and the central formula would do absolutely nothing to address this. In Glasgow, in Lothian and in some other areas with recent large increases, there will be a very strong case to apply short-term controls which allows much tighter limits on rent than the current proposal of RPI plus 1% up to 6%. If we don't do this, we are essentially endorsing the unacceptable increases we have seen in recent years. Considering that tighter controls require stronger safeguards, I have already limited the lifetime of the special rent control areas to 1 year. But I hope we can agree on the principle that there will be some areas in which tighter controls will be temporarily needed. Amendments 24 and 122 seek to reinstate the transitional provisions that offered some protection to tenants ahead of rent control areas coming into force. These were meant to act as a bridge to the bill's controls, and it makes absolutely no sense for those to have lapsed. The Scottish Government, which supports rent controls, is allowing rents to soar in the 2 years before the bill comes into force. In the time since the controls expired, just in March this year, Living Rent has documented cases of renters facing huge hikes far and beyond market rate, with some landlords proposing above 30% rent increases, some up to 88% hikes. A Living Rent Lanarkshire member faced a 55% rent increase this summer, whilst one of the members in Glasgow was hit by a £200 increase. That's £2,400 over a year. How is an average renter expected to be able to cope with such ludicrous rent hikes? Allowing these controls to lapse does not make sense for a government whose official position is that it supports rent controls. It does not make sense for a government that is seeking to reduce child poverty, with housing costs one of the biggest contributors to that. It does not make sense for a government committed to eradicating homelessness to allow years of a near free-for-all for landlords to hike rents beyond what some people will be able to afford. My understanding is that the Scottish Government has been advised that it would likely lose a legal challenge on this issue. The Scottish Government has not been backward about coming forward to go to court to defend policies before now. It stood up for the rights of our trans siblings to define to be known by their preferred gender, and it stood up for the right for Scotland to vote on its future as an independent country. I'm asking for it to do the same now, stand up for renters and be prepared to defend their rights not to have exorbitant rent hikes before rent controls areas come into force. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. I call Megan Gallagher.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I wish to speak to Amendments 1 and 2 in the name of Maggie Chapman. The creation of a special rent control area where the permitted rate of increase would be even lower, with the permitted rate potentially being 0% or less, meaning no increase or even a reduction in rent. The Scottish Greens have already made their feelings known, that they do not believe that the rent control scope goes far enough, further highlighting that they do not understand the housing sector and the precarious situation that we find ourselves in with landlords leaving the market. And it is this anti-landlord rhetoric from politicians that is partially to blame for landlords leaving the sector. And since 2016, the Scottish Association of Landlords have estimated that 35,591 have exited the register, bringing numbers down to their lowest level in a decade. We need investment. We need landlords to stay in the market if we're going to make sure that we have enough demand of homes to meet supply. That's why we really need to be careful in terms of the amendments that we are bringing forward at stage 3, and to create special rent controls will only lead to more landlords exiting the market. I don't think that introducing varying rent controls will solve any of the issues that Maggie Chapman seeks to with these amendments. I think it will only create an uneven picture, and it will also deter developments from proceeding in terms of any future investment opportunities. And for these reasons that I have outlined, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Conservatives will not support any amendments that will cause further harm to our housing sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gallagher. And I call in the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The issues raised by Maggie Chapman in this group were debated at stage 2 and have also been the subject of much wider discussion. I should just like to, I suppose, reflect on some of her comments to start with, and to say that from the offset, the Government absolutely is determined to tackle what we entirely acknowledge have been unacceptably high and increasing rents. That's exactly why we are bringing in rent controls. We are also determined to tackle the housing emergency. That's exactly why on the 2nd of September we brought forward a housing emergency action plan backed by nearly £5 billion and have launched a major house building project over the next 4 years. So we really must be clear-eyed about what the Government is pursuing here. But if I can turn firstly to Amendments 1, 2 and 22, these would provide for the introduction of that special rent control area. And as has been set out, in these areas, a rent cap could be set for up to 1 year, which would be below the level of the rent cap of CPI plus 1%, up to a maximum of 6% that was agreed by the committee at stage 2. These amendments, which were also lodged at stage 2, would enable the rent cap in a special rent control area to be set at 0%, or put another way, a negative figure. This would require landlords to reduce rent in some circumstances. Now, it's not the policy intention that rent controls should act to require landlords to reduce rents, rather that the system will act to stabilise rents in areas where market rents have been increasing particularly steeply. Requiring the reduction of rent would be a significant interference in the property rights of landlords and would be very difficult to justify and enforce. And I know Maggie Chapman spoke about a willingness, as she put it, to be challenged and to end up in court. But that doesn't serve us in having rent controls operating in the country if that's the approach we were to take. So these amendments would remove the clarity of the rent cap and would reintroduce the uncertainty that stakeholders called on us to address. So for these reasons, I can't support 1, 2 and 22. Amendments 6, 118, 23 and 24 would reintroduce the temporary modifications to rent adjudication set out in the Rent Adjudication Temporary Modifications Scotland Regulations of 24. These expired at the end of March. Now, I recognise the good intent behind these amendments that were also lodged at stage 2 and the desire to protect tenants from unreasonable in-tenancy rent increases. However, I cannot support these provisions for a number of reasons. And I must note that the circumstances which necessitated the introduction of the temporary changes no longer apply, and the judicial review of the measures under the Cost of Living Act emphasised their temporary nature as being a key factor in their proportionality. The temporary modifications to the rent adjudication process, which these measures replicate, were developed specifically to support the transition away from the emergency rent cap. They were in place to prevent a return to market rent in a single step where a tenant sought a review. They were not designed or indeed able to operate until new rent controls become operational under Part 1 of the bill. And I will take Mercedes Villalba.
Mercedes Villalba.
Thank you very much for taking the intervention. I thought I heard the Minister say that the circumstances no longer apply under which the emergency rent freeze came into force, but that came into force because we were seeing a cost of living crisis. Is the Minister saying that cost of living crisis has now passed?
Cabinet Secretary.
No, I'm absolutely not saying that. I was referring to the fact that the process was developed specifically to support the transition away from the emergency rent cap. That was the circumstances that I was suggesting no longer apply. I am absolutely aware that the cost of living crisis is continuing, getting worse in many cases, not least because of rising energy costs. But for all the reasons that I've set out, I can't support the amendments. But I want to assure Maggie Chapman that the existing mechanism for adjudicating rent increases under the 2016 Act, which is based on an open market rent, will continue to operate as intended, protecting tenants from unreasonable rent increases. I now turn quickly to Amendment 120, which suggests an alternative approach to transitional rent control measures. Whilst these measures were necessary as part of exiting previous emergency measures, I can't support replicating them, placing further temporary controls on rent, especially when we're trying to bring forward that long-term system. Now, whilst I appreciate it would be up to Scottish ministers to set out the detail of these regulations, the rationale that supported the development of them, as I have said, no longer applies. We are no longer in that transitionary period. And as I've stated and will reiterate again, these measures were temporary. There has been no engagement with the wider sector about their reintroduction and it may have wider legal implications. So I know that these amendments, if passed, would cause further concerns about the negative impact on the supply of rented housing, and this is something which, in a housing emergency, I certainly couldn't support, and I don't think our housing system could withstand. So I want to be clear that we're already taking action to prevent a rent officer of the tribunal setting a rent above that proposed by the landlord. Missed the spot, Presiding Officer, forgive me. We've listened to the views of the landlords, tenants and investors in developing proposals for longer-term rent control, and I believe the focus should remain on delivering that, and that there's a risk that a change to this could undermine the progress that we're making. And I also want to be clear that we're already taking action to prevent the rent officer or tribunal from setting rent above that proposed by the landlord. That's a concern that's been shared with us, it's being addressed in this bill, and it's another reason why I can't support amendments in this group and would urge members not to as well.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call Maggie Chapman to wind up and to press or withdraw amendment number 1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This Parliament brought in emergency rent controls to provide tenants with protections during the cost of living crisis. As has already been agreed in response to Mercedes Villalba's question, the Cabinet Secretary agreed the cost of living crisis still exists. That is why we need the provisions in particular circumstances, in very, very clearly defined and time-limited circumstances, to be able to reintroduce special rent controls that do bring rents down. Because the formula that is in the bill at the moment means that rents will always increase more quickly than inflation. That does not make rents more affordable in the long term. Rents will increase at a greater rate than people's wages, than people have the ability to pay. The special rent control area provisions would mean that we could deal with that in very specific, limited and time-constrained circumstances. On transitional protections, the Cabinet Secretary has said that it is the Scottish Government's intent to stabilise rents. Well, we've seen anything but stabilisation in the months since the end of March this year. We've seen rents go up to nearly 90%, being increased by nearly 90%. That is not stabilisation. That makes those rents grossly unaffordable, and it means that when rent control areas do come in, they'll already be, in some places, unaffordable. The Cabinet Secretary also refers to rent adjudication and tribunals. That requires tenants to know that that's a possible route, and we still haven't got clarity on exactly how renters and renters will get that information. So I think when taken together, it is actually really important that we have the ability to introduce special rent control areas and to reintroduce these transitional protections to make sure that renters aren't paying the price for the fact that this bill has been so woefully delayed.
And Ms Chapman?
And Amendment 1 in my name.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. The question is that Amendment number 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 1 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes, 8, no, 96. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment number 2 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment number 1. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move? Not moved. So we now turn to Group 6 on rent controls within rent control areas. I call Amendment 152 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 165 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 166 by way of preemption, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 152 and to speak to all amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 152. Ahead of stage 3, I have engaged with members across the Chamber and I'm very grateful for their input, and as a result I'm bringing forward some amendments to enhance the rights of tenants in the private rented sector. My Amendment 155, along with 152, will require certain information to be included in an advertisement when an exempt property is advertised for let. This would ensure that prospective tenants are aware before they take on the tenancy in a rent control area if their rent will not be governed by the rent cap. While analysis of our recent consultation is ongoing, the interim partial analysis, which we recently published, notes that a substantial majority of respondents thought that the landlord of an exempt property should be required to communicate to tenants and prospective tenants about the exemption, and this is exactly what my amendment applies. Amendments 74 and 121, also in my name, would allow for the creation of a process by a regulation whereby the first-tier tribunal could impose either a financial penalty or a compensation payment which would be payable to the tenant in cases where a landlord is found to not have complied with the requirements of the rent cap. These regulation-making powers would allow the first-tier tribunal full discretion as to whether to impose a penalty or compensation payment on the landlord and at what level to make this. Now, as a matter of principle, I think it's important to have repercussions for breaches of public policy and law, and I know from exchanges at stage 2 and with members subsequently that many members agree. I believe that these measures will help to protect tenants, and I would urge members to support them. Turning now to amendments brought by other members. 165 and 167, in the name of Maggie Chapman, would amend the rent cap formula introduced into the bill at stage 2. 165 would provide that the permitted rate of rent increase specified in the legislation would be the lower of CPI percentage, the ASHE percentage or the AWE percentage. This modified formula would replace that which was agreed by the committee. Amendment 167 provides that an alternative lower percentage could be set by Scottish ministers in specified circumstances under new powers conferred by Amendment 171, and Amendment 196 would provide a definition of these specified circumstances. Ms Chapman's Amendment 168 would provide definitions of the terms used in 165. The ASHE percentage is defined as the difference in the median weekly earnings, and the AWE percentage is defined as the difference in the average weekly earnings over the preceding 12 months. Now, as set out at stage 2, wage growth is not a direct measure of changes in household income, since it excludes changes in hours worked and income from self-employment, social security and other assets. There are other complexities relating to these measures, such as the data from the annual survey of hours and earnings being published only once a year with a significant lag. While average weekly earning data is published on a monthly basis, the headline measure, which includes bonus payments, can be volatile. I'm just going to cover the rest of this piece because I just want to get this information on the record, and then I absolutely will. Furthermore, it's not a measure of rates of pay, since it can be affected by changes in the composition of an enterprise's workforce, such as the proportion who work full or part-time. So we don't consider that the available wage growth indicators, as proposed in these amendments, are robust enough to provide a reliable link between wages and tenants' income to sufficiently reflect the cost of maintaining a household or provide clarity on the costs that tenants are likely to face. Measures of wage growth are also unlikely to fully reflect costs which landlords may face. Against all of this, and I'm just about to take the intervention, the Consumer Price Index is published monthly and reflects the price increases experienced up to the prior month. It's a well understood measure, it has widespread use, and it will also correlate with price pressures faced by both tenants and landlords, and it's therefore a transparent, easy to understand formula which I believe we should stick with, and I'll take the intervention.
Maggie Chapman.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for taking my intervention and for running through her rationale for that. She said wage inflation was not a reliable measure of household income. Does she then think that CPI is a reliable indicator of either household expenditure or household income? Because it's not.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think I've been clear on the strengths as I see it of CPI versus the other proposals that Maggie Chapman has made. And I actually think that one of the most important of them is the frequency with which it's published, and the fact that it reflects price increases up to a very recent period, up to the month before. And you know, again, it's well understood. It correlates with price pressures faced by tenants, importantly, but also by landlords. And for all those reasons, I do believe that it remains the appropriate way to measure this. And of course, it was voted on at stage 2. So for these reasons, I can't support Maggie Chapman's amendments. But moving to 170, also in her name, this would remove the provision preventing the rent cap dropping below 0%. It removes the Scottish Minister's power to substitute the percentage values in the rent cap, and it would replace with a power for us to specify a lower percentage than that in the fixed formula, and to specify the circumstances in which that percentage should apply. Now, as the percentage specified may be less than 0%, this amendment would open up, as before, the possibility of rent decreases, which is not, as we've discussed, the intention of rent controls, which are about stabilising rents that are rising too quickly. Amendments 72 and 73, also in Maggie Chapman's name, extend the deadlines from 21 days to 30 days for a tenant in a rent control area to notify a landlord that they consider a proposed rent increase to be in excess of the rent cap. The members brought forward a number of amendments at stage 2 seeking to increase the amount of time that a tenant would have in these circumstances. I think this timescale offers the best balance between protecting tenants and ensuring there's centred clarity for all parties, and therefore I am happy to support Amendments 72 and 73. Turning to 281 and 282, the bill includes a power for ministers to prescribe a fee to be charged when a tenant refers a proposed rent increase to a rent officer to determine whether the increase would be above the cap. These amendments, in the name of Maggie Chapman, would remove the power of the ministers to prescribe such a fee for rent verification within a rent control area. Now, the inclusion of the power is intended to provide ministers with flexibility to prescribe that fee if, once the provisions are in operation, this becomes necessary to support their operation, and actually they're about facilitating this process. And of course, a similar provision exists in the Private Housing Tenancies Scotland Act 2016 in relation to rent adjudication, although it has never been used. So I can't support this amendment, but I hope Ms Chapman will be reassured by the rationale and the fact that similar powers haven't been used. Amendments 34 to 36 and 41 to 43, also in Maggie Chapman's name, several of which are substantially similar to amendments brought at stage 2 on the issue, would not be required if my Amendment 74 and 121 are accepted, whilst Ms Chapman's amendments would, on the face of the bill, require that a rent officer issue an order for a landlord to pay compensation to a tenant where it's determined that a proposed rent increase is above the cap. The power conferred by Amendment 74 offers a more flexible approach, which allows for financial penalties and compensation to be provided in cases where it may be appropriate and proportionate, following consultation with landlords and tenant. And I hope that this amendment can gather support as a proportionate way to do much of what Maggie Chapman had been intending. Now, Amendment 166, in the name of Edward Mountain, alters the rent cap formula from the CPI percentage plus 1 to CPI plus 2 percentage points. Now, we've discussed much about the CPI percentage, but that formulation of CPI plus 1 is in line with what stakeholders in the sector have been calling for. Stakeholders, including the Scottish Property Federation and the Association for Rental Living, they welcomed the clarity provided by our statements in October and to the agreement that the committee made at stage 2. We set out at stage 2 that allowing some margin over inflation would give investors assurance. I still consider that this is the best approach, and that keeping that margin at 1% does what I have been seeking to do throughout, Presiding Officer, which is about balancing and seeking proportionality and affordability. Now, just to clarify, I can't support those amendments. Moving to 175, in the name of Edward Mountain, this would remove the requirement that rent increase notices for private residential tenancies in rent control areas should set out the reasons for the proposed rent increase. This was inserted at stage 2. As we made clear at stage 2, we believe that requiring all landlords of relevant tenancies in rent control areas to provide this information to tenants when they're increasing the rent is an unnecessary intrusion into the landlord's privacy with no obvious benefit to the tenant. Now, while tenants in a rent control area will be able to challenge a proposed rent increase on the basis that it doesn't apply with the cap, the reason that the rent increase is not a factor in these considerations, the reason for the rent increase ought not to be a factor. Such information would therefore not be helpful to the tenant, it would largely be irrelevant and would have no bearing on the decision at the end of the day. Mark Griffin's Amendment 280 is similar to a Stage 2 amendment, which would have changed the definition of rent for the purposes of rent increases in a rent control area, and we've discussed this before, Presiding Officer, in that it would exclude amounts payable to the landlord in respect of a number of utilities from the definition of rent. And Mark Griffin knows that my principal concern with this is that it takes the cost of utilities out with the protection that would otherwise be afforded to it if it were still within the definition of rent. And as such, I have significant concerns about Amendment 280 and its potential to undermine tenant protection. I'm sure Mark Griffin wouldn't want to pursue that. I'd ask him not to press it, and I can't support it. And to conclude, happily, Presiding Officer, I'd urge members to support my amendments in the group, along with Maggie Chapman's 72 and 73 and Edward Mountain's Amendment 175, but to reject the other amendments in my name, in the name of Edward Mountain, Maggie Chapman and Mark Griffin. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Maggie Chapman to speak to Amendment 165 and other amendments of the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. In many ways, this is the most important part of the bill. If passed, the provisions in this part will introduce the first rent controls in Scotland for almost 4 decades. Another Maggie took them away. I'm proud to be a Maggie in a team of people bringing rent controls back. And they could not come a moment too soon. Since 2010, rents for a two-bedroom property have increased by 61% across Scotland, but by 82% in Glasgow and a staggering 104% in Lothian. Has the quality of properties soared to match those rent increases? No. Have people's wages in Lothian gone up by 104%? No. This is a sign of a fundamentally out-of-control private rented sector. Amendment 165 and its consequentials change the formula the Scottish Government has proposed, which will cap rents at CPI plus 1% up to a maximum of 6%. My alternative is to cap rents at the lowest of CPI or earnings growth up to the same maximum of 6%. This is an important principle. I've asked Spice to model both of these formulae. The green version makes a small but significant difference to rents in most areas, though a bigger difference in others. In Glasgow, had it been applied since 2019, rents would be, on average, £19 a month lower than had the Scottish Government's formula been in place. But in Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire, £66 per month lower. For many renters struggling on low incomes and with the rising cost of living, this would have represented a huge help to them. Importantly, these amendments establish an absolutely critical principle that rents should match people's ability to pay. If the earnings and living standards of renters are not increasing, neither should those of landlords. If landlords' incomes rise more quickly than renters, there is nothing more than a pure extraction of wealth from those on lower incomes by those with the privilege to own property. And this is not something Greens have made up. Shelter England have proposed precisely the same system for England. Raising rents 1% above the cost of living is simply not acceptable, and the 2% proposed by Edward Mountain even more so. We should not be locking in above inflation increases, which is what the Scottish Government and the Conservatives are trying to do. 169 and 171 allow ministers to specify exemptions to the formula to allow lower increases, a freeze or a decrease. I've already spoken to this principle in an earlier group, but I've tabled these amendments to recognise that in areas of Scotland, rents have gone up by as much as 100% in the last 15 years, and even a small increase would simply pile misery on top of this. In these cases, a smaller increase, a freeze or a cut would be essential. Amendment 282 ensures that fees cannot be required for a rent notice to be challenged. I appreciate there may not be any intention to do this at the moment, but a fee would be a barrier to challenging a rent increase, so we must remove the possibility of this happening in the future. This is about future-proofing our legislation. Amendments 72 and 73, which I'm pleased have Scottish Government support, extend the deadline for tenants to challenge a rent increase from 21 to 30 days. My earlier amendments set a much longer deadline, and I would in truth have preferred that, but the 30 days is an improvement, and I'm grateful to the work that I've been able to do with the Scottish Government on these. Taken together, Presiding Officer, this section of the bill and my amendments are crucial to making rents more affordable for people everywhere in Scotland. We cannot allow on the goodwill of others to bring rents down. Sometimes we have to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. I now call Edward Mountain to speak to Amendment 166 and other amendments in the group. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I just want to say at the start of this, again, some of the language that I'm hearing is not what I believe happens in the rented sector. I don't believe it's out of control. It might be in areas that Ms Chapman knows, but it's certainly not in the areas that I represent, in the sense that a lot of landlords are trying desperately hard to increase the standard of the housing stock. And I don't think people give landlords credit for the amount of work that needs to be done. If you look at the prices to try and upgrade a, say, 1950s stone house, maybe up to £40,000. And if rents for those sort of houses, which is not uncommon in the Highlands, is at £600 per calendar month. It's going to take a huge amount of time to pay it back. And I accept, and I will accept the point that Ms Chapman makes. I take it as a huge privilege of owning property, but I take it as a huge responsibility. And I take my responsibility, as many landlords do, to their tenants extremely highly. And just as a matter that may amuse Ms Chapman is that the only house that I own that doesn't have double glazing is my own, because I can't afford to put it in, but I've made sure every single one of the tenants has. And I think that's the way that a lot of landlords react. Now, turning to the amendments in case, I would like to start off with Amendment 166, which is mine. The reason why I'm suggesting a 2 percentage point increase is there are, as I've just alluded to, huge costs coming down the line, whether it be a heat source, air source, pumps that are going to be required to replace oil or gas boilers, if that's all there is. That's going to be a huge cost. And I've argued this with the industry, but we're all agreed that it's probably going to be a minimum of £15,000. And if you add on top of that the painting of the house, the rewiring that may be required, there are considerable costs. And I remember, and Mr Harvey may shake his head, I remember showing to Mr Harvey, presiding officer, when he was the Housing Minister, the costs of an EPC upgrade that he was looking for, and evidencing them, which I know he discounted, but I would say that they're based on my experience as a surveyor and also a landlord. So I think there are huge costs. I will just in a minute, if I may, Ms Fialba, I'll come to you. I think there are huge costs, which is why I wanted to see whether there was the ability to allow landlords to go to 2 percentage points where they are doing improvements. I give way, presiding officer, to Ms Fialba.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the member a question. Why does he feel that the cost of improving and increasing the value of a privately held asset should fall on tenants?
Edward Ranton.
Well, you know, where does the cost lie? You know, if you're going to say that the cost may be £40,000 for a property and a 2% increase above RPI, so say it's 5% and 5% on £700 calendar month, I'm sure the member will be able to do that. It's £35 is all you're looking for as a contribution to the calendar month for a landlord who maybe have introduced £40,000 into doing that house. There is some benefit to the tenant. I'm not saying that the tenant needs to pay for it all. Far from it. I'm saying there is some contribution. And where I do agree with the Cabinet Secretary on this is that I do believe that CPI is the right level to use. It is well recognised throughout the industry. It's recognised, in fact, in all sectors. And it took me a bit of time to look up exactly what the other ones that were suggested by Ms Chapman in amendment and defined in Amendment 168. So I would agree with the Cabinet Secretary on that. Amendments 173 and 174, I'm not sure I heard the Cabinet Secretary speak to those, presiding officer. She may have skipped over them accidentally. But my point here, just in case at the end, when the Cabinet Secretary comes to sum up, is that the tenancy can be ended in the first year or can be ended with 6 months' notice. And therefore, what I was suggesting, that if a reduced rent had been given, that there ought to be the ability to reconfigure it after 6 months if the tenant leaves early. I think that makes sense. I do welcome the Cabinet Secretary's acceptance of my Amendment 175, the first one today, and there's always a bit of cheer when you get your first amendment through. I agree with some of the other Cabinet amendments from the Cabinet Secretary thing. I'm unclear about Amendments 170 and 171 lodged by Ms Chapman, presiding officer, in the sense I'm not clear if that suggests that the rent should actually go down. It is suggesting, presiding officer, I've seen a nod. I'm not sure that that's ever going to be realistic, because I'm never sure that prices go down year on year. They never seem to have done since I've been alive, but that's only for for 64 years at the moment, 65 years next year, Presiding Officer. And so I'm not sure that I've ever seen prices come down. And I think, Presiding Officer, there's a lot more I could talk about there, but I think I'm going to leave it at that on the hope that I've got one win, and with the Cabinet Secretary missing out 2 of my amendments, I may get 3 wins. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I now call Mark Griffin to speak to Amendment 280 and other amendments in the group. Mr Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This amendment seeks to clarify that charges for domestic services such as water, sewerage, gas, electricity, broadband and district heating are not premiums and should be treated separately from rent. To ensure clarity and fairness in Scotland's rental market, it is essential that these service charges are explicitly excluded from the definition of a premium. And that would provide complete transparency for rent officers, letting agents and, most importantly, for tenants themselves, clearly separating occupancy costs from service charges. It also addresses a current gap where published market rents often obscure whether utilities are included, making comparisons unreliable and undermining the effectiveness of rent control. But I think the crucial point with this amendment here is actually it was lodged to align with existing legislation in section 9(5)(a) of the Housing Bill, but given the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 64 has removed section 9(5)(a) from the bill, then I don't intend to press this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Griffin. I now call Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. For me, this is about moderation when it comes to setting the formula for rent controls. I think we're trying to seek a balance between fairness for tenants, but also certainty for investors. And I want investors in this sector, as I've already set out. I think the CPI+1 is a reasonable way to do it. You could argue about using other formula, but I think the Cabinet Secretary has set out a reasonable case that the more monthly, more regular reporting on the CPI means that we can get a more accurate figure when it comes to setting the formula. So I think that's a reasonable way to proceed, together with the exemptions that we've already discussed earlier. I think will provide that certainty for investors that we want. For me, we've been debating this for a long time. We've been debating this all the way back through to the temporary rent controls that we put in place. And that has created an awful lot of instability for investors, and we've seen the effect of that, not just with housing associations pulling out of the mid-market rent sector, but also the potential investment in other areas as well. So I would argue, as soon as we can get this bill through, as soon as we can get the exemptions in place, the sooner we can create that stable and political and regulatory environment for investors. Because I know, having spoken to many of them, they are keen to get on. They think potentially the environment is there to invest and build. And as I said earlier on, I am desperate to get new homes built so that we can get homes for people who are desperate for them in Scotland.
Thank you, Mr Rennie. And I call Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Speak with reference to Amendments 165 to 170 from Maggie Chapman. Scottish Land and Estates have advised that linking rent caps with wages and earnings is not suitable for Scotland's diverse private rented sector, and I fully agree with them. The sector itself has a wide range of property types, tenancy arrangements and landlord profiles, and rents are usually determined by factors such as location, condition of the property. This is especially important when we look at rural areas. It is my view that tying the increase to medium earnings risks creating distorted assessments of the market and penalises landlords who let below the market value. I would hope that Maggie Chapman does not wish to increase regional inconsistencies and would seek to create a system that at the very least reflects conditions not based on income. So I pose the question to Maggie Chapman, does she wish supply, particularly in rural areas, to further reduce, because of this amendment would exactly do that? With reference to Amendment 72 in the name of Maggie Chapman, describes a scenario where a tenant receives an increase of notice and they believe that that permitted rate, they must have notification to the landlord in writing in the views of 30 days rather than 21. Amendment 73 describes a situation where the tenant receives a rent increase. They can apply to the tribunal for determination of the previous rent increase, which took place less than 12 months ago. But they must first notify their landlord in writing of the reasons why they consider the rent rent increase to be unfair within 30 days of receipt of the increase notice rather than 21. My question is, how did the member arrive at 21 days as opposed to 30? What discussion took place between stakeholders, both in private rented sector and tenant rights groups, to ensure that this was proportionate and reasonable? And Amendments 34, 35 and 36, in the name of Maggie Chapman, introduces an increased penalty to landlords without property risks, driving good landlords out of the sector. The cumulative burden of regulations and financial risks can be continued when the sector, leading to property sales and a reduction in available rented homes. The impact is felt most acutely by tenants as the housing option shrinks and competition for remaining properties increase. Rather than focusing on penal measures, reductions in RETA determined will ensure that enforcement support for compliance, ensuring standards are upheld without undermining supply. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Stewart. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary to wind up.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm conscious that it's taking me some time to get through my initial remarks, so I'm keeping my closing brief. I did neglect to mention Edward Mountain's Amendments 173 and 174. I'm very sorry for that, about that to him. The bill currently sets out that that where a rent control is in place, rent increases would be limited to one increase in 12 months, even if the tenant changes, and Mr Mountain's amendments, as he said, would reduce this to 6 months. I'm afraid to disappoint him, I can't agree to this. I don't support rent increases between tenancies nor a shortening of these important periods. But in conclusion, Presiding Officer, I'd urge members to support my amendments. I'm pleased to support Maggie Chapman on 72 and 73 and Edward Mountain on 175. I'd ask members to reject the others.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The question is that Amendment 152 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 153 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 138. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 153 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If Parliament is not agreed, there will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Gordon MacDonald.
My phone wouldn't connect and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr MacDonald. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 153 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes, 8, no, 98. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 154 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 138. I remind members that if amendment 154 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 66 by way of preemption. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I therefore now call Amendment 66 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 138. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 66 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Gordon MacDonald.
Phone still wouldn't connect and I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr MacDonald. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Katie Clark.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms Clark. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 66 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 98, no 7. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 155 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 152. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 155 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call amendment 156 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 138. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call amendment 157 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 138. I remind members that if amendment 157 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 67, 68, 69, 158, 159, 160, 161, 278, 279 and 162 by way of preemption. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call amendments 67, 68 and 69, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary and all previously debated with amendment 138. I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move amendments 67 to 69 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 67 to 69? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that amendments 67 to 69 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? No. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. I did think I did hear it that time, but why don't some of the other members exercise their vocal cords? You know what I mean? Just a thought. Here we go. So. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendments number 67 to 69 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 99, no 8. There was one abstention and the amendments are therefore agreed. I now call Amendment 158 in the name of Graeme Simpson, already debated with Amendment 138. Graeme Simpson, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 158 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Shona Robertson.
Connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Robertson. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 158 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 41, no 67. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 159 in the name of Graeme Simpson, already debated with amendment 138. Graeme Simpson, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call amendment 160 in the name of Graeme Simpson, already debated with amendment 138. Graeme Simpson, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 160 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. A member should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 160 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 41, no 67. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 161 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with amendment 138. Edward Mountain, to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Moved. The question is that amendment 161 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Colin Beattie.
Presiding Officer, I couldn't contact. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr. Beattie. Your vote will be recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 161 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 41, No. 67. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 278 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with Amendment 138. Megan Gallagher to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 279 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with Amendment 138. Megan Gallagher to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 162 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 138. Edward Mountain to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 162 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 162 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes, 42, no, 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 163 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 138. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 164 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 138. I remind members that if Amendment 164 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 70 by way of preemption. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call Amendment 70 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 138. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 70 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 165 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. I remind members that if Amendment 165 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 166 by way of preemption. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 165 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 165 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes, 8, no, 100. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 166 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 152. Edward Mountain to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 167 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 167 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Colin Beattie.
It's a bit dodgy here. I'm just wondering whether my vote was actually registered or not.
I can confirm, Mr Beattie, that your vote has been recorded.
Thank you.
Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 167 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 8, no 100. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 168 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 152. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call amendments 169, 170 and 171, all in the name of Maggie Chapman and all previously debated with amendment 152. I invite Maggie Chapman to move amendments 169 to 171 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. I would ask whether any member objects to a single question being put on amendments 169 to 171. No member objects. The question is therefore that amendments 169 to 171 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 169 to 171 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 8, no 100. There were no abstentions. The amendments, therefore, are not agreed. I call Amendment 172 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 138. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 280 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with Amendment 152. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 173 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 152. Edward Mountain to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 173 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 173 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 24, no 83. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And I call amendment 174 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with amendment 152. Edward Mountain to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding Officer.
Not moved. Before we turn to the next group, I would say to members that they will probably note that we have indeed passed the agreed time limit for the debate on Group 6 to finish, and therefore I exercise my power under Rule 9.8.4a, open brackets, small c, close brackets, to allow debate on the group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unreasonably curtailed. We now move on to Group 7 on repairs and standards. I call Amendment 3 in the name of Maggie Chapman, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and I call on Maggie Chapman to move Amendment 3 and to speak to all amendments in the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 3 in my name. Amendments 71, 71A, 78 and 78A set an important principle that rent should not be increased if minimum standards are not met. Many landlords in the private rented sector provide high-quality homes, but some do not, and improvement is required. At 55% of homes in the private sector have wall insulation. This compares to 69% in the social sector. That's why almost 70% of social homes have an EPC rating of C or higher, almost 20% higher than the private rented sector. Levels of disrepair to critical elements such as heating, water supply and others are the highest in the private sector than any other. And in terms of overall quality, in 2023, 40% of private sector dwellings failed the Scottish Housing Quality Standard, compared to 30% in the social sector. And the private sector has about twice the proportion of properties failing in 3 or more criteria compared to social housing. There's a clear problem with poor energy efficiency, damp and other problems in some parts of the private rented sector. And if we freeze rents where minimum standards are not met, landlords will have little choice but to bring their properties up to scratch. I have listened to concerns expressed previously, and 71A and 78A make it clear that I'm not intending to bring in new standards, and existing tolerable and repairing standards can be used. To do some further tidying up, I'd like to note that Amendments 3 and 5 are older versions of 71 and 78 respectively, so I won't press 3 and 5 when we get to them. Moving to other amendments, I welcome Mark Griffin's group of amendments on damp and mould. Better defining mould and damp and ensuring inspectors are properly qualified to detect it are both good steps towards better tackling poor quality accommodation. I also support his Amendment 299 to modify the repairing standard with a view to speeding up how quickly repairs are done. Paul Sweeney's Amendment 115 to allow tenants to refer a property to the local authority for it to consider purchasing and improving is welcome too. With so relatively few inspections done, an issue which my colleague Lorna Slater will speak to on behalf of Ariane Burgess, councils will not necessarily be aware where the poor quality properties are, and Mr Sweeney's Amendment 115 addresses that. Having just launched an £80 million scheme for councils to buy properties and get people out of temporary accommodation, this does appear to be in line with the Scottish Government's approach. Before closing, I'd like to address Jamie Halker-Johnson's Amendment 244, which would require a presumption in favour of enabling direct emission heating systems in rural areas and island areas. While I appreciate the challenges faced by rural and island communities, green technologies are improving all the time, and with time running out to tackle the climate crisis, we cannot encourage the installation of polluting heating systems in perpetuity. We need to change how we do this. Yes.
Jamie Halker-Johnson, briefly.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to the member for taking intervention. I mean, I do respect that there are improvements in some of the heating systems, but does she not accept that for many communities, many homes across the Highlands and Islands, particularly our region, actually that secondary direct emission system is a real lifesaver when bad weather hits?
Maggie Chapman.
I thank Jamie Halker-Johnson for his intervention, and yes, I do. As somebody who represents the North East, I too am familiar with the consequences of bad weather. But I think we need to be future-proofing our legislation, and I think there are mechanisms that we can use in the short term that don't require primary legislation. And it's putting this provision in the bill that I think is problematic. So, Presiding Officer, all in all, I think that there are really important principles in many of the amendments in this group. accommodation needs to meet standards, and we should be doing whatever we can to drive up those standards. My amendments in this group do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Graeme Simpson to speak to Amendment 228 and other amendments in the group. Mr Simpson.
Thank you very much. Can I start with Amendment 228? The idea behind this was that we can keep a record of a property, a kind of lifetime record of the work that's been done to a property. But, however, on reflection, I think the way the amendment is worded is perhaps too onerous, so I'll not be pressing that. So I'm just going to move quickly on to Amendments 230 and 231, which deal with damp and mould. There's been a lot of debate, certainly at stage 2, about AWAB's law, and I'm very grateful that the Cabinet Secretary has said she wants to bring in AWAB's law into Scotland. So these amendments would actually do that, but in a tougher way than that which applies in England. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I did attempt to lay a manuscript amendment to mirror what will be the situation in England when the UK government lays regulations. Sadly, it was rejected, and I think that's a missed opportunity. It would have been good for Parliament to have the chance to vote on that. Mark Griffin, in his amendments, tackles the same area, really, and he has my support. I hope he presses his amendments. Now, if I could just move on to Paul Sweeney's Amendment 115, that would establish a system where if someone was in a substandard property, they could ask their council to buy it and then transfer it to a housing association. I'm not really clear on what the cost of all that would be, or whether councils or housing associations would even want such properties. I suspect they wouldn't, but I'll certainly take the intervention.
Paul Sweeney, briefly.
I welcome Mr Simpson giving way. Just if I can perhaps provide some clarity on that point that he makes. This activity already is undertaken, certainly in the City of Glasgow. My idea is that it gives a greater system for tenants to express a desire for their property to be considered for such a scheme, and it perhaps creates a better demand signal or understanding of substandard property that might be eligible for CPO activity that is already undertaken, certainly in Glasgow. And other local authorities don't have such a scheme, but certainly in Glasgow the need is significant. It might also be worth consideration that there could be a scheme to offset the cost of dilapidations or making good dilapidations against the value of the property. There's certainly provisions for that in legislation in relation to listed buildings, though unfortunately it's only actually been exercised on one occasion in Dundee in the 25 years plus that the legislation has been enforced. So there are behavioural issues with local authorities, but I think it's worth testing this and trying to put it on the statute book, because it would be a useful mechanism.
Well, that was quite an intervention. We probably don't need to hear from Mr Sweeney again, because he's explained it all. So I will study the wording of the amendment. I feel it's too onerous, but Mr Sweeney wants to add to what he's already said. I'll look forward to hearing that, and I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mark Griffin to speak to Amendment 294 and other amendments in the group. Mr Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the Scottish Government's commitment to full implementation of AWAB's law for both private and social landlords. This will help some of my constituents who are currently trying to ensure that their homes are not putting the lives of their children in danger because of damp and mould. I think, however, we can go further to ensure that people have confidence that issues of damp and mould are identified correctly and acted upon quickly. My amendments are designed to strengthen the Government's commitment by tightening up conditional language and ensuring robust enforceable standards for tackling damp and mould in Scotland's homes. Similar to other amendments in this group, I have sought to tighten timescales around dealing with damp and mould where it is found in homes. I have stipulated that ministers must publish statutory guidance approved by Parliament by affirmative procedure on the timescale for landlords to respond to a resident's complaint of damp or mould, and then the timescale for effectively dealing with damp or mould once it's found. I believe that clear, enforceable timescales are essential to protect tenants' health and well-being, and linking this to statutory guidance, subject to parliamentary approval, ensures accountability and transparency of that process. Voting in favour today would close any loopholes in the current wording and guarantees that action is not left to landlord discretion. The next in the package of amendments requires ministers to publish statutory guidance, again approved by Parliament, defining what constitutes a significant level of damp and mould, which would trigger the legal requirement for landlords to act. The current wording is that as long as a property is substantially free from damp and mould, then it meets the tolerable standard. Now, one person substantially free from can vary wildly from another's, and so I think this amendment can give tenants and landlords clarity on when action is required. I accept that there is current guidance on the levels of damp and mould in homes, but this allows ministers to ensure that the law is robust and tenants are not left in unsafe or unhealthy conditions due to those perceived vague thresholds. I have also stipulated that ministers must publish statutory guidance, again approved by Parliament, setting out the required level of qualification for inspectors who determine the presence and severity of damp and mould. Now, that would ensure that inspections are carried out by competent, qualified professionals and protects tenants from inadequate or inconsistent assessments. We've heard over and over from tenants, I'm sure many MSPs will have had them at their surgeries, of those who come to assess damp or mould in their homes. They're told to spray it with disinfectant, open a window, cover it up with damp-proof paint, and all of a sudden that's going to fix real substantive structural issues related with dampness. And I think the qualification level of inspectors would go some way to give residents the reassurance they need that their complaints about damp and mould are being treated appropriately. I think these group of amendments come as a package. They are practical steps to ensure that Awab's law is implemented in full with clear standards and robust protections for tenants. They'll help deliver safe, healthy homes for everyone in Scotland and ensure that our legislation is both effective and enforceable, helping my constituents and tenants throughout Scotland have confidence in the laws designed to protect them and their children from ill health simply of the homes that they happen to live in. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call Lorna Slater to speak to Amendment 300 and other amendments in the group. Ms Slater.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm speaking to Ariane Burgess's amendments as she's currently unable to attend the Chamber. Amendments 300 and 301 revamp the rules around local authority inspections of private rented accommodation. Amendment 300 allows local authorities to routinely inspect homes. Amendment 301 gives them the power to undertake spot checks of private lets at any time, so long as they have the prior consent of the tenant. Both amendments build on existing powers, will support tenants and will push standards higher by cracking down on the minority of rogue landlords who do not meet their obligations to provide good quality housing. That's something we want to underline here. Many private landlords are good landlords. They do their best to meet their tenants' needs and fulfil their obligations to them. These landlords are let down by a minority, and it is this minority whose behaviour and practice that we're trying to change. It's pleasing to note that these amendments have support from stakeholders representing both landlords and tenants, including Scottish Land and Estates and Living Rent. We believe that this is a reflection of the fact that we've listened to and acted upon the feedback on these amendments received at Stage 2. Namely, there was a concern that imposing a £10,000 fine on landlords would deter investment in the private rented sector. We have taken this on board and modified the amendment so that ministers will have the powers to determine the level of fine private rented landlords may face. Likewise, we have also stated that ministers must set out a timescale that private landlords have to resolve issues within before they face a fine. Ministers will also be able to determine the standards landlords will be held to by local authorities. These changes maintain the spirit of Ariane's Stage 2 amendments along these lines. Namely, they put rogue landlords on notice that it's not okay to provide dangerous substandard housing. And if they persist in not fixing problems with the homes they rent, they will face a penalty. Amendments 380 and 381 are consequential to 300 and 301. I also wish to add that the Scottish Greens welcome Richard Leonard's move to bring back the Seasonal Worker Accommodation Standards Amendment that we brought at Stage 2. We believe Amendments 348 to 350 in his name would provide an often exploited group with valuable protections and rectify a glaring gap in accommodation standards that the Scottish Government has thus far been slow to act on.
Thank you. I now call on Richard Leonard to speak to Amendment 348 and other amendments in the group. Mr Leonard.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. These three amendments are three different means, but each to the same end: to close the current legal loophole which allows for the exploitation of seasonal migrant workers on farms across Scotland, and so to end the national scandal of these farm workers who have no protection whatsoever, none, over the standard of their accommodation. There are 6,000 to 7,000 migrant workers on 6-month-long seasonal visas in Scotland, mostly coming from Central Asia. 95% of them are tied in accommodation with their employer. And that accommodation, in almost all cases, caravans, porta cabins, even containers, windowless metal boxes, are all exempt from regulation, are exempt from standards and exempt from inspections. There's no national law, no local bylaw, no national inspection, no local inspection. Now, I've met these workers a number of times over the last year and a half to hear their experiences at first hand. And when I met them again just a few weeks ago, they told me that as long as this Parliament fails to legislate, fails to act, fails to enforce, and even with an expose on national television by ITN, nothing has changed. Or except that their rent, that's changed. It's gone up again this year from £70 a week to £74 a week. That's £11,000 per caravan per season. And they're on £12.21 an hour. So I have to ask, as I've asked in Parliament before, where does all that money go? Where does all that rental income go? Because it is not reinvested in improving the standard of accommodation. So when the President of the National Farmers Union in Scotland tells us at the weekend, I quote, "Profitability must be front and centre if we are serious about sustainable farming," then he needs to reflect on this. When I met those workers just last month, they showed me photographs, played video evidence and gave me personal testimony of caravans in the middle of fields, dangerously perched on bricks, with gaps in the walls and ceilings so wide that the workers freeze at night, of dampness and mould, of containers with no windows or ventilation, of caravans with windows that won't close, of overcrowding, with caravans designed for 4, commonly sleeping 6. And poignantly, they spoke of the safety risks that they face, including the risk of fire. But let me also put on the record that I am talking here about the living conditions of both men and women workers. And I can't help feeling that because much of this accommodation is out of sight, and because these are migrant workers who feel unable to speak out publicly for fear of being blacklisted, that they have been abandoned and expected to survive not just in squalor, but in slave-like conditions. Following amendments which I tabled to the Agriculture and Rural Communities Bill last year, and thanks to agitation inside and outside Parliament by the highly effective Worker Support Centre, which is an outstanding advocate for these workers, the Government set up a working group which has been carrying out a scoping exercise, looking at what can be done. And I raised this in questions in Parliament back in May to the then Housing Minister as a call to action. But I repeat, nothing has changed. The First Minister told ITN over a year ago that he found the pictures he was shown by the journalist Peter Smith, I quote, completely unacceptable and troubling, and that he would take a personal interest. But I repeat, 1 year later, nothing has changed. So I say to the First Minister today, 3 out of the 6 biggest areas of employment of seasonal migrant labourers are in Scotland, in Angus, in Fife and in Perth and Kinross. This is rightly troubling for the First Minister. It should be rightly troubling for all of us, but there is no one more troubled than those workers sleeping out in those fields tonight. Amendment 348 requires inspectors in the Agricultural Wages Board to ensure that this seasonal workers' accommodation is fit for human habitation. It's similar to an amendment I tabled last year in the Agriculture and Rural Communities Act. And at stage 2 of this bill, Ariane Burgess also laid a similar amendment but did not move it. The Cabinet Secretary said in response at stage 2, I quote, "I absolutely recognise the point that you are making, and I would be happy to provide that information in writing to you and the committee following today's discussions." But when a note was sent to the committee after the Cabinet Secretary's appearance before it, as far as I can see, nothing was included which addressed this. My view is that the Agricultural Wages Board, which enforces the accommodation rate on these seasonal workers, should also be the board that enforces the accommodation standards for these seasonal workers. 21 Scottish Government employees currently carry out inspections as part of their work, and they work in the Rural Payments and Inspections Division. So, that's the division which pays out £660 million a year in farm payments on our behalf. So I would argue that gives them, and it gives us, some leverage. Amendment 349 is another way of breaking the impasse and closing the exemptions and loopholes in the current legal framework. Under the Housing Scotland Act 1987, local authorities have a duty to ensure that houses meet a tolerable standard, or if they do not, to close or demolish them. The tolerable standard applies to every house in a local authority area, but it does not apply to this accommodation. Under the 1987 Act, mobile homes are not considered houses, so they fall out with the scope of a tolerable standard. And that's what we need to address. There are provisions through bylaws, so I sent a Freedom of Information request to every local authority in Scotland last year, and not one of the 27 which responded had any such bylaw. This amendment would seek to bring them within scope. And finally, Amendment 350 is yet another route to simply end the exemption of seasonal workers' accommodation from the provisions of the law, in this case the Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act 1960. Yes, I'll take an intervention.
Briefly, Graeme Simpson.
Yes, I will be brief. Richard Leonard has outlined a quite disgraceful situation that people in this country are having to live in such substandard conditions. Nobody should have to do that. So my question for Richard Leonard is it my understanding of what he's telling us is that there are no rules protecting these people? There seem to be no inspections of the accommodation or the standard of it. Is that his understanding too?
Richard Leonard.
Yes, it is. And I got a parliamentary answer back from Paul McLennan on the 12th of November 2024, in which he said caravans and static homes provided by employers through a service occupancy agreement are not subject to housing standards. Where agricultural land is used for the accommodation of people involved in farming operations on a seasonal basis, a site licence for a caravan is not required. So I'm asking for these loopholes to be closed. Because how can it possibly be justified? How can it possibly be right that if you stay in a caravan for a week's holiday, you are entitled to certain tolerable housing standards, but if you're working on the land for 6 months, helping to bring the harvest home, stocking our supermarket shelves, generating export earnings, you are not entitled to any housing standards whatsoever? So I move the amendments in my name.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. Just to advise the Chamber, we are, as you will be aware, well behind time in terms of this debate, so I'd encourage as much brevity as possible without failing to do justice to the seriousness of the issues. And I invite Jamie Halker-Johnson to speak to Amendment 244 and other amendments in the group. Mr Halker-Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. My amendments 244 and 259 are as I submitted at stage 2. Together they provide that when regulations are made by the Scottish Government relating to direct emission heating systems, they must implement a presumption in favour of secondary direct emission heating systems in homes in remote and rural areas and on our islands. They aim to ensure that in homes in areas where essential connections may be less reliable or subject to increased risk of being lost, often because of extreme weather, and that where help or support is less readily available, facilities to heat, cook and provide hot water are maintained. There have been plenty of examples recently where the extent of damage to energy distribution has caused major disruption to services to local homes, not only in my own region in the Highlands and Islands, but across the regions of many of the members in this chamber. Having experience being snowed into my own home in Orkney for 5 days without power, but with access to heating and hot water provided by our wood-burning stove, and the ability to cook hot meals in a house, parts of which were registering temperatures below zero, I know all too well how important resilience and having the appropriate backup can be. Only last year, in response to proposed regulations in this area, I introduced a motion to Parliament which achieved cross-party support, including from several members on the SNP benches, about the importance of wood-burning stoves and other direct emission heating in rural and island communities. This was followed by an excellent members' debate where the topic was discussed in far more detail than we'd be able to fit in today, and where there was widespread support, again from across the parties, including the SNP, for the importance of direct emission heating in remote and rural communities. I'm pleased that the Scottish Government U-turned on their proposed ban on secondary emissions heatings like wood-burning stoves in new-build homes then. However, despite that U-turn in November, it's become clear that secondary heating should be protected in primary legislation, with a requirement on the Scottish Government to take due regard of these issues into the future. At stage 2, the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice questioned the necessity of these amendments, indicating that the Scottish Government had no plans to bring forward further regulation in this area at this time. Shirley-Ann Somerville noted her concerns that my amendments could tie the hands of future governments, particularly where there remains scope for technological advancement. These amendments do attempt to tie the government, and if change is considered, require them to come back and consult in this Parliament. Had this amendment been law, then it may well have saved ministers time and not a little embarrassment last year when they did finally U-turn. Presiding Officer, it is important that remote and rural and island homes have access to viable and reliable secondary heating options. They're not luxury items in our homes. They're not something that looks nice in the corner of the room. They help keep people safe and warm and alive in the worst of conditions. It's vital that regulations made here in Edinburgh take into account the needs of those communities, our communities across the Highlands and Islands and other parts of rural Scotland, where help is further away and longer to arrive. I urge members to support my amendments 244 and 259, which I move.
Thank you. I now call on Paul Sweeney to speak to Amendment 115 and other amendments in the group. Mr Sweeney.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I rise to speak to Amendment 115 and the associated Amendment 117 in this grouping. As has been intimated by colleagues already across the chamber, the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that a property in private let, where it is deemed to be substandard by failing to meet either the repairing standard or the tolerable standard for a period of longer than 12 months, the tenant would have a right in statute to apply to the local authority to initiate action in addition to the obligations on the local authority that already exist in statute, as was already discussed in several housing acts going back to the 1980s, in addition to the provisions that are already there, such as closing orders, demolition orders, maintenance orders or repairing maintenance orders, the local authority in addition could consider escalation to a compulsory purchase order for the property and therefore, after doing so, transfer it to an appropriate local registered social landlord, whether that be the local authority itself in the case of local authorities that have council housing, or a third-party housing association in the case of local authorities such as Glasgow, where direct local authority operation of social housing no longer takes place. So the government could underwrite that procedure and recover the costs of the purchase over a reasonable period, for example 25 years from the receiving social landlord taking ownership of the property, which would have the effect of making the policy effectively cost neutral for the government and be a much more sustainable investment strategy than, for example, having to fund emergency temporary accommodation on a haphazard ad hoc basis. It would allow for established best practice of using CPOs to take over long-term vacant housing stock to be expanded to housing stock that is generally in poor condition, although habitable, which already happens to be undertaken in Glasgow districts such as Govan Hill, and for this approach to be more systematic in nature and scaled up on a national basis and to learn those lessons and that best practice. There's already provision in legislation. I look, for example, to the 1997 Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act, where Section 45 of that Act allows for a direction for minimum compensation, so that where the local authority acquires the property, they can actually offset the costs of repair of the building against the value of the property, so that they're not actually incurring that cost on acquisition. They can offset it. So I think there is reasonable scope in this bill to do something useful here and to improve the mechanisms available to local authorities to bring dilapidated housing stock back up to a reasonable standard for habitation. As has been mentioned, Glasgow has been at the forefront of using compulsory purchase orders to tackle problems of long-term vacant properties, which has increased affordable housing supply and ensured the upkeep of pre-1919 tenement stock, in particular, of which there is around 70,000 in the city, with an estimated repair backlog of £3 billion. The compulsory purchase order process has been a good way of responding to the blight that has been caused by derelict, abandoned flats and homes that have been left vacant for a variety of reasons, or properties that have previously been let out but are now below the tolerable standard. And with the Government's recent announcement of an increase in the acquisitions fund from £40 million to £80 million, this would actually be a useful way of focusing that money into areas of priority need. Glasgow's promotion of compulsory purchase orders has sent a message that the local authority is active in taking steps against private landlords or other individuals who fail to address problems with their property, although it is seen as a last resort measure. 52 homes across Glasgow have been purchased or pursued for compulsory purchases since 2019, and 34 of those have been concluded with the acquisition of the property. In other cases, with the serving of the notice, 13 owners actually opted to sell voluntarily to housing associations, and a further 2 properties were sold or occupied by family members, which meant that the planned compulsory purchase order was not continued. But in all these cases to date in which these compulsory purchase orders have been confirmed, once Glasgow City Council has invested in the property, it is entered into back-to-back agreements with local community-based housing associations, of which there are over 60 in Glasgow, which have carried out the necessary repair works with support with grant funding to bring the property up to a tolerable standard and back into active use in order to provide affordable housing for those who need it. And given the housing emergency in Glasgow and in other parts of Scotland, I think this need is particularly acute, and it would be a useful tool to bring in now. And I don't think we need to wait for the Government's ongoing consultation on wider CPO, because the pace of change is needing something to get out ahead of it. And I think this could be a very useful mechanism for the Government to implement now and test how it works and performs with the local authorities. Some of the properties that have been targeted previously for CPOs have been lying empty for more than 14 years, while other properties have been designated as being below the tolerable standard for more than 5 years. And all of these empty properties, because they are generally tenemental stock, create environmental blight and affect neighbours in the wider community and even in the same close. The benefit, therefore, that is derived from bringing these properties and other homes back into use is massive, particularly for tenants and owners who live in close proximity and have suffered because of abandonment or the poor quality of maintenance. Although there are budgetary constraints that limit how many CPOs a local authority can achieve, I think these steps are really useful. And they are, of course, complicated, time-consuming, costly and resource-intensive, but we can build a learning curve here. And in Glasgow's case, they are dependent on building this partnership with housing associations. So I think that the Government should consider accepting this amendment and moving forward with this and testing how it could perform.
Thank you, Mr Sweeney. I now call Megan Gallagher to speak to Amendment 375 and other amendments in the debate. Ms Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I appreciate that I have probably been rather cheeky submitting this amendment, as I did so at stage 2, and I understand that it probably doesn't encompass the exact intent of what the Housing Bill aims to do. But I have had several discussions with previous ministers regarding the publication of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry, TGI Phase 2 report recommendations. In fact, I wrote to the previous minister, Paul McClellan, and I do thank him once again for the time and engagement that he gave to this issue whilst he was in post. Identifying buildings and remediation has been incredibly slow, and I'm still concerned that the method for testing fire performance, BS 8414, is still a route for buildings to fall within compliance. Buildings such as hospitals, care homes, boarding schools, hotels, I do believe that they are effectively dwellings, they're buildings, but people, of course, can stay in them. And for that reason, they do need to be captured within the ban for combustible facade material. I submitted Amendment 375 in order to continue raising these concerns and also the consultation with the Scottish Government to try and ascertain what their position is in relation to for the ban to include hotels, hostels, boarding schools and any other building that falls into that category. I don't know whether the Cabinet Secretary, of course, considering other amendments that we're discussing this evening, is in the position to do so today or tonight. However, if she's not able to, we would welcome the Cabinet Secretary perhaps coming to committee, or when she's able to provide a statement, an update on where we are in relation to remediation of these particular types of buildings, and particularly what report recommendations the Government can give an update on in terms of where we are. I do believe, it was quite some time ago, but I do believe that Graeme Simpson is not going to press his amendments on this section. Is that right? Sorry, I've caught him off guard. It's just in relation to the amendments. I understand what Graeme Simpson is attempting to do, because he has, of course, carried out a lot of work in relation to damp and mould properties. However, I do believe... yes, I will.
Graeme Simpson, briefly.
I will attempt to answer Ms Gallagher's question. So, my Amendment 228, I will not press. Amendments 230 and 231, which relate to AWAB's law, I will probably not press those either. So I hope that helps.
Megan Gallagher.
Helpful clarification. The reason I was asking that is because I do believe that 14 days is not always practicable for landlords to be able to carry out repairs. If you think about seasonal holidays, weather conditions, rurality in terms of properties, I think this amendment, if it was brought in too broadly, could impact the ability for landlords to actually carry out the repairs within that time frame. However, I do understand and agree that they must carry out the repairs within a reasonable time as soon as possible. And I understand that we will be soon voting on amendments that relate to damp and mould issues, which I hope will improve building standards for so many people within the private and social rented sector. If I can touch upon amendments 300 and 301 in the name of Ariane Burgess, I am concerned that no permissions will be sought from the landlord directly, especially as they own the property. And there are other processes that deal with concerns that tenants raise with rental properties, and I don't believe that it is appropriate for local authorities to effectively have more authority over landlords in respect of maintenance, safety and quality. Again, this amendment, although I don't believe it's intended, I think it can continue with that rhetoric that I mentioned earlier on regarding the demonisation of landlords, the vast majority of whom, and I welcome Ariane Burgess's tone because it's different from the tone that we've heard from other members this evening, who maintain their properties to the highest of standards. So for that reason, we won't be supporting the amendments in Ariane Burgess's name this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Members will be aware that despite extending the previous time limit by 30 minutes, we will shortly be reaching the next time limit. We already have two more groups to debate. As a consequence, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the last sentence of Rule 9.8.5a be suspended. I invite the Minister for Parliamentary Business to move such a motion.
Officer.
Thank you. The question is that the last sentence of Rule 9.8.5a be suspended. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed under Rule 9.8.5a. I'm minded to accept another motion without notice to extend the debate by 30 minutes on amendments. I ask the Minister for Parliamentary Business.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much indeed. The question is that the debate on amendments be extended by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The overall condition of housing in Scotland has been steadily improving over the years, and this has been driven principally by the Tolerable Standard, the Scottish Housing Quality Standard and the Repairing Standard. And whilst I recognise that there is more to do, my starting point is about strengthening the existing powers and strengthening the existing standards. Now, I have already confirmed, but I reiterate today my intention to bring forward AWAB's law across the rented sector in Scotland from March 2026, starting with damp and mould. The Scottish Government is currently hosting a series of roundtables over the course of this month to better understand the timescales for investigating and commencing repairs and their potential impact on tenants and landlords. Firstly, I want to turn to amendments in the name of Maggie Chapman. Amendment 3 would provide that rents in rent control areas not be increased unless the property meets minimum standards. Amendments 71 and 71A are alternate amendments to Amendment 3, which would also provide that standards may relate to repair and safety. Under these amendments, the regulations must specify the method by which the landlord can demonstrate compliance with the standard and the complaints procedure where tenants can challenge the landlord's compliance. The amendments also expand on what can be covered in the regulations by noting the minimum standards may be defined with reference to the statutory tolerable and repairing standard. Amendments 5, 28, 78 and 78A would replicate these, but for non-rent control areas. Now, whilst I agree on the importance of all rented properties complying with appropriate standards, there are already a suite of statutory standards and enforcement measures in place for rented properties, that tripartite that I mentioned before. I must re-emphasise that adding a further housing standard would create considerable confusion for landlords, for tenants and for local authorities as to which standards the landlord must comply with. So there are already there are already existing standards, and accompanying that are broad powers to amend these existing standards where we need to. And so I can't support these amendments. Turning to those in the name of Mark Griffin, Amendment 294 seeks to add the enabling power in the 2001 Act, adding to the non-exhaustive list of matters about which ministers may make provision to include the qualifications required by an inspector to undertake an inspection relating to damp and mould in a house. Now, whilst I understand why Mr Griffin is seeking to impose this, it's in the Government's view, it's highly unlikely that any registered social landlord or local authority would use unskilled workers in any event, including for repairs and inspections. Social landlords are likely to have contracts with suitable, appropriately qualified tradespeople, and we therefore would see this as unnecessary. But I think, perhaps most importantly, there's a risk that making such regulation could potentially reduce the number of tradespeople who will be available to undertake remedial work, and therefore could extend the time required to complete repairs. And I think this would run contrary to the intentions of Timaeus repairs that underpins AWAB's law, something that I think I know Mark Griffin is supportive of. Amendment 295 relates to statutory guidance that Scottish ministers have the power to issue in connection with the Tolerable Standard, which is set out in the 1987 Act. The amendment makes clear that such guidance may further specify the circumstances in which a house can be considered to be, quote, substantially free from rising or penetrating damp. Now, ministers already have the power to issue guidance on such matters, and we were already planning to do so in connection with the implementation of AWAB's law. This will be done as part of our targeted engagement, and therefore I am very much in agreement with Mark Griffin, and I am happy to accept this amendment. In 296 and 297, however, Mr Griffin is seeking to amplify any guidance that is issued on damp by Scottish ministers in both the private and social rented sectors. And whilst I support the reason behind this, they are unnecessary additions to the statute book when ministers have extant powers to issue and vary or revoke guidance. Both social and private landlords already have a statutory duty to have regard to guidance in connection to the Tolerable Standard and the Repairing Standard. And as I've explained, the Government has committed to implement AWAB's law, and part of that process will involve provision of guidance. And whilst that renders the amendments unnecessary, I'll ensure that members are very closely engaged with that work. Amendment 299 amends the regulation power in connection with the repairing standard in the private rented sector. This would put on the face of the bill that certain factors that ministers may make provision in connection with, including the period within which a landlord is to respond to a notification from a tenant and the commencement and completion of that work. An amendment to the enabling power is not necessary to implement AWAB's law in the private rented sector, which I've already committed to doing. Whilst I appreciate the rationale behind this amendment, I wish to offer further reassurance that existing plans are underway to implement Awaab's law, and we can do that using existing powers which are broad in terms of their scope and, importantly, are appropriate. Amendment 230 in the name of Graeme Simpson would amend the repairing standard in the private rented sector and require private landlords to complete work within a period of 14 days rather than within a reasonable period. This would have very far-reaching consequences for landlords, including in connection with their property rights. There's a number of factors which, as I think have already been alluded to, may prevent work being completed within 14 days, such as sourcing appropriately skilled professional tradespeople and access to the property or the scale of the works themselves. I'll just finish this point and then I'll very happily take an intervention. Creating a system whereby this is the inevitable outcome would be problematic and must be opposed. And I suppose just to conclude, Awaab's law seeks to introduce timescales for the investigation and the commencement of works, as opposed to timescales for the completion of works, which clearly, depending on the scale of the work involved, could necessarily take more than 14 days. I'll take the intervention.
Briefly, Graeme Simpson.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. I've already accepted the point. She didn't really need to labour it. I accept the point about my amendments. Can she tell us how she plans to introduce Awaab's law? Is she going to be using regulations or some other means?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I'm quite sure that this has already been spelled out, but the powers that we need to do it in the social rented sector, I understand we're taking at stage 2, and the powers to implement it in the private rented sector are already in existence. And I was just trying to give members the courtesy of responding to each of their amendments, but I will skip through Mr Simpson's remaining in case he thinks I am labouring the point. I'm also moving to Mr Sweeney's amendments on purchase of poor quality housing. This brings back Amendment 115 after not pressing it at stage 2, and Amendment 117 seeks to ensure that the regulations are subject to affirmative procedure. Now, I wrote to Mr Sweeney on the 21st of July outlining the reasons why the Government's position hasn't changed from stage 2. He's broadly explained it, but from our perspective, the amendment would oblige the ministers to provide a process by which a tenant may request a local authority to buy the house that they rent where that house does not comply with housing standards. And although I absolutely support the principle behind this, namely that private rented homes should be of a good quality, the amendments as proposed could lead to the local authority purchasing a suite of substandard properties rather than what we should do, which is enforcing housing standards, as is currently the case. Now, there's no need for a statutory right for a tenant to request that a local authority exercise powers of compulsory purchase. As Mr Sweeney's pointed out, councils already have that power. Tenants can already approach their local authority to make such a request. But where a landlord has failed to comply with housing standards, I continue to believe that it would be more appropriate for those standards to be enforced rather than to expect the local authority to purchase the property and moving away from that ad hoc approach that's currently taken. Yes, I will.
Briefly, Paul Sweeney.
Thank the Minister for giving way. It is unfortunate because the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, who was leading the amendments at stage 2, did offer to work with me to agree something at stage 3, but that conversation never actually took place, unfortunately. So it seems like we aren't able to reach that compromise because the discussion wasn't facilitated. So really what I'm trying to say is that this is not about knocking out existing provisions. I think there is a sliding scale of intervention that a local authority should be able to have, including maintenance orders and obligations on landlords. But if that is irreconcilable, then the ultimate option would be to move towards a compulsory purchase, which is already in practice in Glasgow. My idea is, how do we formalise that and how do we move it beyond Glasgow to other local authorities that don't do it? And I think this could be a mechanism of doing it. It would be interesting to see if the Cabinet Secretary has other proposals.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thanks for the intervention. I suppose my view is that it's not appropriate to formalise it, because what's appropriate is for substandard housing to be brought up to standard and for there to be the option, as Glasgow City Council are clearly utilising, to use compulsory purchase and to do exactly as the member has described. And I would highlight to him that on the 19th of September we launched a substantial consultation on compulsory purchase reform, which includes provision on sale and lease orders as well, and I would encourage him to engage with that. It's open until the 19th of December. Moving as swiftly as I can, Presiding Officer, to heating systems, Amendments 244 and 259 from Jamie Halcrow-Johnson are identical to amendments brought at Stage 2 and seek to restrict policy making in any future attempt to regulate heating systems. As outlined previously, the Government's approach already protects the use of direct emissions in secondary heating, if required, for exactly the circumstances referred to, including in rural properties. And I would point to the new build heat standard. I'll just make a little bit more progress. The new build heat standard already allows for secondary heating systems of the kind specified in the amendment. And I would just point out to members that with this, you're not voting against, if you're voting against this amendment, it's not a vote against wood-burning stoves or other secondary heating systems, as the amendment is not needed to protect their use. That's it's simply unnecessary. I think I should probably make progress, Presiding Officer, but I can allow a brief intervention, but it needs to be brief. Jamie Halcrow-Johnson. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking an intervention. The problem with some of the regulations at the moment is that they put such requirements on secondary heating that they're almost impossible, both from a financial or a technological point of view, to put in place, such as they have to be turned off the minute power comes back on. Now, if you're losing power constantly back and forward, that means a lot of these systems simply aren't work. So you essentially ban them, but by a secondary way. Cabinet Secretary. I take on board the points that have been put to me, but I suppose my concern in respect of the deliberation of primary legislation is that the ability to have them is there, and the Government, as Mr Halcrow-Johnson pointed out, made provision for that in respect of the new build heat standard rather recently. Amendments 300 and 301 are alternative amendments which would create a power for local authorities to inspect a house which is entered in the Landlord Register and impose a fine to be set by Scottish ministers on the landlord if the house doesn't comply with relevant safety, quality and energy efficiency standards. These provisions are not required. There are existing enforcement mechanisms for the repairing standard under the 2006 Act and the tolerable standard under the 1987 Act. And the First Tier Tribunal can already impose a repairing standard enforcement order under the 2006 Act if a property fails the repairing standard. A local authority can issue a work notice under Section 30 of the 2006 Act if a property is considered to be substandard. And this would include properties which fail the tolerable standard. So in light of that, I would ask Ms Burgess not to press these amendments, as there are a suite of existing measures which deal with these issues, and I do fear that creating further legislative requirements is going to create a very confusing regulatory landscape. Coming to Mr Leonard's contribution on seasonal workers, 348, 349, 350, all in his name, they would empower ministers to delegate to such body that we consider appropriate power to provide officers under the Agricultural Wages Scotland Act 1949 with the ability to do certain things, and he took us through that, the abilities to inspect workers' accommodation, to notify concerns to the local authority. I just want to be really clear from the outset that I recognise the need, the imperative of ensuring that accommodation for agricultural workers is fit for habitation, and I've put that on the record, and it's something I absolutely agree with. But I can't agree that this amendment would provide the reassurance that I know he's seeking. First of all, unfortunately, there are drafting problems. The amendment creates a power to delegate a function of delegating, and it's not clear whether this amendment actually creates a function to be delegated. I know that that will be a frustration to Mr Leonard. I'm sorry to have to point it out. But on the more substantive issue, whilst dealing with routine or complaint inspections, members of the Agricultural Wages Enforcement Team, they will already report any concerns raised by employees on the condition of their accommodation to the appropriate local authority. Local authorities have powers under environmental law to inspect. But one thing I have to say is it's not clear to me that agricultural wage enforcement teams would necessarily have the expertise of inspections, given that wages is their remit. So I think that's something else we would have to look into. I can see Mr Leonard wants to take an
briefly, Richard Leonard.
Does the Cabinet Secretary not accept that the only powers that local authorities have got is around the infrastructure, including the parking arrangements on these sites? They've got no powers whatsoever over the state of the accommodation that these workers are living in.
Cabinet Secretary.
So I highlight the powers that local authorities have, alongside that the Agricultural Wages Enforcement Team already have in respect of reporting those concerns, to illustrate the picture as it stands. But I'm not conceding or suggesting that it's as good as it should be. And therefore, whilst I can't accept these amendments, owing to the slight drafting problems, owing to the fact that I'm not clear the wages officers are the right trained people to consider inspections, I can't support them. And I'll take one further intervention.
Briefly, Richard Leonard.
But there are three quite distinctive approaches to tackling this loophole. One is through the Agricultural Wages Board inspectors, but the other two are directly through local authority housing inspectors, and about introducing a tolerable standard to this accommodation where it is currently exempt. Does the Cabinet Secretary not concede that there is a route in the amendments 349 and 350 to tackle it?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm afraid I can't accept that. Unfortunately, with 349, the duty to make bylaws, I don't think it's appropriate to require ministers to make such bylaws. This should remain a discretionary matter, which should allow for consultation with the local authority should there be any concerns about the adequacy of the local authority's own bylaws. And I note what he says about his freedom of information request, and I would be glad to see that detail. In respect of 350, this seeks to remove the ability of agricultural landowners in Scotland to set up the caravan sites to accommodate seasonal workers. I agree, ultimately, and the Scottish Government are fully committed to further engagement and development work to understand how we address the gap that 350 is trying to address. However, again, there's a problem here because we need to recognise that it needs to be addressed for all seasonal workers and not just for agricultural workers. So the totality of this is that, owing to drafting problems, the existing suite of laws as they stand, and the fact that the work needs to be for everybody and not just for agricultural workers, I can't accept that. I'm not going to take an intervention from Graeme Simpson. I can't accept the provisions that Mr Leonard has put to me. But I commit to him to work with him on this. I want to see the freedom of information request that he's talking about. I want to see the photographs that he's referring that the First Minister was engaged with him on. And him and I and the Rural Affairs Secretary can sit down and we can look at this and work out what we need to do. Moving swiftly on, Presiding Officer, to combustible cladding. I recognise the intent behind Amendment 375. I can't support it as a proposed amendment which seeks to make change to subordinate legislation without consultation. The Building Scotland Regulations 2004, they prevent the installation of combustible external wall cladding systems on, quote, relevant buildings. This was made in 2022 following substantial consultation. If I can just give Megan Gallagher a little bit of detail, this resulted in a move to a threshold height of 11 metres for non-combustible cladding on blocks of flats and other buildings within the scope from 1 June 2022. The 11-metre height was established by the expert group and supported through consultation, and it aligns with the ability to firefight from the ground without the need for high-reach appliances. And the amendment, as she has put it to me, would would require non-combustible materials in external walls of all new homes, regardless of height or type. And this would exclude, for example, the use of timber cladding, which is common in many areas, and would also prevent the use of thermally efficient insulation, causing a risk to achieving good standards of energy performance. So, as with everything in cladding, the government's core ambition is to protect life safety, and we do that on the basis of expert advice that we have. I already have, I think, a date to come to committee and update members on cladding, so I will look to discuss that more with them then. But to conclude, Presiding Officer, I will be supporting Mark Griffin's 295 and would ask members to reject the others in the group.
Thank you. I call Maggie Chapman to wind up press or withdraw Amendment 3. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Chamber will be delighted to know I will just withdraw my Amendment 3. Thank you.
Thank you. The member seeks to withdraw Amendment 3. I call Amendment 71 in the name. I confirm everybody is content with the withdrawal of Amendment 3. Yes. I call Amendment 71 in the name of Maggie Chapman. Already debated with Amendment 3. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
And I call Amendment 71A in the name of Maggie Chapman. Already debated with Amendment 3. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Also moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 71A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 71A in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 8, no 100. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Maggie Chapman to press or withdraw Amendment 71. The question is that Amendment 71 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 71 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 24, no 84. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 175 in the name of Edward Mountain. Already debated with Amendment 152. Edward Mountain to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding Officer.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 72 in the name of Maggie Chapman. Already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman to move or not move? Question is that Amendment 72 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 72 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 81, no 27. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 281 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 281 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members who cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 281 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 24, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 282 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 282 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division of members who cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Monica Lennon.
I would have voted yes. I couldn't connect.
Thank you, Ms Lennon. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote on Amendment 282 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 24, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 34 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 35 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 73 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is Amendment 73 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division. The members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 73 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 83, no 25. There were no abstentions. That amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 36 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 152. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 74 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 152. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 74 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division of members should cast their votes now. And the vote's closed. Okay, the result of the vote on Amendment 74 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is yes 82, no 25. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed, which takes us to Group 8, rent controls out with rent control areas. Call Amendment 4 in the name of Maggie Chapman, grouped with Amendments 75, 76, 77, 176, 176A, 177 and 264. Maggie Chapman to move Amendment 4 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 4 in my name. I have a number of amendments in this group on a range of issues, but particularly preventing rent hikes between tenancies and a definition of mid-market rent. This bill contains a helpful provision in Section 19, whereby there is a change of tenancy and there's been a rent increase in the previous 12 months.
Ms Chapman, if I could ask you, could I ask colleagues to keep their conversations either quiet or out with the Chamber? Maggie Chapman to continue.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The bill's provision in Section 19, whereby if there's a change of tenancy and there's been a rent increase in the previous 12 months, there cannot be another increase within the same 12-month period. This is a vital provision that means that changes of tenancies cannot be used to increase rents. My amendment number 4 applies this very helpful change to properties out with rent control areas, as there is no principled reason why tenants should not be protected in this way, regardless of where they live. Amendments 75, 76 and 77 address a technical but very important issue for tenants who want to challenge their rent. At the moment, rent adjudication may result in a higher rent than the landlord has asked for. As a result, some tenants will not challenge a rent increase that they might otherwise successfully reduce on appeal. Living Rent have looked at all rent appeals made since May this year, and in 22% of cases, that's more than 1 in 5, the appeal resulted in an increase beyond what the landlord had asked for, which is clearly a huge disincentive to challenging rent. The Scottish Government has said that the bill already rules out such an outcome, but hasn't provided the clarification it has promised. Given there is some uncertainty here, Amendments 75 to 77, which say that, for the avoidance of doubt, an order under subsection 1 may not state a higher rent than the rent specified in the rent increase notice, these are sensible precautions against confusion, and it makes 100% clear to rent officers that the requested rent increase is the absolute most that can be approved. Turning to Amendment 176, Parliament has made its will clear that there will be mid-market rent exemptions. That makes it even more crucial that we finally get round to defining what mid-market rent means. There is inconsistency over how mid-market rents affect affordability. As I said earlier, even the Scottish Government's own housing strategy, Housing to 2040, gives no definition of what mid-market means and understands that it is inconsistently applied. Amendment 176 provides ministers with a power to define mid-market rent and to determine how it is to be used, such as for rent control exemptions and housing supply programmes. This will bring much-needed clarity and consistency. Before I close, Amendment 177 is part of the package of amendments I have already spoken to, which seek to improve the way that open market rents are worked out. And I'll leave it there, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 4 seeks to introduce further restrictions out with rent controls to the extent that where there has been a rent increase in the 12 months prior to the start of the tenancy, the landlord would not be able to increase the rent and the initial rent would require to be no more than the final rent under the previous tenancy. Now, this was lodged as an amendment at stage 2 and was voted against, and whilst I support restricting rent increases in areas where rent control has been deemed to be necessary, I cannot support seeking to place restrictions on rent increase in areas out with rent controls, i.e. where not considered necessary or proportionate. Turning to 75, 76 and 77, whilst I recognise concerns around the current rent adjudication process, where it is possible for the rent to be raised above the proposed rent increase, these changes are unnecessary because Section 22 and 23 in the bill already make the very change that Maggie Chapman is seeking to institute and will prevent the rent being set above the proposed in the rent increase notice once enacted. So there is no ambiguity in the current bill provisions as drafted, and I therefore can't support those amendments. Amendment 177 would require the rent officer or the first-tier tribunal, when making a determination of an open market rent as part of rent adjudication, to have regard to information collected by local authorities under Section 15 of the Bill. Similar amendments were lodged at Stage 2 and the equivalent to 177 was disagreed, and for the reasons set out then, we can't support it now. It's not clear why this is needed, given that the Rent Officer and the Tribunal are already able to make determinations of open market rent in line with the requirements in the 2016 Act. Adjudicators have regard to all available data, regardless of whether there is a duty to do so or not. It's also unclear how such a process could operate and how often information would need to be collected for this purpose. So it would amount to an additional unnecessary burden on local authorities and give them a new role in supporting rent officers and the first-tier tribunal in the judicial process, which is not appropriate. So to the final amendments by Maggie Chapman in the group, 176 and 264, these would add a new section into the bill enabling ministers to define mid-market rent and the circumstances in which the definition must be used. Amendment 176A would convert 176 into a requirement to make regulations within 1 year as opposed to a power to do so. There's no clear reason as to why this power is needed or what it's to be used for. And as I have said, it's my intention to exempt, where appropriate, mid-market rent properties, but the power to define properties which are to be exempt already exists in the bill. And I therefore ask Ms Chapman not to press her amendments.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Maggie Chapman to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 4.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will press Amendment 4.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Claire Haughey for a point of order.
Badge is in here.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was unable to connect my app and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Haughey. We will ensure that is recorded. I call Fulton McGregor for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was unable to connect and I would have voted no. I've also got a proxy vote for Colette Stevenson. She would have also voted no.
Thank you, Mr McGregor. We will ensure that those votes are recorded. And I call Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, a digital voting connection could not be started. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Constance. We will ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 4 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 5, no 98. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 75 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 4. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 75 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 75 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 29, no 81. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 76 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 4. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 77 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 4. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 5 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 3. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 78 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 3. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. I call amendment 78A in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 3. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 78A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 78A in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 24, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Maggie Chapman, to press or withdraw amendment 78?
Press.
The question is that amendment 78 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 78 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 23, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 176 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 4. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
I call amendment 176A in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 4. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Also moved.
The question is that amendment 176A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 176A in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 43, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Maggie Chapman to press or withdraw amendment 176.
Press.
The question is that amendment 176 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 176 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 47, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 177 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 4, Maggie Chapman, to move or not move.
Moved.
The question is that amendment 177 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote is closed, and the result of the vote on amendment number 177 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 24, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. That concludes consideration of amendments for today. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 19022 on committee membership, and I ask Graeme Day, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time, and there's one question to be put as a result of today's business, and the question is that motion 19022 in the name of Graeme Day on committee membership be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed, and that concludes decision time, and I close this meeting.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart.
Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.